Xin, are you kidding? Where can I get the 300,000? Lu Fan is about to cry, and there is still a week to hold a wedding. His future father-in-law and mother-in-law have proposed to charge 300,000 more betrothal gifts. He rode a yellow car to his mother-in-law's house, lowered his attitude, and constantly begged. The whole family sat in the living room, as if waiting for Lu Fan to come. Bai Xiaoxin sat in the corner with tears in her eyes and said, Fan, I don't want to be like this, but my younger brother needs the 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. He has to get married next month. While Li Xiaoying, her mother-in-law, was gloomy, holding the bank card sent by Lu Fan, and said coldly, Lu Fan, you and Xin have come to this point. Now you only need to take out 300,000. Is your love not worth 300,000? Lu Fan, it's not our family that wants to embarrass you. As you can see, this is the case at home. Xiaofeng's daughter-in-law is short of money. Can only Xiaoxin be happy? His father-in-law, Bai Zhengfeng, also spoke on one side. Lu Fan clenched his teeth, holding a fire in his stomach. But his voice was very low. We had already discussed the 200,000 betrothal gifts, plus 100,000 down payment for the wedding house. For this reason, I have owed too many people, even my mother's pension money. Now I have to take 300,000 to Xiaofeng to pay for the betrothal gifts. Do you want me to rob the bank? There's no need to say that I'm miserable. I'm just such a precious daughter. If I marry you, she'll live with you for the rest of her life. I don't even dislike that your family is from the countryside. What's the matter with more betrothal gifts? No money to borrow. Li Xiaoying said with a sneer. Brother-in-law, just listen to my mother. It's only 300,000. If you do more private work, you'll get the money. Mimi finally agreed to marry me. Please be considerate of me. Bai Xiaofeng, who was playing LOL on one side, finally took the time to insert a sentence. In a twinkling of an eye, he yelled, Grass, give me a mouthful of milk. Lu Fan was furious. If I want to understand you, who will understand me? I deserve to be squeezed. He looked at Bai Xiaoxin. The last hope is still pinned on his girlfriend, who has been in love with him for 4 years. Xiaoxin, we have gone through so much. In the past, no matter what you asked, I would satisfy you. I also agreed to your luxurious wedding. Now, do you really want to force me to take out the 300,000 now? Looking at Lu Fan's fragile eyes, Bai Xiaoxin couldn't bear it and didn't know what to say. Li Xiaoying immediately glared at her daughter. Xiaoxin, you don't want to be a white-eyed wolf. If you marry so casually, you will be happy. What should your brother do? Sister, you love me most, don't you? Just help me. Bai Xiaofeng's coquettish tone makes Lu Fan have the impulse to kick him. Bai Xiaoxin felt soft and nodded to Lu Fan hesitantly. I'm sorry, Lu Fan, I don't want to be like this, but my brother… Well, I see. Lu Fan sighed softly, as if he had made a decision. Li Xiaoying thought that Lu Fan had agreed, and her wrinkled face immediately welcomed him with a smile. Lu Fan, you can figure it out. As long as you are willing to take out the 300,000, my baby daughter will be yours. I will never interfere in your affairs anymore. Bai Zhengshan also showed a smile and nodded with satisfaction. However, the next second, Lu Fan smiles, and his eyes show a firm color. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I can't take out 300,000 yuan. Even if I can, I won't give it to you. Besides, since you regard marriage as a business, I don't want to get married. After that, Lu Fan snatched the bank card from his mother-in-law and sneered at Bai Xiaoxin. You are willing to be the devil of supporting your brother. I don't care if your brother sucks blood. Anyway, labor and capital have had enough of it. Lu Fan's decision made the family fall into a short circuit of thinking, which is totally different from their assumption. Then Li Xiaoying screamed hysterically. Lu Fan, are you crazy? If you dare to step out of this door, you will never want to marry Xiaoxin. Lu Fan, you come back, don't you love me? Bai Xiaoxin gets up, grabs Lu Fan, and refuses to let him go. Her tears are so scared that she takes them back. At this time, Lu Fan took Bai Xiaoxin's hand, gently shook it, and left the door under Bai Xiaoxin's desperate eyes. You'll be sorry, pauper, hillbilly. After that, Li Xiaoying's abuse is automatically filtered by Lu Fan. He walks out of the garden community and walks on the road. But he feels relieved. In the past 4 years, he has paid too much for Bai Xiaoxin, but most of his salary has gone into Bai Xiaofeng's pocket. However, He has become a big wrongdoer. He lives with Huabei overdraft credit card and can't get any money to send home. He had to rent a room, and his mother still lived in the shabby house in the country. This marriage has not been formed, and we still owe hundreds of thousands of foreign debts. How can I explain to my mother? After the wedding, he still has to continue to live. But what Lu Fan sees is only the debt repayment life in the future. Brother, come and lift your feet. The man with the nylon bag didn't know when to squat at Lu Fan's feet, holding the crushed mineral water bottle in one hand. Lu Fan raised his foot, but he didn't look back. He threw it back and asked if it had fallen into the bag. He got up straight and continued to search for the prey, looking at the glowing face of the old man, as if he had found a treasure in his eyes. Lu Fan sighed to himself that the old man, who picked up the garbage, was in such good health. Wait, how do you pick up garbage? How much money can that make? Picking up garbage is impossible in my life. A cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Unlimited garbage collection system has been bound. What is it? Lu Fan longed for a moment. Did he get the legendary system? Life take off? But why the garbage collection system? System, what can I do with you? The task of this system is unique. The host will become a garbage collector from today on. By collecting garbage, the garbage items obtained can be exchanged with the system, and the host can get unequal rewards. Specific reward items, the host needs to know personally. Picking up garbage, you'll get a reward. Lu Fan couldn't help looking at the figure of the elder, who was walking farther and farther, and there was a gap between heaven and earth in his heart for a moment. How can a programmer pick up rubbish? What a fuss. No, absolutely not. The system kindly reminds the host to start picking up garbage. Listening to the cordial greetings from the system, Lu Fan laughs. Picking up garbage is a matter of man's dignity. It's absolutely impossible. Think of here, his eyes or inadvertently in front of the trash can swept a glance. There's a lot of rubbish and flies buzzing. He was filled with emotion and strongly resisted. But he always felt that a strange emotion was guiding him to look at the garbage. Passers-by around try to avoid the trash can. Lu Fan cannot imagine. He really bent down to pick up garbage. What kind of people will attract contempt? Lu Fan. Lu Fan is starved to death. Dead outside, jump from upstairs. Also won't pick up a little rubbish here. In the garbage can around half a circle. Lu Fan listened to the system constantly remind themselves to pick up garbage. Lu Fan gritted his teeth. Why don't you try first? He lowered his head and picked up a mineral water bottle like a thief, which suddenly disappeared. Ding! If the host picks up a mineral water bottle, 130 yuan will be awarded. What? 130 yuan? Lu Fanjing is puzzled. Mobile phone message prompt sound. Open a look. The income of your card number 4,567 is 130 yuan, and the balance is 300,130 yuan. God, there's money. Lu Fan took a deep breath with a smile on his face. Picking up trash doesn't make money? Who's going to say that to him again? I'm in a hurry with him. I, Lu Fan, will not pick up any rubbish here, even if I jump from upstairs to die of starvation. How fragrant. In front of him, a middle-aged uncle with sunglasses spat on the ground. There was also a cigarette, but on the ground. Lu Fan and the uncle walked out a few steps. Rubbed a few steps, quickly picked up, put into the pocket. Ding! The host picks up a cigarette, and rewards a box of gold bricks from the Yellow Crane Tower. Holding grass, special reward. Golden brick of Yellow Crane Tower, Rolls Royce, and cigarette. But at this time, the middle-aged uncle seems to have a feeling. Looking back just to see this scene, immediately showed disdain in his eyes. Poor, I can't afford to smoke. As soon as Lu Fan heard this, he was not happy at that time. He took a look at the cigarette in uncle's hand. Union Shangri-La is 45 yuan per bag. He snorted coldly. Who do you look down on? I just can't stand you throwing cigarette butts around. With that, Lu Fan took out a big gold brick of the Yellow Crane Tower from his pocket, ripped open the package, and took out one. The middle-aged uncle didn't care. A poor boy could afford to smoke. But when his eyes came to the box in Lu Fan's hand, he couldn't move it. That's the big gold brick of Yellow Crane Tower. You can't buy one for 30,000 yuan. The middle-aged uncle's lips trembled. He saw this cigarette once in the liquor company. He couldn't afford it without $1 million. Is the boy in front of him a hidden rich man? At the thought of this, his face was uncertain. Lu Fan saw each other shocked, satisfied. put out the remaining half of the cigarette into the garbage can. He leaned over and picked it up again, but the system didn't sound at all. System, why didn't I get a reward this time? Ding. In order to put an end to the opportunism of the host, the items abandoned by the host are not recognized. All right. Lu Fan once again throws away half a cigarette and turns to other places to look for garbage. Shortly after he left, the middle-aged uncle clenched his teeth and put his head in the garbage can. With the perfect experience of picking up garbage and getting rewards, Lu Fan gradually put down his face and began to pick up garbage crazily. Pedestrians on the street often cast eyes of surprise, disdain, but Lu Fan seems not to feel it. Ding. If the host picks up a beer bottle, 300 yuan will be awarded. Ding. If the host picks up a slipper, 200 yuan will be awarded. Ding. If the host picks up an abandoned electronic watch, 1,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding. Lu Fan was very happy. Half of the garden street was cleaned up by him in half an hour. Of course, in order not to attract too much attention, Lu Fan specially prepared a large, black garbage bag to cover up the existence of the system. Ding. If you see a nylon bag, you will be rewarded with a woven bag. It's not money. Lu Fan thought a move. The hands will appear a white woven bag, light, as if nothing. System, is there anything special about this woven bag? The woven bag in the host's hand contains 10 by 10 space, which is the only binding for the host and can't be lost. Good guy, isn't this the storage bag in Xiujin's novel? With this thing, he no longer has to worry about being seen through. Pick him up for the rest of the world. Lu Fan's consciousness moves, takes out the white woven bag, feels the wide space in it, and his heart is extremely comfortable. At this time, not far away, a few bad-looking aunts and uncles came to Lu Fan, carrying several nylon bags in their hands. Lu Fan hard along. This is the encounter pier? Young man, it's not proper for you to do so. With several white hairs on his head, the inlaid gold teeth man said with a taut face. While several aunts were staring at Lu Fan's white woven bag, Lu Fan said innocently, "Young man, what are you pretending to be stupid? I've been picking up rubbish in this area for nearly 10 years. I haven't seen any young people snatching rubbish from me. You are young. You have to fight with us old people. What's wrong? That's right, young man. You don't lack arms or legs. It's very easy to earn some money. Now you can't get along with us. Get out of here." Lu Fan didn't flinch. They didn't look like poor people at all. They probably came out to earn some money. Now he said with a smile, "I'll pick up this garbage bag and go, really?" Gold Teeth Uncle looked at the broken garbage bag in Lu Fan's hand, and he couldn't pick it up much. So he put up his middle finger and said, "Well, only one bag." Lu Fan nodded and continued to dig up the trash can. Ding! The amount of host scavenging reached 50,000, reaching the initial upgrade standard of the system, and the reward doubled. Lu Fan immediately brain buzzing. Reward doubled? He tries to pick up a defective glass, and the system prompts the sound to start. Ding! If the host picks up a defective glass, 5,000 yuan will be awarded. It's more than doubled for such a generous reward. Lu Fan took a look at the remaining half of the street. The trash can suddenly turned into countless zeros on the bank card. On the other side, the inlaid gold tooth was still watching, waiting for Lu Fan to leave. However, half an hour later, the boy has not left. That white woven bag can hold things. This boy is evil. He can't do it. If we let him pick it up like this again, we'll come out in vain today. Let's go. Let's pick it up and let the little guy get out of the way. Get up. Several uncles and aunts can no longer sit. Pick up the garbage bag and start fighting with Lu Fan. Lu Fan Lung Long. This is to rob money with him. Absolutely can't give in. So Lu Fan also speed up. Fingers fly, trash cans, plastic bags, cartons, and even metal into a white woven bag. The speed of the system's prompt sound is overlapped. Lu Fan's brain is buzzing. He doesn't know how much money he has made. Until a moment, the system suddenly stopped for a second. Ding! Host found 200 yuan in cash. Reward 2 million yuan. Go, go. Lu Fan felt as if his heart had missed a second. Dear 2 million. Lu Fan opened his mobile phone and said, "The income of your card number. 4,567 is 2 million yuan. And the balance is 2,800,526 yuan. Ding! The amount of host scavenging reached 1 million. reached the secondary upgrade standard of the system, and the reward doubled. Lu Fan took a deep breath and looked at the tired old man and mother in the opposite eyes. He said, "I'm sorry, old man and mother. We can't let you pick up the garbage." 2 hours later, he swept the whole garden street. The balance exceeded 5 million. Ding! I see a discarded bank card and get a VIP diamond card. The new diamond card is automatically bound with its own identity, and some steps are omitted. Looking at the diamond card balance, that string of zero, Lu Fan, even if physically and mentally tired, but happy. Picking up garbage has become the most sacred profession in his heart at this time. With endless garbage collection, his financial resources will be endless. Carrying a white woven bag, sweating Lu Fan's stomach is also cooing. Passing by a Western restaurant, Lu Fan, who used to live frugally, now has the courage to go in and rub a meal. Stepping into the Western restaurant, before Lu Fan could reach the counter, a waiter blocked him directly at the door. "Hello, this is a high-end Western restaurant. Only guests are allowed to enter." The waiter in front of her is a sharp-chinned woman in her 20s named Zhao Nan. She raises her eyebrows and says hello in her mouth. Her eyes are full of disdain for Lu Fan. When Lu Fan heard this, he regarded himself as a beggar. He said seriously, "I'm here to eat. Why am I not a guest?" The sharp-chinned waiter sneered. "The lowest price of Western food here is 500 yuan. Can you afford it as a garbage collector? Let's go. Don't disturb me. We're doing business. It's up to me whether I can afford to eat or not. You can't care. With your service attitude, I can't see where this Western restaurant is high-end." Lu Fan frowned and said lightly. His voice is not small, and the guests in the hall all look to this side. "Nanjia, let him in. If you let the manager know, you will be miserable," the cashier's younger sister advised. Zhao Nan sneered. "Okay, I'll see how you pay later." Under the strange eyes of the guests, Lu Fan sat down in the corner. "Sir, the cheapest is the D package, 540. The one who serves him is still the waiter named Zhao Nan. She is a beggar. Do you want to eat Western food?" Lu Fan raised her eyebrow and said in a cold voice, "May I have a look at the menu?" Zhao Nampi said with a smile, "Sir, we don't charge on credit. I suggest you choose. Which set is the most expensive?" Lu Fan suddenly interrupted him. Zhao Nan stunned. "Ah," I said, "give me the most expensive set meal." Lu Fan said word by word. The cold air in his eyes made Zhao Nan tremble. "A beggar also want to eat the supreme set meal? If you can afford to eat in public." Zhao Nan finally couldn't help it. He said that it was too cheap for her to serve a beggar. In fact, Lu Fan's strange clothes have attracted people's attention for a long time. Since he wants to eat, you can give it to him. If he doesn't pay at that time, we won't just sit by. A big-bellied man in a suit was laughing. Zhao Nan gets the support of the crowd, stares at Lu Fan, and turns to prepare the supreme meal. It wasn't long before the steak came up with a bottle of 82 Lafite. "Sir, a total of 78,999. Are you in cash or by credit card?" Zhao Nan looks at Lu Fan with proud eyes and sneers, waiting for Lu Fan to make a fool of himself. Swipe card, no password, another bottle of Lafite. Lu Fan took out his bank card and slapped it on the table. Zhao Nan picked up the card and did not look at it. He still sneered. "Don't scare people with a broken card. What are you going to do? I'll see how you can blow it later." Then he took the card and went to the cashier. "Xiaoming, see if there is any money in this card." Zhao Nan hands the card to the cashier Xiaoming. "Nan, Sister Nan, this is a diamond card." Xiaoming is surprised. She won't admit it. Zhao Nan thought he had heard wrong. "What did you say?" Then he grabbed the card and looked at it. Suddenly, the whole person was stunned. "Diamond card, it's true. You can't do it without millions. But he is a garbage collector." She turned and looked at Lu Fan. Her eyes suddenly became complicated, and her eyes showed shock and confusion. She hurried over, hands respectfully handed the card to Lu Fan. "Here you are, sir. Your card." Zhao Nan lowered his head and said softly. Lu Fan ignored her and ate the steak seriously. Zhao Nan's face was red. She felt the strange eyes around her and the irony in Lu Fan's eyes. It made her look down. "Yes, I'm sorry. I made a mistake just now." Lu Fan cold hum away. "How? Forget just what you said." Zhao Nan's face turned red, and then he looked at the people who had just supported him. They had already turned around as if they didn't see him. Don't go too far, sir. I've already apologized. Zhao Nan faltered and said, let her eat Xiang in public. Absolutely impossible. Too much. Since I came in, you looked down on me. All kinds of scorn and ridicule. How? As soon as I saw that I had money, I immediately changed my face. The dog's eyes are low. Lu Fan wiped his mouth and stood up to stare at Zhao Nan. Just then, Zhao Nan, what's the matter? A woman in a long black dress came over. She looked younger than the waiter, wore light makeup, and looked cold, but she had an amazing beauty. Manager Ming He. The waiter Zhao Nan looked at the woman in awe, pointed to Lu Fan, and said it with hesitation. She took a cold look at Zhao Nan and said, I've said many times that it's our God who comes here. Don't judge people by their appearance. Zhao Nan nodded in fear, but there was a trace of resentment towards Lu Fan in his eyes. Lu Fan's attitude to this woman is very surprised. Looked at her job number. It turned out that her name is Mingxinyu. I'm sorry, sir. It's my dereliction of duty that makes you have a bad experience. Well, this meal is free of charge, and in addition. Mingxinyu looked at Zhao Nan and said in a cold voice, from now on, you are fired. Zhao Nan was surprised and wanted to plead for mercy, but he knew that Mingxinyu's vigorous and resolute means, so he could only leave in frustration. This is our VIP gold card for you. You can enjoy 50% discount. I apologize again for what happened just now. Mingxinyu handed out a gold card and said with a smile. Lu Fan picked it up impolitely, shook his head and said, you're welcome, Manager Ming. You don't have to do it alone. After all, this steak is really delicious. In the face of beauty, his heart is really hard. Mingxinyu was relieved and looked at Lu Fan carrying the woven bag, but she felt a little more curious. She recognized the diamond card in Lu Fan's hand just now. Without millions of deposit, she could not handle this kind of card. Immediately shaking his head, this must be a rich second generation out to experience life. Lu Fan deliberately changed the street. After picking it up in the hot sun for less than an hour, Lu Fan became dizzy. This is too much of Raffi's stamina. Looking at the 7 zeros in the balance of the card, Lu Fanji is very proud and takes a taxi home to have a rest. It's time to buy a car. You have to spend money. Lu Fan's way of thinking. Back to the one-bedroom house he rented, he was stopped by the landlord Hu Jiaojiao before he stepped into the door. Lu Fan, I haven't paid the rent for 2 months. If you don't pay the rent again, you'll sleep in the street for me today. Hu Jiaojiao is in her 30s. She wears pink pajamas all day. She is very attractive, but she has a domineering attitude. Many male residents are angry with her. At the beginning, Lu Fan moved in because the house only paid 800 rent a month, but every time Hu Jiaojiao would try her best to deduct more money. Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and decisively transferred 1,600 yuan to Hu Jiaojiao. That's not enough. 2,000 more. Hu Jiaojiao holds her arms and shows her white arms. She looks at WeChat and shakes her head. Lu Fan suddenly cold-faced to say, we're come of 2,000. Hu Jiaojiao. You don't push an inch. You can't afford to pay for water and electricity, sanitation, and cleaning for 2 months. You have the ability to move out. Hu Jiaojiao said coldly, her eyes full of disdain for Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked back at the dark house and the leaking corner, and he was bored. Hu Jiaojiao, do you think I can only live in your poor house? I don't want to live long ago, he said, dialing his mobile phone. Hello, Ms. He, I'm going to buy the 5 million house in full. That's right. Yes, you keep it for me. We'll sign the agreement next Monday. Great, Mr. Lu. I'll be waiting for you. When Hu Jiaojiao heard the speech, her face changed greatly. She glanced at the remarks of Lu Fan's mobile phone and saw that it was a real estate sales lady's phone. Oh, just a wholesale phone number. Who are you fooling? Hu Jiaojiao snorted coldly and looked down upon Lu Fan even more. Lu Fan took out the diamond card, threw it in front of Hu Jiaojiao and asked, do you think I can't afford it? Hu Jiaojiao was slightly surprised and looked at it carefully. It was a real diamond card. Originally a pair of cold face, suddenly smile become by Yen Kai. Arm rub Lu Fan, a light fragrance into his nose. Lu Fan, in fact, I was just talking nonsense. You have a lot of money. Don't worry about it with me. If you live in this house, you'll be my sister and say nothing. Seeing that half of Hu Jiaojiao's body had to come over, Lu Fan couldn't stand Hu Jiaojiao's strength. He put away the card and turned over to avoid Hu Jiaojiao. No, I'll move next week. I'll sleep first when I'm sleepy. Then he closed the door and stopped Hu Jiaojiao, who was just about to stretch her foot to mix the door. Hu Jiaojiao stamped her foot and said, "Dead Lu Fan, if you are so rich, you still pretend to be poor. If you are in arrears with the rent, what are you playing as a pig and eating a tiger?" With that, he left angrily. Inside, Lu Fan was about to wash when his mobile phone rang. It was his mother's phone. "Fan Fan, Xiaoxin said you couldn't get through. What's the matter? Did you quarrel with Xiaoxin?" Lu Fan looked at his mobile phone and found that there were more than 20 missed calls, all from by Xiaoxin. "Mom, listen to me. Lu Fan will be his experience in the White House of a full-out." Lu's mother heard, fell into a period of silence. "Mom, Fan Fan, my mother supports you. Since people look down on us, we are not high. Otherwise you will not be happy when you marry. It's just Fan Fan. Don't let it get you down." Mom, I know. Don't worry. Your son won't be single all the time." After the call, Lu Fan blacked out all the contact information of Bai Xiaoxin, including their family. Now that he has retired from marriage, he has been a two-way man since then. There is no need for any more communication. When he bought the house, he must take over his mother and let her enjoy her happiness. The next day, Lu Fan woke up with a smile in his dreams. Undoubtedly, he dreamed of becoming a millionaire. Wear casual clothes, carry the woven bag, and look at yourself in the mirror. Lu Fan sadly found that his identity of dressing up and picking up garbage was too disobedient, and then changed into a set of old clothes. If you want to be a billionaire, start by picking up trash. "Good morning, Lu Fan. Go to work?" "Xiao Lu, you have a good spirit. Come and push me." "Hey, brother Lu, get up so early. Come to the fried dough sticks." Lu Fan got up so early that he passed by the garden and the stall. His acquaintances warmly welcomed him, but he was hesitant. "Sure enough, I can't save face in front of acquaintances. I have to practice my face." "Lao Chun, a bowl of bean curd and 2 fried dough sticks." Lu Fan finished his breakfast in a hurry, then got up and trotted out to the outside of the community. On Furong Street, Lu Fan took a deep breath, carried the white woven bag on his shoulder, and began to turn it over from the first garbage can. Ding! If the host finds a smelly sock, 5,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding! If the host finds a bag of moldy millet, 3,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding! The host picked up a functional drink and rewarded a bottle of physical recovery medicine. Lu Fan's face was stunned, his mind moved, and a bottle of blue drink appeared in his hand. After a sip, he felt fresh and relaxed, and all his fatigue disappeared. He's increasingly looking forward to special rewards from the system. If he continues to clean up the garbage and double the reward, if he works harder, it will not be a problem to make 10 million yuan a day. Your card number income with tail number 4567. The balance is 14,035,000 yuan. Looking at the soaring income, Lu Fan's heart is sweeter than honey. At the Mercedes-Benz 4S store on Furong Street, a man in a suit stood by the side of the road drinking Coke and smoking. When Lu Fan saw it, he rushed forward and stared at the Coke bottle in the man's hand. "What's the matter? Why, Lu Fan?" After the man sees Lu Fan, suddenly Lung. Lu Fan was surprised, looked at each other for a long time, then suddenly realized that this is not his junior high school classmate Hishu. "Hishu, long time no see. Do you work here?" Lu Fan looked at Hishu's clothes and guessed. Hishu nodded his head blandly. No matter how deep the friendship is, it will fade. "Lu Fan, where are you now? I've heard that you went to a famous university. I'm afraid you are now developed." Hishu suddenly brightened his eyes and said, "How about buying a car?" Lu Fan said that he really should find a tool to take the place of others. He can't always ride a yellow car. "Well, what, Hishu?" Before Hishu could be happy, he saw Lu Fan staring at his Coke. "What?" Hishu doesn't know why. Lu Fan said with a smile, "Can you give me a bottle when you finish drinking Coke?" Hishu, a little confused, handed the Coke bottle to Lu Fan. Lu Fan took it, skillfully threw it back, and fell into the woven bag. "Lu Fan, who are you?" "Oh, I'm just idle picking up garbage, taking care of the environment, and using resources." Hishu smell speech. See, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly changed. What special care for the environment? Is not a garbage collector. Did not expect Lu Fan will mix to this point. Oh, you're busy. I'll go first. He didn't want to talk with Lu Fan for a second. He turned around and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Lu Fan. Don't go. I just said I wanted to buy a car. Old classmate, go and recommend one to me. Lu Fan said and went to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. His brows wrinkled. He felt that this guy's face was too thick. A garbage collector wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz? With a black face, he followed Lu Fan in. Brother Tree, which god is this? The staff in the shop saw Lu Fan and naturally saw the garbage bag on Lu Fan's shoulder. They asked curiously. His said with a sneer, "It's not a big god. Let me introduce it to you. This is my junior high school classmate, Lu Fan. But I didn't have any friendship before. Now people make a living by picking up garbage and want to buy a Mercedes-Benz." As soon as he said this, he burst into laughter in the shop. Brother Tree, haha, what do you say? Garbage collectors also buy Mercedes-Benz. I'm so happy. Everyone dares to enter the Mercedes-Benz store these days. Garbage collector, do you know that our cheapest cars cost more than 300,000 yuan? You can't buy them all your life. Maybe it's all money in people's garbage bags. The sound of ridicule was harsh. And His looked on coldly. Lu Fan's eyes were cold. Looking at the people's eyes that treat him like a monkey. He said in a cold voice, "Shut up to the labor and capital. Do you still look down on the garbage collectors? His, which is your most expensive sports car?" I'll go, Lu Fan. You're not. I'll take you in to have a look. You're still on your nose. You're the most expensive sports car. Can you afford it? His face was unhappy, and his eyes were full of disdain. How much is it? Lu Fan asked. His. Lu Fan, I advise you to leave immediately. Labor and capital have no time to play with you. The most expensive sports car, the Maybach S800. Do you know how much it costs? 5.8 million. Pa. Lu Fan threw out his bank card and threw it on His face. Full payment for labor and capital. His gang was about to attack. But seeing Lu Fan's determined face, he said with a ferocious look, "Okay, Lu Fan, wait. If you cheat me, don't think of this door today." Everyone was laughing, waiting to see the play, but at this time, His face suddenly changed. His eyes fell on the card in his hand, and his heart vibrated. This is a diamond card? Shuko murmurs that the people around him are not smiling. They work in Mercedes-Benz 4S stores all the year round. Naturally, they recognize the difference of bank cards. At this time, a middle-aged bald man came over in a hurry. He snatched the card from His hand, glared at His and walked respectfully to Lu Fan. "I'm really sorry. Mr. Lu, my name is Dong. I'm the manager of this store. I just know what happened. I'm very sorry for the bad experience. I'm really very sorry." Lu Fan sneered, but he knew that the store manager came so timely that he might have paid attention to it. If apology is useful, can I ridicule you and threaten you? Lu Fan didn't buy it at all. I don't want to come here because no one introduced the car or even poured a glass of water. That's the service attitude of your store? Mr. Dong bowed and apologized again and again, then said firmly, "Mr. Lu, don't worry. I will give you a satisfactory explanation." He turned to His and said, "His, you won't have to go to work tomorrow. Go to the financial department to settle your salary and leave." "Manager, I don't know." Ming lost his job. He just came in because of his relationship. He quickly asked for help from Lu Fan and said, "Lu Fan, we are old classmates. In the past, you can speak for me. I'm sorry, but you just said that I don't have much friendship with you." Lu Fan said coldly and asked Manager Dong, "Manager, how about showing me the car now?" Manager Dong showed a smile and nodded. "Mr. Lu, this way, please." His looked at the back of the two people, and his heart was dead. He can't imagine that a garbage collector will have millions of assets. Lu Fan finally took a fancy to the Mercedes-Benz Maybach S800 and bought it all on the spot. Manager Dong was so happy that he went through all the formalities. "When can I pick up the car?" Lu Fan asked. Manager Dong, "The fastest way is 3 days. I will deliver the car to Mr. Lu in person." Lu Fan nodded, said thank you, then carried the woven bag and left. Under the eye of Manager Dong and all the staff, "You, one by one, wipe my eyes." Dong manager hate iron not steel said. After coming out of the 4S store, Lu Fan took a deep breath and felt that he was really coming out. None of this is a dream. In the future, we will never have to go to work for others, and be exploited by others. This is the life we yearn for. At this time, the mobile phone suddenly rang. Hey, Lu Fan, where are you dead? You're half an hour late. There's something wrong with the company's app again. Hurry back. It's Lei Jun, his immediate superior, who will squeeze Lu Fan's surplus labor value at ordinary times with a bad attitude. But Lu Fan was not angry this time. Angry. That is the performance of the incompetent. Now pick up rubbish minute to enter into account 10,000. Fool, just one programmer. He didn't want to do it for a long time. When I came to the company by bus, the familiar depressive atmosphere came to my face, and my colleagues looked like dirt, one by one typing on the computer, walking into General Manager Lei's office. You can see a bright bald head. Lu Fan, do you think it's great to get married? You can be half an hour late. Are you brave enough? Lei Jun's face is full of anger. Seeing Lu Fan coming in lazily, he is not angry. Boss, Before Lu Fan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lei Jun. This month, all work is gone. In addition, new projects are almost online, and there are always problems. Don't want the bonus this month. Deal with the bug immediately. If you can't deal with it today, you'll make a shop in the company. Then he waved to Lu Fan to go out. However, after 5 seconds, Lu Fan still did not leave. What else? Lei Jun said impatiently. Lu Fan looked at the ugly face. Half of the company's nostalgia was gone. Nothing, Lei Jun. I just want to let you know that from today on, labor and capital will not work. For the first time in 4 years, he slapped the table with cold eyes. Lei Jun was stunned at first, but he looked at Lu Fan with a sneer and said, Lu Fan, it seems that you haven't woken up today. You call me by name. Don't forget that in order to prepare for the wedding, you paid 3 months' salary in advance. At the beginning, you begged me in a low voice. Why forget? Also, without a company, can you be who you are today? Don't be ungrateful. Lu Fan was too familiar with Lei Jun's combination of grace and power. He sneered. Lei Jun, don't mention ingratitude to me. When did you make your promise to me? At the end of every year, I promise to get a raise and reduce overtime. After 4 years, which one has been done? According to the year-end bonus, the per capita bonus is 10,000. You can give us 10,000 points for each of us. You can guarantee that we can work 8 hours a day, because I work overtime. I will be hospitalized no less than 5 times. So I will be deducted from full attendance that go to your special full attendance. Lu Fan's voice is not big, but still attracted the company's employees. Liu, Lu Fan's brother, put his ear to the window, clenched his fist, and exclaimed, Brother Fan is powerful. Another female colleague shook her head and sighed. Brother Fan is too impulsive. If you can't get along with anyone, don't get along with Qian too. In the office, Lei Jun's face was as heavy as water, and his glasses were full of venom. He laughed angrily and clapped his hands and said, Well done, Lu Fan. Since our company can't keep you, please return 50,000 yuan to the financial department immediately, and then pack up and get out of the company. Lu Fan gave him a cold look, turned and left. Lu Fan, believe it or not, as long as I say, the whole industry can block you. You will not find any job. Lei Jun said reluctantly. Dead bald man. Threaten me again. Labor and capital will kill you. Lu Fan turns his head and sneers. Lei Jun finds himself trembling in his heart. Lu Fan out of the office, and colleagues look at a smile. Said with a smile, Ladies and gentlemen, I Lu Fan first step. At present, these friends have worked with him for many years and have deep feelings. After all, most of the programmers are men. Apart from working hard, there are not so many intrigues. When Lu Fan got married, he didn't say much about it. These friends lent him tens of thousands of money, only to collect 200,000 gift money. You saw that Lu Fan didn't look sad at all. As an iron brother for many years, he knew that Lu Fan was not so impulsive at ordinary times. He came forward and said, Brother Fan, you never fight unprepared battles. You say, if you find a good job, take your brother with you. Well, I've got a good job, but I'm afraid you won't do it. Lu Fan said mysteriously, swinging his right hand back. A gorgeous woven bag appeared. Bend down and throw the plastic bottles and waste paper in the trash can into the woven bag. Van Gogh, what do you mean? Liu opened his mouth wider and felt that he had been shocked by 10,000 points. Lu Fan through bangs, calm way. Yes, is to pick up garbage. Lu Fan saw Operation shocked all colleagues. Picking up garbage? Is it a normal person's job to pick up rubbish with a monthly salary of nearly 10,000 yuan? Brother Fan, are you stimulated by something? What's your grievance? I said to my brother, don't embarrass yourself so much. Li Yu's mouth swelled fast and swallowed an egg. That's right. Brother Fan, you can't live with anyone. You can't live with Lei. We can't do without you. Van Gogh, do you really think about it? Brother Fan, do you know what your sister-in-law is doing? People are full of gossip, but they are all concerned about Lu Fan. Lu Fan sighed that many of these brothers were brought out by him. Now it's really hard to leave. Picking up garbage, Lu Fan, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? At this time, a harsh voice suddenly sounded. It's the product manager, Wang Ming. Wang Ming came over. His eyes were full of scorn. Wang Ming and Lu Fan often quarreled about business affairs, and their relationship was very bad. How could he miss such an opportunity to ridicule Lu Fan? He is Lei Jun's nephew. He comes in purely by his relationship. Relying on this, he is always domineering in the company. Which trash was talking to me just now? Lu Fan said with a cold smile. Wang Ming was rebuffed by Lu Fan and said with a smile, who is rubbish in the end? You know that a poor man has to borrow money from others even for his wedding. He looked around and said, how dare you lend him money? Now that he's picking up rubbish, is he really sorry? Ha ha, he can have snacks in the future. Wang Ming, leave some virtue in your mouth. Li Yu couldn't see it anymore. He retorted, money is given voluntarily. Wang Ming immediately stared. Li Yu, I'm talking to Lu Fan. What are you doing? Don't you want to do it? Li Yu can't bear to stand up for Lu Fan, but he is stopped by Lu Fan. Brother, don't be angry with villains. It's not worth it. Lu Fan shook his head. Wang Ming cut. Eyes showing a bit of strange color. Said he took off his shoes, kicked to Lu Fan, motioned. Come, Lu Fan, you are not picking up garbage. This pair of kangaroo shoes, you have the ability to pick up. Are you sure? Lu Fan doubts away. Wang Ming barefoot nodded. The corner of the mouth extremely mocks. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan had no scruples and bent down to throw the new kangaroo shoes directly into the woven bag. Ding! The host picked up a pair of kangaroo shoes and rewarded a pair of Xinxing boots. Lu Fan's heart is full of joy. He can walk in the boots. It's very good to listen to them. System, what's special about Xinxing boots? Ding! Xinxing boots can increase the speed of Lu Fan by 5 times and increase the strength of his legs by 3 times. Lu Fan's mind suddenly appeared his own picture of Flash. Thank you, Wang Ming. You are such a good man. Wang Ming was really confused at this time. He just wanted to take off his shoes to humiliate Lu Fan. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan picked them up. The shoes cost 1,200 yuan, but he didn't wear them for several days. But in full view of the public, Wang Ming's heart is to hold back, only biting his teeth hard sneer. Well, Lu Fan, I didn't expect you really have seed. Would rather be a beggar. Ha ha ha. You poor then. This life is doomed to be a poor man. No wonder your fiancée to dump you. Lu Fan frowned and said in a cold voice, what do you mean? Don't you understand? Yesterday afternoon, Bai Xiaoxing came to the company to see you and told you everything. You can't even get a 300,000 bride price. It's not poverty. They finally dumped you. Wang Mengji's arrogant and defiant attitude made the colleagues around him dare to be angry. In fact, Bai Xiaoxing came to see Lu Fan yesterday afternoon. They all saw it, but they didn't know why. Lu Fan's eyes are gloomy. He didn't expect that Bai Xiaoxing would come to the company to tell Wang Ming. As soon as Wang Ming's words came out, all the colleagues around him became restless. Brother Fan, is what he said true? You and your sister-in-law really? Li Yu looks at Lu Fan in surprise. Lu Fan looked at Li Yu, then looked at the crowd, nodded and said, yes. The affair between Bai Xiaoxing and me has really blown up. But it's not that she dumped me, but that the labor and capital don't want her. The crowd was silent. Although Lu Fan said that, he couldn't think about it in the hearts of the people. Everyone knows about Lu Fan's family background. In fact, 300,000 weddings are not expensive in the city. But for Lu Fan, it doesn't matter, Brother Fan. We are promising young people. We are not afraid that we can't find our daughter-in-law. Li Yu sighed in his heart, but he still wanted to find some face for his brother. Li Yu, You flatter him too much. Even those who have picked up my shoes want to find their wives in you. This time, all the money is gone. When people heard the words, they dared to be angry. But some people also showed regret. I wouldn't have borrowed it if I knew. Someone whispered. Lu Fan sniffed at the speech, but said with a sneer, Wang Ming. The dog's eye looks down on people. It's you, Liu. Come here. Liu came over with a simple face. Tell me the bank card number. 6339. No, Van Gogh, what are you going to do? Liu looks confused. 3 seconds later, Liu looked at the 100000 yuan in his mobile phone information and couldn't help swallowing. Lu Fan patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, This million yuan is divided equally among the brothers. If you don't let everyone drink the wedding wine, this money will be regarded as an apology. Liu's hands shaking. Brother Fan, where did you get 1 million? Hearing the words, they were all stunned. Next second, they came to Liu and looked at the balance. 1 million. Make amends, Brother Fan. You are too big. Darling, it's 1 million. Brother Fan, your gift is too expensive. Give it all to us. I'm not dreaming. Lu Fan said with a smile. It's all my brother's. Take it. Liu, I'll give you another 50,000 yuan to help me pay back the finance. Liu immediately relaxed, looked serious and said, Follow elder brother's order. You boy. Lu Fan is speechless. Wang Ming almost suspected that he was blind. 1 million. That's 1 million. He can't believe that Lu Fan, who is usually poor, can come up with so much money all at once. Looking at Lu Fan's casually giving away 1 million yuan, he was envious, but he didn't want to give in like this. Lu Fan, what are you pretending to be? Are you breaking the jar and taking the betrothal gifts to make up for it? Oh, before Wang Ming finished, Lu Fan took a lunge and hit him in the abdomen. Wang Ming almost vomited out the meal the next night. You dare to beat me, believe it or not. Let Mr. Lei. Wang Ming covered his stomach and lost his temper. I hit you. Who saw it? Did anyone see it? Lu Fan said with a smile, his eyes cold. Liu immediately shook his head. I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. Well, I didn't finish my work yesterday. Lu Fan said in a cold voice. Fool, I'm not a member of this company now. If you force me again, it won't be a matter of one blow. Lu Fan's instant eyes make Wang Ming flustered. When he comes back, Lu Fan has left. Out of the company, Lu Fan has a sense of liberation. Carrying the baby woven bag, Lu Fan continued to sweep the garbage. There is no debris on the clean road, not even a garbage bag. In the past, the scene was comfortable. But today it seems that Lu Fan is speechless. Awesome aunt. Lu Fan is walking around in the sun. He believes that picking up garbage needs a pair of eyes to find garbage. There's a kid in front of us who's coming to deliver the business. In front of a square, an 8 or 9-year-old boy was playing with a car model. When he accidentally fell to the ground, the exquisite model was suddenly broken. Wow! The little boy suddenly cried. Sad is not his broken knee, but for his beloved model feels sad. Little brother, get up quickly. Does it hurt? Lu Fan helped the little boy up. The little boy picked up his broken car model and rubbed his eyes. Lu Fan sighed, took out 100 yuan in cash, and said, Little brother, you see your model is broken too. My uncle bought it with 100 yuan. How about buying a new one with the money? The little boy was stunned and asked suspiciously, Really? Of course, uncle can't cheat people. If you don't change it, that's all. Lu Fan plays hard to get, but the boy is not stupid. He grabs the car immediately, hands it to Lu Fan, turns around, and runs away. Ding! The host picked up a used car model and rewarded Ferrari LaFerrari with one. Ferrari LaFerrari? Lu Fan blinked and doubted that he had heard wrong. In addition to the woven bag, he gave a special reward, and it was a Ferrari. His consciousness felt the woven bag for a while, and there was a white sports car, which occupied almost half of the space. But what brand is Ferrari LaFerrari? Lu Fan took out his mobile phone to check, and immediately took a breath. It's a sports car worth more than 20 million yuan. Tread on air. He's so awesome. Now he has 2 sports cars, Ferrari and Mercedes-Benz. It's cool to change his mood. Lu Fan, restrained by his excitement, ran to a deserted alley. His idea moved, and Ferrari appeared. Under the warm sun, if the car body is plated with a light halo. Sexy, elegant lines, eternal beauty. Lu Fan sat up, luxurious interior. Cutting-edge technology, soft, and comfortable experience. In the co-driver's seat, there are all the necessary documents for car purchase, such as car purchase contract, ICBC verification, and mobile license. Tut-tut, the system is so thoughtful, love. Without these documents, Lu Fan did not dare to open them. First experience driving Ferrari Le Fur, driving in Furong Street. The beautiful roar and handy sense of control. 2 words, comfortable. A Ferrari Le Fur suddenly appeared in Linhai City. Like a small beast, suddenly caught the eye of passers-by. What a beautiful Ferrari. Which rich second generation is going to drive fast? See clearly, that's Ferrari Le Fur, which the rich second generation can't afford. Someone recognized the goods, and his tone was full of envy. They had no idea that the one sitting in the Ferrari would be a garbage collector. After dazzling in the street for a while, Lu Fan was satisfied. Picking up garbage did not affect him to drive a Ferrari with one hand. And now the power to pick up garbage is more sufficient. Lu Fan drove to another street with a lot of people. In order not to cause a sensation, he stopped Ferrari on the side of the road. When people didn't pay attention to it and began to, I'll be the environmental protection ambassador for the hygiene of this street. Lu Fan, with a smile, started his own performance development. Ding! If the host finds half a broken sheepskin coat, 300,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding! When the host sees a milk box, reward 3 boxes of Manga yogurt. Ding! I found. But Manga yogurt is of little value to him. Lu Fan takes a sip of the medicine to recover his physical strength, and his spirit rises again. But at the same time, it also attracted the strange eyes of many passers-by. Young man, I came out to pick up rubbish. I admire your courage, man. A couple of young lovers stop by the garbage can. A young man with yellow hair is holding a cigarette in his mouth. He looks at Lu Fan, who is trying to search for his prey, with a smile. And the woman beside him is carrying LV bags, covering his nose, a face of distaste away. I said, man, you are in good shape. My company still lacks a guard to watch the gate. Do you want to come or not? You must earn more money than picking up garbage. Young people seem to be very idle. Lu Fan understands that people who feel a little superior in money are able to draw a cut above others' lives. Let's go. Stay away from people's home. Don't delay them in picking up garbage. The woman said, full of disgust. Lu Fan suddenly raised his head and asked, brother, are you still smoking? The yellow-haired young man was stunned, holding half a Chinese cigarette, and said in dismay, why do you want it? Here you are. Here you are. Lu Fan took it with a smile, extinguished the spark, and threw it into the textile bag. See, this is dedication, not let go of an inch. Really, our company really needs a brother like you. The young man took another cigarette and praised it. At this time, a motorcycle roared by. Huang Mao's girlfriend suddenly yelled, my bag. Huang Mao and Lu Fanqi saw that there were 2 helmeted people on the motorcycle galloping along the road, and the LV bag in the woman's hand was robbed by them. Huang Mao's mouth, shit. Call the police. Suddenly Lu Fan around him like a leopard ran out. The smoke in Huang Mao's mouth were blown away by the wind. On the motorcycle, 2 middle-aged men successfully snatched the valuable bag. Before they could be happy, the man sitting in the back felt someone patting him on the back. Uncle, give me the bag. The man watched in horror as a young man drove a motorcycle with 3 gears on his legs. He was stunned for a while. Second, who is it? When the driver heard a sound behind him, he turned his head and looked at it. He was so scared that the handlebar didn't control it. He crashed into a roadside stall. Man, your bag. Lu Fanmu sent the police to send the 2 robbers away and handed the LV bag to Huang Mao. And Huang Mao's girlfriend was full of guilt and said thank you. Brother, you've practiced lightness skill in your ancestors. It's more powerful than Scud. Huang Mao is still immersed in Lu Fangong's speed. Lu Fan shook his head. We have good legs. When I was a child, I chased the train. Huang Mao Lung Long, unexpectedly still believe. Want to let Lu Fan when the company's security mind more firm. Brother, you should have great ambition. Why don't you really consider coming to our company? I'll give you 5,000 yuan a month. How about food and shelter? No, we don't need money. We just love to pick up rubbish and protect the environment. Lu Fan raised the woven bag and almost threw it on Huang Mao's face. Looking at Lu Fan, cat waste began to pick up garbage. Huang Mao secretly sighed. Give you a chance. Don't know should say you stupid or stupid. Looking back at her girlfriend, she found that she had disappeared. When she looked around, she took a picture next to a platinum Ferrari. Husband, come on, there's a luxury car. Lu Fan is busy picking up garbage, naturally did not hear. At this time, a 40-year-old uncle in a suit and leather shoes came panting and grabbed Lu Fan's hand to thank him again and again. Little brother, thank you so much. My laptop was robbed by those two guys. If it wasn't for you, today's 30 million business would be yellow. Lu Fan repeatedly waved his hand and said with a smile, it's bound in duty to do what's righteous. Sure enough, he is a good young man in the society. This is my business card. If you have any difficulties, please contact me. Uncle handed out his business card and left in a hurry. Lu Fan took a look at the business card. It seemed that it belonged to a real estate company. He didn't care much, so he put it away. Hello, beauty. Do you want a drink bottle? Lu Fan continued to be busy. In front of her was a young mother with a little girl in her right hand and a Coke bottle in her left hand. Hearing Lu Fan's words, the young mother turned around Lu Fan with a long face. Lu Fan is not angry. This kind of thing is very normal. Mom, you see, that big brother came out so early to pick up rubbish. Is it very profitable to pick up rubbish? Xiaoxin, what are you talking about? Picking up garbage is the work of worthless people. These people are lazy and delicious. And they are not clean, so we must not learn from them. Studying hard is the right way. The young mother who passed by took Lu Fan as a counterexample to educate the little child. And the little child immediately cried, Mom, I'll get full marks next time. Lu Fan turned around, raised his head and retorted, this lady, picking up garbage does not mean that she is not promising, nor does it mean that she is lazy and delicious. We all live diligently through normal means. Please respect us. As soon as this was said, several scavengers around clapped their hands and said, why do you look down on us? We didn't break the law again. Who did we provoke? Brother, we support you. Lu Fan did not expect that his random words would arouse such a big reaction. The young mother was not afraid of the criticisms of these scavengers. She sneered and said, why? You have the ability to buy a house and a car. One by one, you are poorer than the other. Come on, tell me, where are your prospects? This word simply poke in the people's weakness. People immediately shut up. Wife, son, come on up. A Mercedes-Benz came slowly, and the window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses. Daddy. Little fart kid bumped into the car. Young mother looked at a group of scavengers with disdain, as if to say, can you afford it? All the people sighed at the shining logo, but Lu Fan didn't care. Mercedes-Benz? Is it amazing? But at this time, the mobile phone rings. Is home and real estate company sales Missy's phone? Hello, Missy, what's the matter? Mr. Lu, are you free now? There is a boss who also values the previous house and plans to buy it for 6 million yuan. Our manager plans to sell it to that boss. I have no choice but to remind you. Do you want to give up or? Lu Fan sneer, buy a suite and others and their own grab. Look at their balance. Has nearly 19 million, the old gas foot. I'll be there now. Lu Fan walked to his Ferrari, only to find a group of people around the car taking pictures and talking. Ferrari Lafeur, it's too high-end. It can be called Ferrari and Ferrari. Who has so much money? It can't be them. These two are well-dressed. Maybe they are some local tyrants in the city. Lu Fan doubts. Who are these two people? Pull aside the crowd and see. Standing there to take photos of Huang Mao and his girlfriend. The woman carrying LV, one hand on the door of Ferrari. Huang Mao is gracious for her photos. They don't explain much about the misunderstanding of the people around them. Excuse me, please. Lu Fan came forward and said faintly. Huang Mao didn't seem to hear it. He took photos with his mobile phone, just like a senior photographer. Hello, please step aside. Lu Fan raised his voice. Huang Mao finally heard it. He turned his head and saw it was Lu Fan. He was stunned and said, Brother, it's you. How can you figure it out? Huang Mao thought Lu Fan wanted a job. Lu Fan was stunned, then shook his head and said, You misunderstood me. I came to pick up the car. What, pick up the car? Oh, do you mean the yellow car next to you? There are plenty nearby. Just find another one. After Huang Mao said that, he took photos again. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan patted him on the shoulder again and said seriously, I'm talking about this car. Huang Mao looked in the direction of Lu Fan's finger and blinked. Next second, poof, Huang Mao burst into laughter. He covered his stomach and said with a smile, "Brother, are you poor and crazy? You're starting to talk nonsense. A garbage collector dares to say that this Ferrari is yours." The crowd around burst into laughter. It turned out to be a garbage collector. It's shameless to be so hypocritical and full of lies at such a young age. Ah, bah, if he is the owner of the car. The labor and capital is the billionaire Father Nyo Yun. Lee Sikong will cry when he hears about it. A garbage collector can drive a better car than him. Haha. After hearing this, Huang Mao's girlfriend looked even more contemptuous. She stroked the gorgeous car body with her hand and said haughtily, "I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Don't think you can talk nonsense if you just get my bag back." In the face of people's ridicule, especially the couple Huang Mao, Lu Fan gave a cold smile, took out a key from his pocket, gently pressed it, and immediately the Ferrari lights flashed, giving a beautiful voice response. "What?" The smile on Huang Mao's face suddenly froze. "You're kidding. How could this garbage collector have a car key?" All the people around lost their teeth and were silent. Lu Fan went straight through Huang Mao and came to his girlfriend. He said coldly, "Get out of the way." Woman, a face muddle force of appearance, foot a stagger, fall to the ground. Until Lu Fan drove away, everyone was relieved. Pinch me, am I dreaming? It's really special. Is it so profitable to pick up rubbish these days? It turns out that both of them are forced goods. They are really alike. Damn, shameless. That's it. They turned from surprise to blame Huang Mao and his girlfriend. Huang Mao and his girlfriend blushed like monkey butt and ran away. At the intersection of traffic lights, the Benz carrying the young mother just stopped. "Wife, who were you talking to just now? I don't think you look right." The man held the eyeglass frame and asked. The woman snorted. "It's okay, but a smelly beggar has to reason with me. Do you want me to respect when picking up garbage?" Haha. But at this time, a pure white sports car stopped beside Mercedes-Benz. Lu Fan half pulled down the window and felt the morning breeze. 1 second he was still picking up garbage, the next he drove a Ferrari. "Mom, it's the big brother who just picked up junk." The little boy, who was just crying, pointed to the most dazzling sports car on the roadside. "What nonsense," the young mother said angrily. Then she casually looked to the side, and the head exposed from the window was not the young man who had just picked up the garbage. "I'm so familiar. What? It's really him. Isn't he a garbage collector? How can he drive such a good car?" The young mother's mouth was wide open and confused. Her husband is also curious to see. Immediately took a breath. "I wipe, Ferrari Lafeur. The world only sells more than 400 sports cars. Linhai City, there are such rich." Hearing the words, the young mother's heart was shocked again. More than 20 million. That's a number she didn't dare to think of. "Husband, you are not joking." Her husband sighed. "Of course not. I'm afraid this young man is a young master of a certain family." The young mother looked at the man in Ferrari who was drinking a blue drink with a surprised face, and her heart was shocked beyond comparison. It turned out that she was really worthless. But at this time, their children yelled, "Mom, I also want to pick up garbage, drive a sports car." Lu Fan listened to the little boy's words with a smile in his mouth. Without looking back, when the green light came on, I was envious of all the drivers around me. Half an hour later, Lu Fan came to his home and the real estate company. The master of the parking place was also a discerning person. He went out in person and graciously designated a parking space for Lu Fan, which made Lu Fan very flattered. As a matter of fact, even the staff in the parking lot have to learn to see when they are seeking their jobs. The old man was dressed in a security uniform. When he saw a young man in plain clothes coming down from the car, he was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he naturally thought it was a rich second generation. "But what is the woven bag on the shoulder?" "Thank you, sir." Lu Fan nodded his head to thank him. He was a little strange. He looked at Lu Fan in a different way. He thought that this young man was different from the rich second generation he had met before. When Lu Fan came to the company, a woman in a professional dress, showing her exquisite figure, was already waiting. "Here you are, Mr. Lu." He Xiaojia immediately came up with an unnatural look. Lu Fan nodded and said, "Ms. He, what do you mean by what you said on the phone?" "I'm really sorry. Mr. Lu, the house you're looking forward to is 5 million, which can be handled the day after tomorrow. However, another person has also taken a fancy to the house and offered 6 million. Manager Wu directly told me that the house has been settled. Mr. Liu, after all, I'm just a new intern, and I can't help it. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, for delaying your wedding. Xiaojia's eyes are red. In fact, this is the first time that she has received a client, which is still as large as 5 million. She felt very sorry to Lu Fan for breaking her promise. Lu Fan eyes ponder. Light said, "Is not the bid high? That person is still here?" Xiaojia thought Lu Fan would be very disappointed or scold himself. Hearing Lu Fan's question, he was shocked and said, "Well, it's still in Manager Wu's office. Take me to see him." Lu Fan said coldly. Xiaojia blinked. She didn't know what Lu Fan was going to do, but she said, "Okay, please follow me." Lu Fan follows Xiaojia, and his eyes inevitably sweep to the other party's proud figure. His heart beats faster, and he quickly moves away. Mr. Liu, the one in front, is Manager Wu, and the middle-aged woman next to him is Wang Baifeng. She is the one who likes your house. Xiaojia stops and points to the VIP reception area in the distance. Lu Fan naturally saw it and said, "Okay, take me there." Xiaojia hesitated and said, "Mr. Liu, although I know I shouldn't say that, I still want to remind you that the woman is not easy to provoke, where you can see how other houses are, and there are many good houses with the same price." But Lu Fan shook his head. "No, you don't understand. Being treated unfairly, either tolerating or resisting, that's all. This house is actually the one by Xiaoxin and Lu Fan used to like. But the down payment of 1.5 million makes him feel desperate." In Lu Fan's opinion, buying a house has nothing to do with the marriage house. Just because he likes it, and come first and come later, he holds the word of reason, so he has to fight. He went straight to the VIP area. "Mrs. Wang, the 2 contracts have been signed. If there is no problem, they can be delivered tomorrow." Wu Gang laughs at the lady in front of him. Although he is bloated and disgusting, who makes the relationship hard? Wang Baifeng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Manager Wu, Mrs. You said that you are smart, and it seems to be true. I'm very satisfied, but I heard that this house was liked by people before. Don't let me take it back at that time. That person will come to me again." What Mrs. Wang said, such a thing will never happen. Wu Gang is sure. But at this time, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Manager Wu, isn't he?" Lu Fan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said. Wu Gang looked up and frowned. "Who are you and who let you in?" Lu Fan sat down and looked at the woman beside him. He said in a flat tone, "Is this the man who robbed my house with $6 million? Wang Baifeng and Wu Gang were both surprised and randomly understood who Lu Fan was. "It's you. Your name is Lu Fan, isn't it? Coincidentally, I'm also looking for you. The house you like has been bought by Ms. Wang Baifeng. I suggest you have a look at other houses." Wang Baifeng looks at Lu Fan with strange eyes. "Manager Wu, I remember that it was clearly I who took a fancy to it first and offered to buy it. Now your company has turned back and sold it to someone else. Isn't that a proper way to do it?" Lu Fan is good at making up his time and says that he is very leisurely. "The tunnel? Sir, if you have the ability, take the money to tell us the truth. Mrs. Wang offered 6 million yuan. Can you afford more? Besides, now that the contract has been signed, nothing can help you." Wu Gang said with a sneer that he had made a detailed investigation on this matter in advance. Lu Fan is a poor man. How can he buy a house when he comes from a rural area? The down payment may not come out. It's better to find someone who can buy a house directly. At this time, Wang Baifeng suddenly added, "You are Lu Fan. Do you know by Xiaoxin?" Lu Fan was going to give Wu Gang a good look. When he heard Wang Baifeng's words, he was stunned. "How do you know who you are?" But Wang Baifeng sneered, looked at Lu Fan with scornful eyes, and said, "It's really you. A poor boy who can't even take out 300,000. No wonder she will dump you. To tell you the truth, Bai Xiaoxin has already been married to my son. This house is my son's wedding house. And where do you have the ability to take out 5 million? After that, he said to Wu Gang, "Manager Wu, you are a company where all kinds of cats and dogs can come in. I'm sorry, Mrs. Wang. I'll let him go right away." Wu Gang, a face cruel color of say, "Please, Mr. Liu." Wu Gang held his head high and sneered. However, Lu Fan suddenly laughed, but his eyes were cold, which made Wu Gang tremble. Wu Gang felt insulted and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lu Fan shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect that there would be 2." Vicious dogs biting people in such a big company. I think it's funny. Who do you think is a bad dog? Wu Gang and Wang Baifeng face a change. They did not expect Lu Fan not only did not retreat, but also in turn provocative. This makes them feel superior and unbearable. You are poor. You have no money. No house. No car. You can't afford a wife. You dare to scold me. What are you? Wang Baifeng stood up and slapped Lu Fan. Lu Fan stretched out his right hand and immediately grasped Wang Baifeng's wrist. With a flick, Wang Baifeng couldn't control it and fell back to her seat. Seeing this, Wu Gang shouts to He Xiaojie in the distance. Call the security guard quickly. He Xiaojie hesitated. She didn't expect that Lu Fan would dare to do it. But in this matter, she had a bad conscience. So she was in a dilemma. Lu Fan took a look at He Xiaojie and then looked at Wu Gang. He sneered at Wu Gang and said, "What's $6 million for money? I really don't think I can afford it." He took the diamond card out of his arms and slapped it on the table. "We just want to scold He Xiaojie." Corner of the eye Yu Guang Piao to the card on the table. Immediately can't move eyes. This is a diamond card from a certain bank. Wang Baifeng also recognized it. Suddenly confused, she clearly remembered that her mother-in-law made it clear that Lu Fan was a poor man. No, this card must be fake. You are such a mean person. You dare to fool us with a fake card. It's shameless. Wang Baifeng's voice sounds like a duck's. Shut your mouth, Lu Fan said angrily. This is a shrew. Lu Fan cold voice to Wu Gang Wei. Since she gives 6 million, that I give 8 million. How? 8 million? Wu Gang murmured. He looked at the card carefully, confirmed that it was true, and immediately moved his mind. Wang Baifeng noticed the change in Wu Gang's eyes and screamed, "Manager Wu, we have signed a contract. And don't forget whose company this company belongs to. I just need to talk to Mrs. Yu. And your position can be maintained?" Wu Gang smells speech. Immediately scared to give up the idea. Hurriedly will bank card back to Lu Fan. This time Wu Gang's attitude changed 180 degrees. "Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry. The company has signed a contract with Mrs. Wang. I really can't help it. I'm really sorry." Lu Fan took a deep breath, stood up and said, "It seems that this time it's not about money. It's really hard to have a relationship." Wang Baifeng saw that Lu Fan was flat and immediately said with pride, "Poor. Rich people's world is not as simple as you think. Do you think you can fight me with a few coins? Get out of here. Don't be a disgrace here." But at this time, a thick and magnetic voice came, who provoked Mrs. Wang. However, Lu Fan suddenly laughed, but his eyes were cold, which made Wu Gang tremble. Wu Gang felt insulted and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lu Fan shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect that there would be two vicious dogs biting people in such a big company. I think it's funny. Who do you think is a bad dog?" Wu Gang and Wang Baifeng face a change. They did not expect Lu Fan not only did not retreat, but also in turn provocative. This makes them feel superior and unbearable. You are poor. You have no money. No house. No car. You can't afford a wife. You dare to scold me. What are you? Wang Baifeng stood up and slapped Lu Fan. Lu Fan stretched out his right hand and immediately grasped Wang Baifeng's wrist. With a flick, Wang Baifeng couldn't control it and fell back to her seat. Seeing this, Wu Gang shouts to He Xiaojie in the distance. "Call the security guard quickly." He Xiaojie hesitated. She didn't expect that Lu Fan would dare to do it. But in this matter, she had a bad conscience. So she was in a dilemma. Lu Fan took a look at He Xiaojie and then looked at Wu Gang. He sneered at Wu Gang and said, "What's $6 million for money? I really don't think I can afford it." He took the diamond card out of his arms and slapped it on the table. "We just want to scold He Xiaojie." Corner of the eye Yu Guang Piao to the card on the table. Immediately can't move eyes. This is a diamond card from a certain bank. Wang Baifeng also recognized it. Suddenly confused, she clearly remembered that her mother-in-law made it clear that Lu Fan was a poor man. No, this card must be fake. You are such a mean person. You dare to fool us with a fake card. It's shameless. Wang Baifeng's voice sounds like a duck's. Shut your mouth, Lu Fan said angrily. This is a shrew. Lu Fan cold voice to Wu Gang Wei. Since she gives 6 million, that I give 8 million. How? 8 million? Wu Gang murmured. He looked at the card carefully, confirmed that it was true, and immediately moved his mind. Wang Baifeng noticed the change in Wu Gang's eyes and screamed, Manager Wu. We have signed a contract. And don't forget whose company this company belongs to. I just need to talk to Mrs. Yu. And your position can be maintained? Wu Gang smells speech. Immediately scared to give up the idea. Hurriedly will bank card back to Lu Fan. This time Wu Gang's attitude changed 180 degrees. Mr. Lu, I'm so sorry. The company has signed a contract with Mrs. Wang. I really can't help it. I'm really sorry. Lu Fan took a deep breath, stood up and said, it seems that this time it's not about money. It's really hard to have a relationship. Wang Baifeng saw that Lu Fan was flat and immediately said with pride, poor. Rich people's world is not as simple as you think. Do you think you can fight me with a few coins? Get out of here, don't be a disgrace here. But at this time, a thick and magnetic voice came, who provoked Mrs. Wang. Hearing this voice, Wang Baifeng's fat face was immediately covered with a smile, looking at a tall and straight figure in the distance. It was the manager of Jiahe Real Estate Company, Yu Yuqian. Oh, it's General Manager Yu. Where are you from? Wu Gang and Wang Baifeng rushed up. Lu Fan also turned to see people, immediately feel a little familiar. At this time, Yu Yuqian saw Lu Fan and opened his eyes. Mr. Yu, long time no see well. Wang Baifeng keeps a chrysanthemum-like smile and reaches forward to shake hands with Yu Yuqian. Yu Yuqian also stretched out his hand and looked excited. Wang Baifeng was flattered. He didn't expect that he would be so valued. Then, Yu Yuqian wiped Wang Baifeng's body and missed it perfectly. Missed. Little brother, it's you. Wang Baifeng's smile was stiff, but Yu Yuqian's excited voice came from behind. It took Lu Fan a long time to remember that he was the uncle who helped to get his laptop back. The card in my pocket is Yu Yuqian, the chairman of Jiahe Real Estate Company. Good name. It's you, Uncle Yu. Lu Fan and Yu Yuqian shake hands. Yu Yuqian held Lu Fan's hand tightly and said excitedly, little brother, we are really predestined. If it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid that piece of land would have nothing to do with me. With a knowing smile, Lu Fan shook his head and said, I just did what I should do. You don't have to be polite. If you don't mind, call me Uncle Yu. Be modest, but not arrogant, little brother. That's good. Yu Yuqian appreciates Lu Fan more and more. Ah, by the way, I don't know your name, little brother. Lu Fan. Lu Fan, temperament steady, not impatient, said, how did the little brother come here to buy a house? Yu Yuqian motioned Lu Fan to sit down and speak. Lu Fan said with a slight smile, well, but there is a little problem. Then he took a look at Wang Baifeng and Wu Gang in the distance. Wang Baifeng is holding her bag tightly, although her face is still full of smiles. The uneasiness in her eyes has exposed her mood at the moment. It's embarrassing to stand there. Yu Yuqian is also a human spirit. He can see at a glance that there is a problem. Manager Wu, come here. Yu Yuqian called Wu Gang and said with a heavy look, tell me, how did you give my little brother a problem? Wu Gang's heart trembles. Even if he is killed, he will not think that Lu Fan should be involved in the relationship with you, which is not shallow. He looked at Lu Fan, then at Wang Baifeng who came by. Finally, he put on his head and said with a smile, oh, Mr. Yu, how dare I give this little brother a problem? In fact, this is what happened. Wu Gang deliberately omitted the fact that Lu Fancian took a fancy to the house and emphasized the link that the contract had been signed. Hearing this, Yu Yuqian nodded and said, in this case, there is a contract. Unless Mrs. Wang gives up, we can only go according to the contract. Wang Baifeng was so happy that she broke in and said, yes, Mr. Yu, there's a contract here. We can't go back on it. Yu Yuqian took a look at Lu Fan. The latter looked calm and immediately said, little brother, what do you think? Lu Fan also nodded and said he's right. However, I think Uncle Yu will make a correct judgment. Wu Gang's heart immediately sent a breath, but the next second, Yu Yuqian suddenly fiercely clapped the table and roared, Wu Gang, I think you have eaten bear heart and leopard gall. Wu Gang and Wang Baifeng were shocked. Mr. Yu, what did you say? Yu Yuqian got up and said, do you think I'm stupid? 5 million houses sold for 6 million. Is the buyer a fool who deliberately raises the price to buy again? Wu Gang immediately faltered and said nothing. Wang Baifeng's face was even more uncertain. Do you think I don't know that you've been following my wife's orders and signing yin-yang contracts to make profits? I don't care. But today you dare to cheat me? Yu Qian is like a fierce tiger at this moment, exuding awe-inspiring pressure. Wu Gang clenched his teeth and tried to defend himself. Mr. Yu, don't slander me without evidence. Wang Baifeng also explained. Mr. Yu, you can't default on the contract if you have signed it. Yu Qian sneered. The premise is legal. Wu Gang, I'll give you a chance to be honest. The most I can do is to be resigned. Otherwise, I'll wait for my prison life. Wu Gang suddenly shivered and knelt down on the ground with a look of bewilderment. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy and said, General Yu, I'm wrong. Please let me go. I'll never dare again. When Wang Baifeng saw that Wu Gang was so scared, she suddenly remembered another name about Yu Qian, Tiger Head Yu Qian. If you are not angry, no one dares to provoke you. That is Yu Qian. Thinking of this, Wang Baifeng suddenly said, Mr. Yu, we are all old friends. Why should we be so serious? This time I just want to buy a house for my son. If it's a big deal, I don't want to give it to your little brother. At this point, Wang Baifeng can only choose to be wise and protect herself. Wang Baifeng, you're smart, but you dare to take advantage of my wife's name. You really don't pay attention to me. In the future, let's stop the cooperation with your company. Wang Baifeng's fat face trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. Her voice was sharp and pleaded. Mr. Yu, you can't do this, Lu Fan. It's all your fault. I won't let you go. The security guard, let these two go quickly. Yu Qian denounced that the next second, if a security guard really took Wu Gang and Wang Baifeng out. Uncle Yu is powerful. Lu Fan can't help but flatter Yu Qian. Yu Qian was very helpful. He said with a smile, Little brother, I'll make you laugh. Being the boss is like this. If you can't do everything yourself, you'll be followed by moths. No, Uncle Yu is really happy. Thank you for coming out for me. Lu Fan is really grateful, but also realized that people just rich is really not enough. It's just a small matter. It's far worse than what you've done for me, little brother. How can I give you this house? Yu Yoqian's words are astonishing. He acts from his heart and never wants to owe others. Seeing that Lu Fan cares so much about the house, Yu Qian thinks that he can't resist the temptation. But to his surprise, Lu Fan shook his head. Uncle Yu, there's no need. I can afford it. Yu Qian was surprised to see the card in Lu Fan's hand. He said, I see. My little brother is hidden. Lu Fan is so casually dressed that it's damned that others can regard him as a rich person. Yu Qian no longer insists. Lu Fan finally chose to sign a contract with He Xiaojia. The little girl's previous performance gave him a good impression. He Xiaojia's happy look in her eyes can't be covered up. At least she can get a commission of tens of thousands of yuan by signing this order. Mom, I bought a new house. I'll pick you up tomorrow. As soon as Lu Fan left the company, he called his mother in the countryside. His voice was full of excitement. Finally, he could let his mother live a good life. What, son? You robbed the bank of 5 million houses. Are you teasing, Mom? The voice of Lu's mother on the other end of the phone has increased by dozens of decibels. Oh, Mom, how can I? I love to speculate in stocks. I'm lucky. I made millions and bought a house. Lu Fan finally made up an excuse, fooled his mother, lied that he wanted to have a meeting, and hung up in a hurry. Little brother, do you want me to give you a ride home? This just came out. Lu Fan met Yu Qian, who was going to travel again. No, Uncle Yu. I'm driving here. Yu Qian nodded and walked to the parking lot with Lu Fan. When they arrived at the parking lot, the sharp-eyed man came out early to welcome them. Yu Qian didn't bother to enter the underground garage for convenience, so he always put his car in the parking lot. Mr. Yu. The master was very respectful in front of Yu Qian, while Yu Qian nodded slightly and went to his Mercedes-Benz. From the corner of his eye, Yu Qian saw a pure white sports car. He was surprised and said in a strange voice, Oh, our company is a big customer. You can put such expensive sports cars here. Then he looked at him, but he was smiling and looking at his little brother. I see you again. How much do you pay? Lu Fan is looked at by the big uncle's smiling eyes and feels uncomfortable. He laughs awkwardly. No. Lu Fan is curious. Really not. After all, many companies' parking fees are exaggerated. Lu Fan doesn't believe in such a good thing. Yu put in a word and said, Little brother, what do you charge for this money? Let's go. Lu Fan is not affectable, nodded and walked inside. In fact, Yu Qian is very curious about Lu Fan's background. Most of the people who can take out millions of flowers with diamond cards are prominent figures in the society. He thinks he knows a lot of them, but he has never heard of Lu Fan's name. He swept Lu Fan's whereabouts at random, subconsciously thought that a BMW not far away was Lu Fan's car. Then he stopped looking and drove out. I've been happy all these years. The phone rings. What? The old man's old fault has been made again. Okay, I'll go back right away. Yu Qian was so worried that he hurried out. But he heard a roar behind him, and the sound of the engine was loud, which made you jump forward. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw the sports car he had just seen. He also noticed the owner. It's him. Yu Qian's eyes widened. He immediately looked at Lu Fan with new eyes and quietly watched the gorgeous car go away. At the same time, he suddenly realized that no wonder Lu Fan didn't want to accept his proposal to send a house with a luxury car of more than 20 million in hand. Does he still care about a house of more than 5 million? Thinking of Lu Fan's simple clothes, which could not be seen in the crowd, he said to himself, this little brother is really an interesting person. After solving the house problem, Lu Fan immediately began to miss the feeling of picking up garbage. He took out his mobile phone and looked at Wade's map. There are many places with dense traffic in Linhai City. The target place this afternoon is Times Square. Go out, low-key first. After putting Ferrari into the underground parking lot nearby, Lu Fan picked up the woven bag and went to the street near Times Square to pick up rubbish. In the alley, Lu Fan looked at the garbage everywhere and sighed that the host of pedestrians was really bad. At the same time, he felt a trace of joy in his heart, and Cat Waste began to pick up the garbage. Ding! If the host finds half a candied gourd, 5,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding! If the host picks up all the takeaway boxes, 1,500 yuan will be awarded. Ding! If the host finds a bag of expired cats and wolves, 50,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding! Lu Fan is quick with his hands and eyes, and there are no other scavengers here. But it doesn't mean there won't be any later. He took a mouthful of medicine to recover his physical strength and speed up the sweep. Hiss! Next to Lu Fan, a stall owner, who sells fried buns, looks at him with sarcastic eyes and says to the stall owner beside him, these days are really interesting. People who have hands and feet don't do serious business and come out to pick up rubbish. Are they poor and crazy? The snack stalls around all laughed. In their opinion, although running a snack stall is not a good job, they earn a lot every day, but they are tired. The garbage collectors like Lu Fan are no different from the beggars in the underpass under the surrounding bridge. The boss of fried buns is a middle-aged man with a mustache. He is as thin as a monkey. He is very smart. Lu Fan just glanced at him and said, what do you know? We have plenty of money at home. We just come out to contribute to the city and protect the environment. Do you understand? In his opinion, this kind of ridicule has become commonplace, and Lu Fanya has become invulnerable. The passers-by looking around naturally also saw a young man carrying a woven bag. Cat Waste in the garbage bag on the ground looking for prey. Not far away, a few tramps in ragged clothes and with broken bowls came and begged people along the way. The way pedestrians hid from them was the same as Lu Fan. They will deliberately step away from Lu Fan. But the owner's words attracted the attention of the people around him. Hey, come on, listen to me. This rich guy is telling us that he is collecting garbage to protect the environment. How selfless and tall he is. There was another burst of laughter, but many more passers-by laughed. What are you laughing at? We are telling the truth. It's everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. How much damage has been done to the urban environment by so much garbage in front of your stall? It's funny. Lu Fan straightened up and pointed to a pile of takeaway boxes in front of the fried bun stall. The crowd around them laughed again, but they were in a state of mind. Although he's a garbage collector, he's right. I haven't seen such a messy stall yet. Yes, they've all piled up hills. No wonder my mother won't let me eat from the stall. Let's go. The pan-fried baozi stuffed with pork. Highfalutin was a strange face from all around us. He turned red with anger. He said, you are not poor enough to pick up trash. You can pick up a garbage and say something so magnificent. What kind of people are you with? You love the environment. You have the ability to pick them up. This kind of door-to-door business, Lu Fan, how can not? But Lu Fan still pretended to be humiliated. Angrily said, I know you will say that. I repeat, I pick up garbage not for anyone. is to protect the urban environment. After that, he bent down and began to clean up the packaging. Boxes at the foot of the fried bun stall owner. Grass, you're a playwright. You can really pretend. Fried bun stall owner disdain way. The pedestrians around also have different attitudes. The playwright, a proper playwright, has a brain problem. It seems that poverty can really make a person lose dignity. Alas, it's pathetic. What a ridiculous excuse, but why can't I laugh? There are different opinions, but it can't stop Lu Fan from picking up rubbish. Ding! If the host finds 200 takeaway packages, 300,000 yuan will be awarded. Lu Fan was very satisfied, but he was also puzzled. System. A packaging box is clearly a reward of 1,500. 200 boulders, 30,000. How to reward 300,000. System. Ding. If the materials are exactly the same and the quantity reaches a certain level, the reward will be doubled and the multiple will be determined randomly. Lu Fan nodded, which is a new way to make money. Just then, boss, please, give me some money. 3 disabled tramps came, and the pedestrians around them immediately avoided them. Fried bun stand owner, immediately out of the stand. Severely scolded. Hurry away. No money, a group of beggars. Don't disturb our business. The shape of the tramp was miserable. One of them, who looked very young, had wounds on his feet and was almost suppurative. He walked with the help of the other 2 people. Being scolded by the owner of the raw fried bun stall, the tramps are ashamed, but they are still unwilling to kneel down and beg directly from other stall owners. Please, my uncle needs money for medical treatment, please. 2 black-faced tramps clasped their fists and begged to the surrounding crowd, but the stall owners almost ignored them. Some kind-hearted passers-by looked uncomfortable and gave away a few yuan. The tramp was very grateful and even called a good man. At this time, the fried bun stall owner sneered. You leave quickly. They all said that there is no money for you, and his illness can't be cured with any money. If we delay our business, don't blame me for using violence. Upon hearing this, the tramps were forced to stand up and help the old man out of the alley. Well, you're wise. This is the cold voice of the fried bun stall owner. Just then, wait a minute. Lu Fan, who finished cleaning up the garbage in front of the stall, suddenly stood up and stopped the 3 tramps. He picked up the woven bag and went to the old man in it. He looked at his injury carefully. The wounds on his feet were maggots and wrapped with bandages. It can be seen that he had done some care. Little brother, okay. The middle-aged tramp turned around and asked for money. But when he saw Lu Fan with a big sweat and a garbage bag on his back, he just swallowed it. Seeing what Lu Fan was taking out of the woven bag, the tramp said bitterly, Little brother, we are all hardworking people, so you don't have to give it. Before he finished, he was scared to a sudden stop by the 2 stacks of big red bills that Lu Fan took out of his hands. Lu Fan put it in the tramp bowl and said, Take the money to see a doctor and make up for it. The tramp's mouth was wide open, his lips were trembling, and his eyes were bursting with tears, too excited to speak. Onlookers also saw the bowl of a piece of red. Eyes are attracted. Lu Fan blocked the owner's sight and thought he was donating money, so he laughed and said, Look, a garbage collector donates money to a beggar. It's ridiculous. Is it donating garbage, boy? Don't be beaten by a beggar. Haha. He was full of ridicule. The boy almost ruined his business. How can he let go of this opportunity of ridicule? But immediately he felt something was wrong. No one around him agreed with him, and even looked at him with similar eyes. The eyes are very familiar. What is it? It's ridicule. He didn't know why. He subconsciously looked at Lu Fan, but saw the tramp kneel down and kowtow to Lu Fan. And passers-by and many stall owners look at Lu Fan with an incredible look. Dear, there must be 20,000 yuan. So much money has been given to the beggars. It seems true. Isn't this little brother a garbage collector? How can he be so rich? It's very refreshing and special. Now I finally believe that his family has too much money. Picking up garbage is a way to protect the environment. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Lu Fan. A lot of girls show strange light in their eyes and murmur, This is the real rich man. Help the person who should be helped. I suddenly feel that he is so handsome. How can such a person be a garbage collector? Some people look down on others and say that they are poor and crazy. Haha, what a humble slander. At this time, the greasy uncle, the owner of the fried food stall, saw the 2 stacks of thick banknotes in the beggar's bowl. and immediately opened his mouth in amazement. The 20,000 yuan was given by the garbage collector? He felt a little dizzy. Get up, don't mention it. I hope he will recover soon. Lu Fan picked up the tramp and urged them to go to see the old man quickly. The tramp's gratitude made him feel a sense of accomplishment. He swung the woven bag, picked it up, turned around, and left. The style of that throw, forget it. I can't make it up. Lu Fan took a look at his greasy uncle, who obviously changed his eyes. The latter shrunk his shoulders and looked stunned. Uncle, I really care about the environment. Lu Fan patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile. Greasy uncle's shoulder broke down and he almost fell down. The passers-by around him mercilessly returned his contempt for Lu Fan. What's the matter with the stall? A dog like you will eat your food. It's no wonder you're so bad with such bad conduct. Come on, it's bad luck to meet such people. The Environmental Protection Ambassador is walking so fast. If I get to know him, maybe I won't have to pay him back. Greasy uncle muddled in place. Around the stall owners are still blind. Lu Fan walked out of the alley and came to the north gate of Times Square. He picked up more than 3 million pieces of garbage all the way. There is nothing more profitable than picking up rubbish. Ding! If you pick up half a suit, you'll get a reward of 800,000 yuan. Ding! The host finds a pair of broken eyeglass frames and rewards 70,000 yuan. Ding! The host finds a military boxing exercise atlas and learns combat special forces level. The next second, Lu Fan's mind a lot more about fighting skills. Even the body also appeared a trace of warmth. There's such a reward. It's great. The fighting skills of special forces are not afraid of troublemakers. Lu Fan was overjoyed. He secretly ran to a place where no one was. Hu Shengwei made a set of fists. His movements were steady, but after a set of fists, he was out of breath. No, it's not good to have fighting skills. This constitution is a problem. If only we could find something to strengthen our constitution. Lu Fan is not very satisfied. If he is not satisfied, he has to continue to pick up rubbish. There is a future in the garbage world. So he drove around looking for the right street. In a high-end tea house around Times Square, Bai Xiaofeng looked at the woman in front of him, poured tea for her, and said with a smile, Yuan Yuan, drink tea. Fang Yuan's face was cold, and she didn't want to pay attention. In fact, she was also upset about how she found such a thing. Bai Xiaofeng didn't seem to see it. He still said with a smile, Yuan Yuan, our business is okay. My sister recently found another rich second generation. That 300000 is absolutely okay. Fang Yuan lightly said, well, when Bai Xiaofeng saw her reaction, he finally felt cold. But he didn't dare to say anything. He drank tea in boredom and looked out of the window. At this time, a familiar figure passed by, wearing half sleeves of shorts and carrying a garbage bag on his shoulder. The cat bent over to pick up a bamboo stick and threw it into the garbage bag behind him. Bai Xiaofeng thought he was dazzled and wiped his eyes. This time, he really saw clearly. Oh no. Lu Fan naturally did not know that Bai Xiaofeng had seen himself, and his sharp eyes were staring at every corner around him. Just then, there was a conversation outside the tea house. Boss, it seems that pu'er is moldy. Moldy? Then throw it away. Then a shop assistant in a uniform came out with a garbage bag. Lu Fan's face brightened, and he came to business. He ran up with the garbage bag and stood by the clerk with a smile on his face. What are you doing? The elder sister Yu Guang suddenly saw a man and was immediately shocked. She was not abnormal. Lu Fan Lunglung, do you look so scary? Sister, don't be nervous, I just want to ask, do you want any more trash? The shop assistant's elder sister looked at Lu Fan suspiciously, glanced at the garbage bag in his hand, and immediately said contemptuously, collect rags? Lu Fan faked a dry cough and said solemnly, of course not. In fact, I'm a waste resource. Dispatcher to promote the secondary utilization of resources. Strictly speaking, I'm an environmental protection volunteer. The shop assistant's elder sister was dazed by Lu Fan's eyes. She immediately opened her eyes and reacted. She said in an angry voice, it's still ragged. Lu Fan embarrassed smile. This big sister reaction is really not general. Here you are, here you are. They are all hardworking people. The shop assistant's elder sister gently throws the bulging garbage bag to Lu Fan. Ding! The host picked up a bag of moldy Maojian and rewarded the authentic top de Hongpo with a kilo. The system prompt sounds slowly. Lu Fan's hand suddenly appeared a beautiful tea packing box. In his heart, he was very happy. He also loved tea and knew a lot about it. The market price of dahongpo is dozens of yuan and hundreds of yuan per kilogram, but they are all substandard products. Authentic dahongpo is more than thousands of yuan, and the price of his dahongpo is at least tens of thousands. System products are all fine products. Oh, isn't this my brother-in-law, who's so busy picking up rubbish? At this time, a discordant voice sounded in Lu Fan's ear. Looking up, the man walking out of the shop turned out to be Bai Xiaofeng. Bai Xiaofeng is also holding a tall, fair-skinned girl who looks like Bai Fume. This should be the girl who asked Bai Xiaofeng for 300,000 betrothal gifts and indirectly destroyed his wedding with Xiaoxin. If he remembers correctly, it should be Feng Yuan. And it's not a fuel-efficient lamp. Lu Fan didn't have a good look at them and turned around to leave. It's too bad to meet this family. We have to change places. Where is Bai Xiaofeng? Willing to miss such a good opportunity to catch up with the front and gain power and inhumanity, brother-in-law. Don't run away. No, it should be said that it's the former brother-in-law. Don't you always say that I'm not doing my job? How can I even pick up the garbage? Behind her, Feng Yuan suddenly laughed, of course, with a sneer. Naturally, she also knows that Lu Fan, a good programmer, goes to pick up garbage instead of doing it. Isn't that sick? When Bai Xiaofeng saw the cold Feng Yuan laughing, he seemed to find a chance to flatter her. He stopped Lu Fan and said, I said Lu Fan, is it possible to make money by picking up garbage? Even the programmer quit. Can the money afford tea? Shall I treat you? Looking at Bai Xiaofeng's arrogance, Lu Fan suddenly didn't want to leave. He grinned and said, okay, then I'm not polite. Then he turned and walked to the tea house. Bai Xiaofeng was stunned. When did this guy become so shameless? But the words have been said, and still in front of Feng Yuan said, Bai Xiaofeng can only admit, waiter, let's have a pot of Billuocon. A pot of Long Jing in the West Lake. Tiguanyan pot. Lu Fan opened his mouth and came. The assistant was stunned. I haven't seen such a tea drinker since the beginning of the world. Bai Xiaofeng is to listen to toothache. Special this kid is can force pit oneself. Fortunately, tea shouldn't cost much. Feng Yuan frowned and said in a cold voice, he almost became your brother-in-law? I think he is a rogue. This is Feng Yuan's first impression of Lu Fan. Yuan, there's no need to be angry. This kind of person is doomed to be unpromising. Bai Xiaofeng followed Feng Yuan's words and said, staring at Lu Fan's back with disgusting eyes, heart, coat of tea drink you. When the tea came up, Lu Fan only took a small cup of tea from a pot, put it in his nose, and then tasted the tea. The enjoyment surprised Bai Xiaofeng. Lu Fan, have a cup of tea and pretend to be your sister. Before Bai Xiaofeng finished, Lu Fan interrupted him. Write it down, he pays. Lu Fan pointed at Bai Xiaofeng to the clerk. Bai Xiaofeng was speechless. Feng Yuan looked at Bai Xiaofeng and said to the assistant with a sneer, a rag picker can come to this high-end tea house to drink tea. I don't think your tea house is very high-end either. When Bai Xiaofeng heard the speech, he immediately took a strong attitude. That is, how can you let this kind of people in your tea house? It's really cheap. One of the shop assistants was stunned and faltered. You didn't buy him a drink. You believe what he says. You are so simple, brother. Feng Yuan seems to find fun, sarcastically. Xiaoyuan, what happened? A little-eyed man with a Wolverine-like hairstyle came up. Boss, this is it, the little brother of the shop. Assistant came up to the owner of the tea house and whispered a few words. The man with small eyes listened and looked at the three people in front of him again. He seemed to understand what was going on. Lu Fan is still shaking his head and tasting tea. I'm sorry too. I'll invite him out right away. The man with small eyes twitches when he sees the garbage bag beside Lu Fan's feet. Sir, please settle the bill first. The owner of the tea house was polite on the surface, but cold on the face. Lu Fan naturally heard their conversation just now. He slowly turned around, holding the cup and spitting a mouthful of pu'er tea back in front of the owner of the tea booth. Is this the good tea in the high-end tea house? It's really high-end. The tea house owner's eyes narrowed when he heard the speech. It's not just about not paying. What do you mean? Bai Xiaofeng and Feng Yuan are almost ready to laugh. The goods are still loaded. Lu Fan disdained to smile, bent down to pick up a delicate packaging bag and handed it to the tea house owner. Go ahead and soak it for me, if you really have a vision. The owner of the tea house took it with a straight face. opened the bag face to face, and was stunned to see what was inside. He bowed his head and smelled, then twisted one carefully and chewed it in his mouth. Suddenly his face became complicated and he looked at Lu Fan in shock. This is Dahongpo? He had drunk it at a tea party, but he felt that the Dahongpo was more advanced. Lu Fan looked at the boss's change with a smile, and then said, "It's worthy of opening a tea house. This is the authentic top Dahongpo. I usually drink it as a drink. After all, it's worthy of my identity." After that, he looked very sad. "But you're not picking up junk." Tea house owner wants to talk, but stops. "Who can pick up the rags and take out a kilo of Dahongpo?" No. No, Lu Fan shook his finger and sighed. "Picking up junk is just our hobby. There's no way. We're so poor that we only have money left. We can only come out and do some public welfare." The boss of the tea booth is grinning. How can the owner blow so much? After hearing Dahongpo, Bai Xiaofeng and Feng Yuan were also surprised. They can't afford to drink things that cost tens of thousands of yuan. "Lu Fan, how can you have this kind of good tea? Pick up the rags." Bai Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. He felt guilty when he said this. "Or you stole it." Feng Yuan agrees that she can't stand being beaten in the face. The boss of the tea house looks at Lu Fan in the wrong way again. Lu Fan sighs in his heart that the business of picking up garbage is very profitable, but he often needs to prove himself, which is troublesome. "I'm going to take out the diamond card to frighten you." At this time, the car flew outside the door, followed by a clerk ran in. "Who's the white Ferrari at the door? Can you move it?" The shop assistant asked cautiously. "That's Ferrari and Ferrari. The owners of BMW X5 nearby are almost crying, and they can't afford to pay for the damage." Other shop assistants could not help scanning around to see what the owner of the luxury car looked like. "Sorry, it should be mine." A voice suddenly rang out. Lu Fan took out the car key and said, with a smile, "Please help me to get off the car." In an instant, there was no sound in the shop. Bai Xiaofeng and Feng Yuan are confused. The owner of the tea house looked strange and surprised. The eyes of the shop assistants are all focused on Lu Fan. The clerk at the door nodded and took the key, respectfully in the strange atmosphere of the shop. "Can you make tea, boss?" Lu Fan patted the tea house owner on the shoulder, and the latter reflected it. "Oh, yes, I'll go right away. Just a moment." The boss of the tea booth suddenly opened his eyes and ran to the counter at the speed of 100 meters. Lu Fan looks at Bai Xiaofeng and Feng Yuan, who look at each other. "Beauty, do you want to take a ride in my car?" Lu Fan said with a smile. Bai Xiaofeng suddenly angry. This is in front of him to tease his fiancée? "Lu Fan, what do you want to do?" Lu Fan ignored Bai Xiaofeng and looked directly at Feng Yuan. "You're kidding." Feng Yuan is also angry, but Lu Fan hears a trace of hesitation. "Ferrari is not cool enough, only you and me." The latter said you would like to sit behind the bike with him and laugh. "Lu Fan is a good guide. What you said is true." Feng Yuan's breath was a little short, and her voice was obviously relieved. Bai Xiaofeng was worried. He held Feng Yuan's arm tightly and said, Yuan, don't listen to him. He's cheating you. It's not his car at all. He's a poor man. Get Lu Fan's promise." Feng Yuan even retort words are gone. She looked at the side of Bai Xiaofeng, only feel extremely disgusted. "Shut up. You, they have Ferrari. What do you have, who is poor? You have no number in your heart." Feng Yuan releases Bai Xiaofeng's hand, walks towards Lu Fan with her long white legs, and holds Lu Fan's arm affectionately. Yuan, how can you do that?" Bai Xiaofeng couldn't believe his eyes. "Don't call me Yuan. I feel sick. From today on, we'll break up," Feng Yuan said with disgust. Then half of her body was close to Lu Fan, and she said with a smile, "Brother Fan, what you just said is true." "Of course," Lu Fan said gently, but sneered in his heart. Bai Xiaofeng felt that the green grassland was shining on his head, and his eyes toward Lu Fan were about to burst out fire. It's all you. Bai Xiaofeng roared and hit him with a fist. Feng Yuan screamed, but saw Lu Fan raise his hand at will, firmly grasp Bai Xiaofeng's wrist, and gently break it. "Ah!" Bai Xiaofeng screamed and knelt down in pain. "Bai Xiaofeng, you are a moth who only sucks the blood of the family. What's the right to yell in front of me? I'm so glad that I didn't become a family with you. Today, I'll forgive you for your sister's face. Get out of here." Lu Fan's eyes stare, and Bai Xiaofeng's mind is shocked by his fierce spirit. Okay, you wait." and Yu Biao's son. By Xiaofeng was so scared that he didn't forget to put down a cruel word before he left. Is money everything? Lu Fan's values do not include this. But now he is sure that money can make people lose their moral integrity. The owner of the tea house brought the tea respectfully and looked at it eagerly. Where shall we go, Van? Fang Yuan smiles and winks playfully from time to time. Lu Fan, who was drinking Dahongpo, felt sick. You go. Lu Fan put down the tea light said. Ah, what? Fang Yuan suspected that she had heard wrong. Lu Fan said indifferently. I said you. Go quickly, see you even have no taste of Dahongpo. Fang Yuan's smile froze on her face. The owner of the tea house, standing on one side, did not dare to breathe. You're kidding me when you step on the horse. Fang Yuan suddenly did not have the elegant state. Woosh stood up, took the cup to pour to Lu Fan. Lu Fan shunshura hide. Slightly hot Dahongpo tea all sprinkled on the tea house owner's face. No, Dahongpo. The tea house owner is more distressed than Lu Fan. Then he licked the tea at the corner of his mouth. Fang Yuan is about to leave, but she is grabbed by the tea house owner. Wait, tea money 2,500. In a rage, Fang Yuan takes out a stack of banknotes from her bag and throws them on the table. Glares at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, you are a psycho. After that, he dashed out with high heels. Elba, what rubbish woman. The tea house owner spat on the floor. Lu Fan is also haha smile. This kind of see money to see the eye open to the arrogant woman to stick to him. He is too lazy to want. Boss, the tea is ready you. Lu Fan got up and was about to leave. Before he finished speaking, the boss of the tea house came forward. Sir, are you ready? The bill has been settled. I said you. I interrupted again. Here is your Dahongpo. Lu Fan looked at the tea house owner's gallant appearance. The mind is actually in Dahongpo. Boss, I'll give you the big red rope. No more. Oh, that's not good. It's not good. The owner of the tea house cheerfully refused, but he was not vague and put away the tea. Lu Fan relaxed a breath lightly. Slowly say, I am the one to ask actually, your home has rubbish? The boss was stunned. Lu Fan opened his mouth, and all the expired tea and broken glass he didn't want in the shop were put into his woven bag. Thank you. Lu Fan threw the woven bag on his shoulder and swaggered out of the tea house. The owner of the tea house went with all the shop assistants at random and watched Lu Fan leave with a Ferrari. Boss, what do you think of the rich people now? The shop assistant sighed. I don't know. Maybe this is the realm, murmured the tea house owner. After drinking a bellyful of tea, satisfied, Lu Fan continued to drive around, looking for the garbage collection area. All the way naturally attracted countless or envious eyes. Linhai is a big city. There are many places he can go. It's just a little too flashy. At this time, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding! The host meets the conditions for receiving equipment. Do you want to receive it? Lu Fan Lung, what is it? An equipment. Get it. The next second, Lu Fan behind a cool. He slowly turned back. A steel beast on the back seat came into view, with double handlebars, horizontal bar in front, and car seat in back. You can feel the vicissitudes of life. What's so special about this bike? It's a perpetual brand bike 30 years ago. There are 2 plastic buckets hanging beside the car seat. Needless to say, they must be used for collecting garbage. System, do you mean I should ride it to collect garbage? Lu Fan has a bit of toothache. Yes, the host needs to correct one point. This is the infinite brand e-bike. Please understand the specific beauty. The chance of special reward will double if you pick up rubbish by unlimited brand e-bike. The system seems to be advertising. However, this advertisement is still so attractive. Lu Fan took Ferrari and bicycle comparison for a long time. Finally had to bear the pain, quietly put away Ferrari. Put on this advanced bicycle. Although he said that he disliked the bicycle, when Lu Fan really got on it, he immediately felt its magic. It can actually move with its own mind. Even if it is riding in person, it can easily speed up. It is effortless. If not too afraid of shocking the world, Lu Fan estimated that the speed of 70 miles per hour would be okay. Good car, good car. Lu Fanla, haha, is like a child who gets a lollipop. The next morning, Lu Fan rode on the road. The landlord who passed by saw the big iron box. Before he said anything, Lu Fan sped up. The dust rose, and the landlord was in a mess. I must be dreaming. Is that a bicycle? The garbage cans on both sides of the car seat are not as big as woven bags, but they are very solid. Otherwise, They would be okay if they were hit with stones by the two children on the opposite side? At this time, Lu Fan glares at the two children in front of the primary school. The 8 or 9-year-old child is the most naughty. What's the matter? Rags, go away. Dirty, stinking. The little boy didn't go to school with his school bag on his back. When he saw Lu Fan looking at them coldly, he felt funny and kept making faces and throwing stones. Not far away stood a school worker and a small number of female teachers. But they turned a blind eye to this. Lu Fan can't help but sulk. He is the most exasperating bear. What's more, as a teacher, he doesn't know how to educate his students. He turned his eyes, then stopped to one side, took out $300 bills, and pretended to count the money. The two students were cursing hard, but when they saw the money, their voice suddenly turned down. Lu Fan pointed to them and looked at the money in his hand. The two children couldn't resist the temptation. See the money? Sell me your textbooks. They're all yours. Lu Fan said with a smile. Good. Ding. I found 2 sets of general textbooks for the 3rd grade of primary school and awarded the full professional degree certificate of university. Lu Fan's mind suddenly more numerous knowledge. There is a moment he felt that he has become a person of all knowledge. The two children rushed to the school shop with money. Stop. Where's your school bag? The female teacher stopped them. 3 seconds later, the female teacher rushed out of the school gate and looked around for the criminal with eagle eyes. However, Lu Fan had already left. Asshole. The female teacher was so angry that she looked back at the two shivering children. They felt that the end was coming. After cleaning up the bear, Lu Fan is in a good mood, riding a bicycle and walking leisurely. With this equipment, his goal is no longer the garbage on the roadside. Residents' houses, restaurants, and other places became his raiding sites. Auntie, is there anything you don't want at home? Sir, do you have any waste products? Uncle, do you want any more waste paper? Lu Fan's balance goes up with his mother's sympathetic smile, Uncle's hatred for the iron stick, and Uncle's disdainful eyes. At the same time, he felt his face was invulnerable. It was noon in a flash. I was thinking of finding a place to eat when my cell phone rang. It's He Xiaojia. Mr. Lu, may I treat you to dinner? Why? Lu Fan Lung Lung said. He Xiaojia seemed to hesitate for a moment, then said with a smile, well, Mr. Lu, because I earned a lot of commission when I first came to the company, so I want to invite you to dinner. I'm in Yixianjuan, and I'll wait for you here. Lu Fan refused. Forget it, don't be so polite. After all, you have helped me a lot. Mr. Lu, tycoon, this is my first treat. I have promised my colleagues that you will come. You are so kind, honest, and compassionate, you will agree, right? Please, He Xiaojia said in a pleading tone. Lu Fan said with a smile, well, don't flatter me. I'll see you in Ishan Garden later. Well, thank you, boss. Yixianjuan is 2 kilometers away from him, but it is nothing in front of the bicycle. 3 minutes later, Lu Fan came to the elegant and high-end Ishan Garden. I want to park, but I find that there are luxury cars all around. His infinite iron box stands out. Lu Fan doesn't care at all. These luxury cars are not as valuable as his big iron box in his eyes. When he stops, he has to go in. Stop, there's no rubbish here. Yixianjuan, a guard brother, stopped him immediately. Lu Fan didn't look at the guard brother and said, I'm here for dinner. Eat. Don't be kidding, brother. Do you bring garbage bags into the door for dinner? The guard brother squinted at him and did not move. Look what you said, brother. Can it be a garbage bag? This is my lucky bag. I can sit on hundreds of millions of assets at a young age and rely on it to cover them. Lu Fanxin swore. The guard brother heard a black thread and said with a toothache, brother, I'm convinced you've blown yourself out of space. But if I let you in like this, I'm afraid I'll lose my job. Lu Fan heart tired. I really have money. Oh, I don't believe it. The guard sneered. Someone asked me out. Lu Fan glared. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that funny? Lu Fan is so angry that he wants to beat him. But under dials He Xiaojia's telephone. Comes out to pick me up. 30 seconds later, He Xiaojia ran out of Ishan Garden. Today, she is wearing jeans, white shirt, and canvas shoes. Her long black hair falls behind her ears. Her skin is white and looks like she has put on light makeup. Brother Fan, why don't you come in? He Xiaojia looks puzzled. The guard boy is silly. He's really here for dinner. But he saw that Lu Fan was beating his ragged bicycle there. May I go in? Lu Fan said with a smile. The guard brother laughed a few times and nodded helplessly. Yixianjuan's food is very famous. Lu Fan came here once and was deeply impressed by the Sichuan food here. So half of the table is Sichuan cuisine. Brother Fan, you really can eat spicy food. Xiaojia was shocked by Lu Fan's patience with pepper. Mapo tofu, sauerkraut fish, spicy chicken, maoxuang. This is the opposite of Xiaojia's sweet food. Generally, life needs stimulation. Lu Fan took a draught of his beer and felt refreshed. Xiaojia looked at the man who easily took out 5 million. He was confused. Brother Fan, I thought rich people would not eat these things. What do rich people eat? Haha, I don't know, Lu Fan said with a smile. Maybe it's a fan. Those closely involved cannot see clearly? Xiaojia reacted for a long time and giggled. I'll go to the bathroom. Lu Fan had a lot of tea yesterday, and his stomach didn't feel very well. He sighed in his heart that he had been doing the program all these years, and his physical quality had dropped too much. Just entering the bathroom, a strong figure came out in a hurry and hit Lu Fan on the shoulder. If Lu Fan didn't have the power-releasing move, he would have to lie on the ground. Lu Fan has not finished turning around, and the man is already running away in a hurry. Lu Fan shakes his head. The guy who doesn't have quality in the secret way, but the remaining light. From the corner of his eye sweeps a box of capsules on the ground, leaving only one capsule. As the instinct of the garbage collector, Lu Fan picked it up subconsciously. Ding! The host picked up a box of Wega and rewarded a box of Changshan plastic bone pills. The sound of the system is on. He looked at a box of pills that suddenly appeared in his hand. There were 8 pills in total. They were white, like the kind of sugar pills he had taken when he was a child. There are no instructions for taking the kit, but from the name, it should be a strong medicine. Isn't that what you need? However, he immediately reflected one thing. How could Wigo appear here? Was it the man who just left behind? Just thinking, one of the toilets rings the sound of pumping water, and a woman in untidy clothes comes out in a hurry. Just hit Lu Fan, immediately blush, quickly around Lu Fan ran out. Lu Fan is alone, immediately back a few steps. See the toilet sign, wonder, yes, it's the men's toilet. It was not until Lu Fan saw TT in the toilet that he suddenly realized that young people are playing wild now. He's been to the bathroom, and his head is still a little dizzy. The wine is really good. Touching the medicine in his pocket, Lu Fan swallowed and encouraged himself that it always takes some courage to be the first to eat crab. Snow White pill into the mouth. Sweet ZZ taste immediately let Lu Fan infatuated. It's delicious too. Lu Fan can't help chewing, soft sweet. He vowed that this has never had experience. He's kind of looking forward to his reaction to the pill. Get out of the bathroom. Van Goel, what are you eating? Xiaojia saw Lu Fan chew constantly, seems to have realized. Lu Fan is also slightly stunned. Yes, what can I eat when I come out of the toilet? Bah, there is a misunderstanding, Lu Fan said with a dry smile. Do you believe that I'm eating sugar? Yes, I do. Xiaojia covered her mouth with a smile. Lu Fan looks depressed. Don't go in first. Go to the hall to have a drink. In fact, Lu Fan was a little disappointed. He didn't see any reaction after taking the pill. Xiaojia walked in front and was very close to Lu Fan. Feeling the fragrance of Xiaojia's body, Lu Fan was a bit of an ape. When he realized this, he quickly took a deep breath. There were people everywhere, so he couldn't lose his share here. After chatting for a while, he also felt that Xiaojia was a very dutiful girl. How could he think wildly? Why are you so red, Brother Fan? Xiaojia turned her head to have a look. Oh, really? Maybe it's drinking on your face. But soon, she found that Lu Fan's face changed. His eyes fixed on a corner of Yixianjuan Hall. Xiaojia looked, only to see 2 men and women sitting opposite. Seems to be arguing about something. The layout of Yixianjuan Hall is very open, and the main style is quiet. And there are special pianists to render the atmosphere. Everything seems so peaceful. A loud slap sounded out of thin air, interrupting the atmosphere in the hall. The guests looked into the corner, the source of the sound. Bai Xiaoxin covered her red and swollen right cheek and looked at the man opposite with incredible eyes. Gu Yiming, you are crazy, she screamed, high above the sky. The angry man in front of her was Gu Yiming, the blind date introduced by her mother. In fact, she was depressed for a long time after Lu Fan withdrew her marriage. But her younger brother's result is just around the corner. In a short time, She can't get 600,000 betrothal, gifts, and 300,000 house down payment. That's right. What Lu Fan doesn't know is that if he doesn't give up his marriage, even the 300,000 on his card will be used on by Xiaofeng. When she gets the money, Li Xiaoying hates Lu Fan. At the same time, she scolds by Xiaoxin and quickly arranges a blind date for her. She had no choice but to come, but at first Gu Yiming gave her a bad impression. He was arrogant and talked about money without saying a word. He mentioned several times that he had bought a house for 6 million yuan and showed off his property. He despised her family again and again. She even suspected that she was just an object in each other's eyes. However, Bai Xiaoxin is not surprised that the other party thinks so. In her family, she really has no right to speak and is no different from a tool person. Just did not expect Gu Yiming just received a phone call. Actually immediately became fierce up, raised his hand is a slap. Gu Yiming held the edge of the table in both hands and scolded. Am I crazy? That's right. I'm just crazy. I said, do you collude with your ex-boyfriend to take care of my family? How dare you play tricks on me? Believe it or not, I'll let your white family go to hell. Bai Xiaoxin red eyes, trying to hold back tears. Choking roar. Gu Yiming, you make it clear. What does this have to do with my ex-boyfriend? Gu Yiming sneered. Well, I'll tell you why my family agreed to your mother's request for a 6 million house. But when I bought the house, I met your ex-boyfriend. I don't know what method was used to take away the suite, and my company cut off the supply channel. All this was caused by your ex-boyfriend. And your mother said that he couldn't even bring out 300,000. You are so funny to me. Bai Xiaoxin was silly. Did you say Lu Fan? How can it be? Bai Xiaoxin is definitely the one who knows Lu Fan best. She has been with Lu Fan for 4 years, and she knows all about Lu Fan's family background. She can't be so good at it. Since she was divorced by Lu Fan, Bai Xiaoxin immediately regretted it. She contacted Lu Fan countless times, but she was blackmailed by Lu Fan. But her mother forbade her to go to Lu Fan and arranged a blind date in a few days. In a short time, she couldn't let Lu Fan go. How impossible! Your ex-boyfriend offended me to take care of my family. I will not let him go. Gu Yiming is cruel, but his heart is empty. Without Yu Youqian's thigh, his company may be in danger. And Bai Xiaoxin also confirmed that it seems to be true. She seems to see a glimmer of hope. Maybe Lu Fan really has secrets and skills that she doesn't know. Gu Yiming's bad luck made her feel a happy feeling of revenge for reality. She felt that she should go to find Lu Fan immediately and retrieve him. It must be possible. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoxin coldly said, Gu Yiming, you promised me that house. I can't be the master. I don't care about you. The blind date is over. Then she got up and left. Gu Yiming was greedy for Bai Xiaoxin's beauty at first, but now he has lost his wife and turned into a soldier. How can he give up like this? He said, you are a loser. What else do you want when you are a Bianzi? Do you want me to run like this? No way. Then he slapped Bai Xiaoxin. In the face of the slap, Bai Xiaoxin was at a loss, screamed, and closed her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. However, the expected pain did not appear. She opened her eyes slowly, and then there was a trace of consternation in her eyes. I don't know when a solid figure appeared in front of her, holding Gu Yiming's wrist firmly. Lu Fan. Bai Xiaoxin's eyes brightened. She never expected Lu Fan to appear here. She also saved her in time. Gu Yiming looked at the man in cheap clothes in front of him and heard Bai Xiaoxin's words. Then he said with a grim smile, Are you Lu Fan? Oh, I'm worried that I can't find you. I didn't expect that you would come to me and let you eat ah. Gu Yiming did not break away from Lu Fan's hand. He suddenly screamed. His body curled up and opened his mouth. Lu Fan's hands continued to force, gently twist. Gu Yiming pain almost fainted in the past. The whole person squatted on the ground. Let go, pain, line trough, you fast special let go. Gu Yiming roared, but his voice was much weaker. Lu Fan snorted softly. Who do I think it is? You are Wang Baifeng's son. She colludes with an insider and signs a yin-yang contract to buy a house. It's good that she hasn't investigated her civil liability. She's all to blame when she comes to such an end. Lu Fan's hand shook, Gu Yiming finally relieved, covering his red wrist and staring at Lu Fan with resentment. Go away. Lu Fan doesn't like his eyes and doesn't want to entangle with him too much. After that, He turned and walked to He Xiaojia in the distance. Without looking at him, Lu Fan. Bai Xiaoxin calls Lu Fan's name again behind her back. Lu Fan turns and looks at her as if she were a stranger. What's the matter? Bai Xiaoxin felt a tremor in her heart. At this moment, she really felt the sense of distance from Lu Fan. But she was still unwilling to say, Lu Fan, I admit that I was wrong. It's all my fault. I will not be used to my brother. We compound, okay? She looked at Lu Fan with pleading eyes. But Lu Fan's expression did not change at all. He said coldly, it's impossible. We can't go back anymore. Xiaoxin, please leave quickly. Lu Fan turned around and was about to leave. But Bai Xiaoxin said, no, you still have me in your heart. We have been in love for 4 years. You can't just let me go. Lu Fan, as long as you are willing to go back, I will promise you anything. I beg you. Lu Fan was bewildered and angry by her, and then said, everything? Well, I ask you, are you willing to get rid of the relationship with your family for me? Can you refuse your brother's plea for help? Will you not listen to your mother? When asked, Bai Xiaoxin hesitated and said, I. You can't do it. Even if you can do it, I won't look back. Lu Fan's eyes refused. Suddenly, he pushed Bai Xiaoxin aside. Damned woman, die for me. Unbearable Gu Yiming smashes a red wine bottle at Bai Xiaoxin. Lu Fan is awe-inspiring. He is on the top of his knee. His strength runs through his lower leg and kicks Gu Yiming on his chin. Gu Yiming screamed miserably and flew backward. When he landed, he was in a miserable shape with bleeding nose and mouth. Look at Lu Fan's eyes suddenly changed. At this time, Lu Fan seems to be a murderer, filled with a frightening pressure. He struggles to get up. Lu Fan stares at him again. Gu Yiming is scared and runs away in a hurry. Clown hum. Lu Fan cold voice way. Ignore Bai Xiaoxin. Walk to He Xiaojia's side. When Bai Xiaoxin saw that young and beautiful girl holding up Lu Fan's arm, her only hope was broken. At this moment, she understood what Lu Fan's can't go back meant. It's dark outside Yisheng Garden. He Xiaojia timely took back the arm. Lu Fan whispered, thank you, so she will die. Van, won't you regret it? He Xiaojia just listened to him and understood the past of Lu Fan and the woman named Bai Xiaoxin. They must have been in love. Lu Fan took a deep breath, but the taste of the wine actually faded a lot. He shrugged, pointed to himself, and said with a smile, rich people are scum men. And you, brother Fan, I am a rich man. Come on, I'll take you to the bar. He Xiaojia was stunned and said, brother Fan, come on, you've drunk so much that you haven't drunk enough. That's where we are. We're not drunk. If you don't want to go there, I'll go alone. Lu Fan joked. He Xiaojia said, go, of course. I'll take a taxi right away. What else can I do? Take my car. I'll drive first. Lu Fan said and went to the roadside. 5 minutes later, He Xiaojia came out with a bag and looked around to see which car was on. But Lung didn't find out. Here, a voice came from behind. He Xiaojia turns to see Lu Fan and the big iron box beside him. The air suddenly quiets. Van, this is your car? He Xiaojia has an incredible look in her eyes. Yeah, it's really hard to get this car. Under the dim light, Lu Fan showed his white teeth. This car is really difficult, I got it. This second, He Xiaojia felt that he was dreaming. Brother Fan, it's a junk car. He Xiaojia couldn't help swallowing. Yes, I have a customized car for picking up garbage. Xiaojia, I tell you, there is a way to pick up garbage. Lu Fan talks, and He Xiaojia on the other side suddenly laughs. Van Gogh, you are really interesting. I believe that now. The life of rich people is really boring and boring. Lu Fan immediately turned his lips and lost the desire to go on. But where should I sit? In the garbage can or on the front bumper? He Xiaojia gave a sly smile. Lu Fan is also happy. To be honest, He Xiaojia is the first person who knows that he picks up garbage without discriminating against him. Yeah, let's take this car. Lu Fan takes out the car key. Already ready Ferrari lights up the response. He Xiaojia looked in the past, stunned. This car looks too expensive. Lu Fan opened the back compartment and put the bicycle in. This operation makes He Xiaojia dumbfounded. Ferrari with a collection of broken bicycles, never with. Lu Fan sat directly in the passenger seat and asked, can you drive? He Xiaojia hesitated. Yes, but I didn't. That's good, you drive. There is no doubt about Lu Fan's words. He Xiaojia can only stick to her head and drive carefully. And this scene happened to be seen by Xiaoxin, who came out. She guessed well. Lu Fan really made a great success. She was supposed to be the hostess of the sports car, but now she's green with regret. She doesn't hate Lu Fan's unfeeling, but is full of disgust to her native family. If her mother knew that Lu Fan is not what she used to be, she didn't know what her reaction would be. Lu Fan was led to the most famous Liming Bar in Linhai City by He Xiaojia's tortoise speed. Fortunately, the bar is close to me, or I'll fall asleep. Lu Fan yawned and muttered. He Xiaojia relaxed his way. Brother Fan, I dare not drive such a valuable car blindly. Lu Fan smiles, shakes his head, puts down his bike, and walks into the bar with her. Neon flashing, red and red. Countless people here to get drunk, dance, indulge. Here is known as the Dawn Bar, also has its reasons. It is said that the owner of this bar is very resourceful. Many bars in Linhai City have to find her in person. In other words, she has the power of a native emperor. But no one knows whether it's true or not. Lu Fan also heard about it in several golf bars held in Linhai City. The scene of chaos. Lu Fan should be upset mood at this time, but inexplicably become quiet and peaceful. Even the drunkenness just disappeared. Not only that, he also felt that he had an endless strength. Lu Fan can only attribute this magical phenomenon to pills. To Lu Fan's surprise, He Xiaojia just watched for a while, but still couldn't help participating in the army of disco dancing. Lu Fan extremely suspected that this girl was not the first time to come here. In front of the bar, a beautiful bartender wearing a long-sleeve shirt with white fancy front and a bow tie is playing with a wine bottle. The wine bottle is like a tamed pet in her hand, dancing fast and handsome. He stepped forward and watched with interest. With her long hair curled up, her face delicate and small, and her eyes focused, she added brandy, rum, and vodka to the glass tower respectively. And the next second she lit it, and the flames flickered. She had already prepared the spoon to guide the rotation. In the blink of an eye, 3 glasses of colorful wine had been prepared. Would you like a drink? She has a sweet smile and a nice voice. Lu Fan nodded, picked up one of the cups, but found the taste sweet. Cocoa liqueur? The beauty bartender nodded with a smile, handsome and charming. Xiaobai, I want the night star. Not far away. A woman in a long black dress, long hair, shawl and snow-white skin cried on the bar. The beauty bartender took a look at Lu Fan and went to the woman. Xiaobai, good name. I have to say that her first impression on Lu Fan was amazing. He picked up a book on the bar called Sherry to pass the time. It was a book about bartenders. Hey, don't peek. It's our senior bartender, Mo Xiaobai, Mo Jia. Don't bother. Just at this time, a barmaid grabbed the book and said contemptuously. Lu Fan was stunned to see the body out of shape. Little freckled waiter, can't cry and smile. I don't have. Well, don't be frank. Anyway, don't overdo yourself. Let's forget about your dress. Besides, this is my book. Who let you read it? The waiter sneered. Do you understand? Lu Fan is weird. This liming bar is really awesome. Even the waiters talk so arrogantly. But the other side's words reminded him of one thing. He mysteriously approached and said, Beauty, I want to ask you a secret. Looking at him like this, the waitress thought she was charming and plucked her hair. She disdained to say, Is there a secret to my heart? That's a very low way to chat up. Lu Fan's eyes trembled, and he continued to ask, No, I want to ask where the garbage in your bar is. Then he lit up the garbage bag in his pocket and looked at each other with a smile. The waitress was stunned and then gave a dry smile. Haha, are you a rag picker? With a fortune of 10 billion yuan and a complete ambition in life, we can only rely on picking up rags for the rest of our lives. Lu Fan sighed. Crazy. Hearing this, the waitress shivered and decided that Lu Fan was a garbage collector. She mumbled and hurried away. Lu Fan is helpless. 9 times out of 10 what we said is true. At this time, the waitress suddenly stopped, threw a book back, and walked away with a look of disgust. Ding! The host picked up a copy of Sherry and got the qualification of senior technician bartender. Lu Fan grinned, surprised. Mr. Lu, you are really good. You have done your business here. A half banter came. Lu Fan looked back and saw that she was just the woman who wanted to be the night star. She was stunned, just because he knows. Isn't this the manager Ming I met in the Western restaurant that day? It's you. What a coincidence, Manager Ming. Lu Fan nodded and said with a smile. Bright Heart Moon also sighed head. Charming smile. However, Lu Fan continued to drink wine by himself. Ming-Sin Yu is silly. This man is so rude. With her charm, who can't rush to be courteous and even have people ignore her? Why, Mr. Lu, don't you buy me a drink? Ming-Sin Yu asked, but she was scolding this rude guy. At this time, the barman just came over from the inside of the bar and said with a sneer, Sister Xinyue, don't be cheated by him. I tell you, he's a rag picker. He can't afford wine. Said a look of disdain at Lu Fan. Ming-Sin Yu looks at Lu Fan with a smile and doesn't intend to help him explain. Can the man who can take out the diamond card be a rag picker? Joke. I'd like to have a decorer. Lu Fan said faintly, took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and threw them on the bar. Simple, rough, and powerful. The waitress was stunned, and the contempt and disdain in her eyes were all replaced by shock. It's at least 10,000. Ming-Sin Yu can't help sighing. She feels that Lu Fan is a little weak. She has strength, but she has to play a pig and eat a tiger. I won't. The maid blushed and whispered, but Lu Fan showed a meaningful smile. The book you just threw is the book of the bartender. Isn't it so simple? The waitress blushed even more. She knew that she had offended the wrong person, so she could only blame her broken mouth. Isn't it good to be so aggressive, man? At this time, a man suddenly came over. This is a young man with short hair and a pair of peach blossom eyes. His smile looks very fake. I have to admit that this man is very handsome. At first sight, he is the kind of man surrounded by women. But at the first sight, Lu Fan felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Sun Wei. Ming-Sin Yu was surprised, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. The waitress looked at each other gratefully and said, Thank you, Sun Xiao. Sun Wei nodded very gentlemanly, turned to Si Xiang Ming-Sin Yu, and said softly, Xinyue, long time no see. Ming-Xin Moon show eyebrow light wrinkling, casual. Sun Wei's eyes flashed an imperceptible haze. Then he looked at Lu Fan and said, Man, it's not your identity to embarrass a waiter. Lu Fan sneered and said, It's none of your business? Sun Wei's face was obviously stiff and his eyes narrowed slightly. Ming-Sin Yu is happy in his heart. This guy can really hate people. Decry, it tastes sweet and sour. It's the best for girls. Let me have a try. Sun Wei said very gracefully, showing his magnanimity before the maid and Ming-Xin Moon. Please give me this brandy. Black cherry brandy, white Jundu orange wine, green mint wine, he said with a smile to the waitress, who hastened to cooperate. His technique is not so fancy, but it is very elegant, wonderful technique. Gorgeous color blend together, dazzling. The last cup is made of orange daiquiri. The waitress's eyes were already starry. Even Ming-Sin Yu's eyes at Sun Wei were surprised. She has known Sun Wei for a long time. She only knows that he is a playboy, but she didn't expect that he has such an ability. Please. Sun Wei handed it to Ming-Sin Yu. Ming-Sin Yu hesitated and took it. At the moment when she was about to drink, a hand suddenly reached out and pushed away the glass. Pa! The glass broke. Ming-Sin Yu was startled and retreated. Sun Wei looked at Lu Fan with an iron face. His eyes were cold, and he said harshly, What are you doing? Ming-Sin Yu also looks at Lu Fan, who looks indifferent and doesn't know why. Lu Fan, what are you doing? She said in surprise. Lu Fan looked at Sun Wei coldly and said with a sneer, I'm afraid this wine is not clean, is it? Sun Wei's face changed slightly. Sun Han said, What are you talking about? Ming-Sin Yu hears the words, and her face is also uncertain. In a moment, she thinks of many things. About Sun Wei, according to her understanding, Sun Wei's private life is very chaotic, which is the reason why Sun Wei has been pursuing her and she refuses to agree. Lu Fan, are you serious? Ming-Sin Yu still doesn't believe it. She saw Sun Wei mixing wine with her own eyes. Sun Wei can't do anything. If it's true or not, we'll know. Lu Fan confidently said with a smile that he would stare at Sun Wei's sleeve. If I guess correctly, it should be in your sleeve. Lu Fan's eyes indicate that Ming-Sin Yu and the waitress also look at Sun Wei's right sleeve. Ming-Xin Yuamu, Zhang Feng, whispered, Sun Wei, what he said is true or false. Let me have a look. As soon as this word comes out, anyone will know that Ming-Sin Yu is doubting. Xinyue, you don't believe me. People can't trust me. Can you still trust my character? Sun Wei is angry and innocent, then points to Lu Fan. With a word of his casual doubt, Ming-Sin Yu said calmly, The clear one is clear. You doubt me. Sun Wei became angry. as if he had suffered a great injustice. In anger, he looked at Lu Fan. His teeth clenched, said, "You instigate. Deliberately framed me. Is it for the pursuit of the new moon? It's a great way." Sun Wei's eyes flashed an imperceptible haze. Then he looked at Lu Fan and said, "Man, it's not your identity to embarrass a waiter." Lu Fan sneered and said, "It's none of your business?" Sun Wei's face was obviously stiff and his eyes narrowed slightly. Ming Yu is happy in his heart. This guy can really hate people. Decry, it tastes sweet and sour. It's the best for girls. Let me have a try. Sun Wei said very gracefully, showing his magnanimity before the maid and Mingxin Moon. "Please give me this brandy. Black cherry brandy, white Jundu orange wine, green mint wine," he said with a smile to the waitress, who hastened to cooperate. His technique is not so fancy, but it is very elegant, wonderful technique. Gorgeous color blend together, dazzling. The last cup is made of orange daiquiri. The waitress's eyes were already starry. Even Ming Yu's eyes at Sun Wei were surprised. She has known Sun Wei for a long time. She only knows that he is a playboy, but she didn't expect that he has such an ability. "Please." Sun Wei handed it to Ming Yu. Ming Yu hesitated and took it. At the moment when she was about to drink, a hand suddenly reached out and pushed away the glass. "Pa!" The glass broke. Ming Yu was startled and retreated. Sun Wei looked at Lu Fan with an iron face. His eyes were cold, and he said harshly, "What are you doing?" Ming Yu also looks at Lu Fan, who looks indifferent and doesn't know why. "Lu Fan, what are you doing?" she said in surprise. Lu Fan looked at Sun Wei coldly and said with a sneer, "I'm afraid this wine is not clean, is it?" Sun Wei's face changed slightly. Sun Han said, "What are you talking about?" Ming Yu hears the words, and her face is also uncertain. In a moment, she thinks of many things. About Sun Wei, according to her understanding, Sun Wei's private life is very chaotic, which is the reason why Sun Wei has been pursuing her and she refuses to agree. "Lu Fan, are you serious?" Ming Yu still doesn't believe it. She saw Sun Wei mixing wine with her own eyes. Sun Wei can't do anything. If it's true or not, we'll know. Lu Fan confidently said with a smile that he would stare at Sun Wei's sleeve. "If I guess correctly, it should be in your sleeve." Lu Fan's eyes indicate that Ming Yu and the waitress also look at Sun Wei's right sleeve. Mingxin Yuamu, Zong Feng, whispered, "Sun Wei, what he said is true or false. Let me have a look." As soon as this word comes out, anyone will know that Ming Yu is doubting. "Xinyue, you don't believe me. People can't trust me. Can you still trust my character?" Sun Wei is angry and innocent, then points to Lu Fan. With a word of his casual doubt, Ming Yu said calmly, "The clear one is clear. You doubt me." Sun Wei became angry, as if he had suffered a great injustice. In anger, he looked at Lu Fan. His teeth clenched, said, "You instigate. Deliberately framed me. Is it for the pursuit of the new moon? It's a great way." Lu Fan shrugged and said, "Your ability to change the topic is really poor. Boy, do you know who is standing in front of you? Dare to talk to me like this." At this point, Sun Wei did not care about anything, and there was a thread in his words. "What's the matter, Sun Xiao? What's the matter?" At this time, a man in a pink suit and long hair came over with a grin on his face and a skull necklace around his neck, followed by 3 or 4 younger brothers. Lu Xiao, Sun Wei seems to have caught the straw, ran over with a smile and muttered to him for a long time. Ming Yu's face changed and she murmured, "Lu Hua, it's this guy." The man with long hair, Lu Hua, looked at Lu Fan and became angry. "Boy, how dare you frame up my brother? I'm tired of living. Beat me." After that, the 2 little brothers behind him immediately forced forward with a sneer, rolled up their sleeves, and began to work. "Be careful," Ming Yu suddenly exclaimed. "Remember, it's for you," Lu Fan said with a sly smile. Next second, one of them smashed a straight fist at Lu Fan's nose. The other kicked Lu Fan's lower body, and the last one circled behind him, trying to sneak attack from behind. All the moves were aimed at the key. Lu Fan's mind is calm, and he secretly tells us that these guys usually fight a lot. Then he moved. His speed is very fast. He turns his hand over his head, raises his knees and hooks his legs, and counteracts all the 3 men's attacks at the same time. The 3 people's eyes were shocked and fell to the ground in pain, howling. They didn't even see Lu Fan's movements, so their bones dislocated. What? Lu Hua's eyes widened, and he was so surprised that they couldn't even pass Lu Fan's hands. A bunch of useless bulls. Ah Chong, you go up. I want him to crawl out. Lu Hua is a high-ranking person's posture. Orders the bald man. Ah Chong rode behind him. Be careful. He's a retired Special Forces soldier. Ming Xinyu is surprised at Lu Fan's strength, but she is worried about Lu Fan's safety in the face of bareheaded Ah Chong. Lu Fan light smile way. That is better. Ming Xin month lung long. Xindao, this guy can't be brave. Just then, the bald Ah Chong suddenly shoots out and rushes to Lu Fan. Lu Fan pushes Ming Xinyu away, blocks the opponent's heavy fist with his arm, attaches himself to the body and wrestles with him. Ah Chong is tall, full of muscles and tendons. Every punch is as thick as a mountain, just fierce and direct. More terrible is the speed. As a retired Special Forces soldier, Ah Chong's fighting skills are fierce, and even Lu Hua is surprised. He has never seen Ah Chong do his best. What surprised him even more was that the boy in front of him was very thin, but he could not only take every move of Ah Chong, but also slowly suppress Ah Chong. Their fighting skills are not only fierce, but also aesthetic. Who is this man? He can fight so many moves with bald brother. It's amazing. Is this guy a monster, or is he made of stone? He can block so many fists. Is he a Special Forces soldier too? The more people talk, the more frightened they are. The fight on this side finally caught everyone's attention. He Xiaojia saw Lu Fan fighting from a distance and ran over in a hurry. Brother Fan. As soon as she cried out, she was pulled to her side by Ming Xinyu. Second floor. Somewhere. A woman in a black suit is wearing sunglasses. Her neck is as beautiful as a swan on the V-neck. She looks at the bottom leisurely, holding a narrow cigarette in her hand, spitting a wisp of white smoke from her rosy lips, and wiping a proud smile on the corner of her mouth. The bald man is going to lose. If Xinyu wants to keep this man, I can't just stand by. Xiaolan, come forward for me and let them use bar golf to resolve the conflict. Behind him, a smart woman in black and leather pants nodded and disappeared immediately. Downstairs, Ah Chong soon fell into the downwind. Lu Fan's fast fist dashed, and the shadow of the fist overlapped. The last free spin kicked him in the air. Ah Chong's arms protected his chest, but he was forced by this huge force to step back and bump into a sofa. In the end, he was able to stabilize himself. The victory is divided. Bareheaded Ah Chong was defeated by Lu Fan, which surprised everyone. Ah Chong shook his swollen wrist and came over with a facial expression. He bowed his head and said, Lu Xiao, I'm not his opponent. Lu Hua coldly swept away Ah Chong's body and said in a cold voice, I can't beat anyone. What's the use of you? When Ah Chong heard the speech, he shook his eyebrows, but he still didn't say anything. Sun Wei was surprised and angry to see that this man was so difficult to deal with. Van Gogh, are you okay? He Xiaojia ran over. Lu Fan shook his head, said, Xiaojia, you back? These garbage is not easy to clean up. His voice is not big or small, just fell into Sun Wei and Lu Hua air. Code. Deceived too much. You say who is rubbish. Two people have to rush up in person, but they are tightly held by the younger brother behind them. Lu Xiao, impulse is the devil. Sun Xiao, we can't beat him. Sun Wei and Lu Hua, who are arrogant at ordinary times, are now being uprooted. Just as the conflict was about to intensify, a clear voice came from upstairs. Stop it. It's a woman's voice. It's not very loud, but everyone can hear it clearly. The crowd stopped and looked up, but out of the upstairs came a woman with exquisite figure, short hair and ears. She held the railing and slowly showed a face like Lori in the dark. Lu Xiao, Sun Xiao. My sister Li wants to come forward to resolve the enmity between you. I don't know whether you two are willing to give face. As soon as the woman appeared, everyone was not quiet. When Sun Wei and Lu Hua saw her, they did not dare to show a trace of lust, but showed a trace of awe. The woman's name is Xiaolan. The person behind her is Li Jie, the owner of Liming Bar. Of course, in their information, Li Jie is not just a bar owner. Her background is so terrible that Lu Hua's father has to be awed. But what's more terrifying is that no one knows her terrifying background. Li's elder sister unexpectedly appears to want to protect this kid. How can? Lu Hua and Sun Wei look at each other and can see the shock in each other's eyes. Ming Xinyu hears the words, and the stone hanging in her heart finally falls to the ground. Sisterly takes the hand. So everything is okay. Lu Fan was puzzled. Sisterly who? Since Elder Sisterly comes out, we naturally have to give face. I don't know how Elder Sisterly wants to solve it. Lu Hua is not humble and arrogant. Little Lan, who looks like Lori, coldly says to the people below, Sisterly means to have a bar golf. Whoever can stand up is the winner. If Sun Xiao or Lu Xiao wins, then Sisterly will no longer intervene. On the contrary, if Lu Fan wins, they will have to make trouble for him and bear the cost of this fight and banquet. Lu Hua and Sun Wei's eyes are all congealed. It seems fair. They have participated in bar golf and are very experienced. Okay, we agreed. Lu Hua and Sun Wei smile confidently. Drinking is their strong point. Lu Fan's eyelids turned up, speechless. I haven't said I promise. Ming Xinyu immediately touched his shoulder and gave him a look warning. Promise her. This is the best way. Lu Fan says helplessly. You owe my human feelings. Must return. Bright Heart Month, White He One Eye. This time also said these. Upstairs. Xiaolan asked Lu Fan coldly. Mr. Lu, do you have any opinions? Lu Fan immediately realized that the little girl, who looked like Loli, was not simple at all. Even worse than the bald guy. After thinking about it, he suddenly said with a smile, Thank you for me, Sisterly. But I don't like being arranged so casually. I have a condition. What conditions? Xiaolan frowned and said that she really didn't know what to do. Sisterly helped him like this, but she was not satisfied. Lu Fan asked slowly, Do you have garbage in your bar? Then he took out a white woven bag from his pocket. When people heard the words, they saw the garbage bag again, and it suddenly petrified. Come to the bar to collect garbage? Psycho bar. People immediately cast silly eyes at Lu Fan. Ha ha ha, what do I hear? Every time I pick up rubbish, is this guy here to make fun of it? This guy can't be a fool. I'm broken when he put forward such a wonderful request. I said, Man, it's just wine fighting. If you don't dare to go up, you can say you don't dare to go up. Why do you pull so many reasons? Puff. Lu Hua and Sun Wei couldn't help laughing, covering their stomachs. Some even burst into tears. A big fool. Stupid, retarded. I'm afraid that only Ming Xinyu and he Xiaojia understand what Lu Fan means. Lu Fan is keen on picking up garbage, but at this time, even they are stiff. What? Xiaolan is confused and confused. On the contrary, she is more lovely. Lu Fan didn't feel at ease with the people's words. He repeated to Xiaolan again, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Haha, interesting. Okay, take him to the back of the bar. There's a lot of rubbish. Sister Li's words rang out in Xiaolan's ears. Xiaolan looked at him indifferently and said, Come with me. Lu Fan follows Xiaolan. Xiaolan's steps are like a cat. Her attractive figure is set off by her black leather clothes and trousers, and her pride is set off by the two hills in front of her chest. It's a high-class face. It's cool in America and China. At this time, Ming Xinyu turns behind her and walks to He Xiaojia. She says with a smile, Go back first. I'm here. He Xiaojia hesitated and said, But, Brother Fan, don't worry, he'll be fine. Besides, you'll only disturb him here. I'll talk to him. Ming Xinyu's tone is beyond doubt. It's strange that Sister Li is in trouble. He Xiaojia was awed by Ming Xinyu's aura and nodded timidly, realizing that this was not the place she could come to. Well, thank you. Nah, the garbage you want. Xiaolan and Lu Fan come to a dump behind the bar, where more than a dozen dustbins are placed one by one without any garbage spilling. Lu Fan said thank you. He took out a woven bag, a pair of leather gloves, a mask, and a small flashlight from his pocket and went to the first dustbin. Xiaolan stares at Lu Fan and takes out so many things from his pocket. He thought he was joking. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan really starts to pick up garbage. Is this man sick? Xiaolan thought of this directly in her mind. Lu Fan ignores Xiaolan's strange eyes. He looks around, and it's all wine bottles. Hey, this garbage is also a big income for the bar. But Sister Li doesn't like it. Just pick it up. Xiaolan disdains to say, although the words say so, but it is full of contempt for Lu Fan. Then she snorted and left. After all, the smell here is too strong. Lu Fan didn't turn around. At the moment, there are stars in his eyes. Although he's afraid of bar golf, he's not afraid of pills. He'll make a lot of money now. Ding! If the host finds a vodka bottle, a reward of 500,000 yuan will be given. Ding! If the host finds a Heineken beer bottle, 100,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding! If the host finds a bottle of domestic dry red, 300,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding! Lu Fan with infinite enthusiasm taba. A large number of money into the account. Just a wine bottle in the dustbin. According to Lu Fan's estimation, worth tens of millions. Ding! The host balance reaches 50 million. The system is upgraded twice. And the reward is doubled. Ding! When the host picks up 1,000 wine bottles. 1,000 cups of Buzui pill will be rewarded. Ding! 10 minutes later, Xiaolan kicked the door open and said angrily, Lu Fan, time is up. Lu Fan was dressed, but his smell of wine could not be dispelled. He carried his bulging woven bag on his shoulder and walked to Xiaolan. Come on, I'm ready. Xiaolan takes a deep look at Lu Fan, but she still thinks she can't see through this strange guy. One by one, they came to the hall. At this time, there might be a huge space left in the hall. 3 5-meter-long tables were placed in a triangle, on which 12 vodka glasses were placed in 3 rows and 4 columns. Sun Wei and Lu Hua have been standing at a table, quietly looking at Lu Fan. Is this bar golf? Bar golf, initially more popular in foreign countries. There are generally 9 or 18 internet cafes in accordance with the rules set in advance to drink one after another. And in a movie there have been such scenes. In Linhai City, only Sister Lee can organize this kind of large-scale bar golf. A total of 9 bars are well known in Linhai City. Each of them has its own unique style. It's a very fierce process to drive to and drink in a row. Oh, this boy really came here with a garbage bag on his back. Is it hard for him to pick up the garbage? Sun Wei put his hands in his pockets and had a funny look on his face. Haha, it's the cheapest thing that Lu Hua has done for so many years to share wine with a garbage collector. Lu Hua hardly bothers to look at Lu Fan. Lu Fan sighed. Fight with a group of garbage. Win or lose, all disgraceful. Lu Hua and Sun Weiqi are so cold that they can't regret it. Ming Xinyu went to Lu Fan and said, there are 9 bars in total. Take my car. I'll be your driver. Lu Fan shook his head and said, drive my car. Maybe it's faster. My car is a sports car, so I can fight for speed, he said. Lu Fan did not explain anything. Looking around, he was surprised and said, where has Xiao Jie gone? You're talking about the girl who called you Brother Fan. I let her go first, but her stay here will get in the way. Lu Fan is stunned, then Light say, okay. At this time, Xiaolin came out, stood in the middle, and said loudly, the rules are as follows. Start with the Dawn bar. Drink all the wine in front of you, and then quickly rush to the next bar. Drink 9 bars in a row, a total of 9 holes. Whoever comes back to the Dawn bar first is the winner. Now it's the first hole. Drink all the vodka in front of you. Xiaolon looked around and asked, are you 3 ready? Her eyes specially look at the garbage bag on Lu Fan's shoulder. Lu Fan smiles and makes an okay gesture to Xiaolon. Game start. Lu Hua and Sun Wei smell speech, immediately hand in front of the vodka to the mouth. Almost 2 or 3 seconds later, triple vodka has disappeared. Lu Fan, on the other hand, picked up the first vodka and drank it slowly. The taste of the wine was strong and pungent. It was absolutely refreshing, and the throat was even more fiery. Ming Xinyu stares at Lu Fan. She is anxious and urges, Lu Fan, you must lose this drinking method. Lu Fan nodded slightly, gently put down the glass, began to drink the second cup. The speed gradually fast, the second cup to drink. Then the third cup, an instant swallow stomach. And then the fourth cup, the fifth cup. Although Lu Fan speed up, but still behind the 10-cup gap. Go. Lu Huachong, Lu Fan sneer. And Sun Wei drink almost at the same time, rush to the bar. The boy wants to compete with Lu Xiao and Sun Xiao in speed. Don't tease him. Go, he has no chance at all. He will pretend to be forced. Let's go and see Lu Xiao. Haha, if he can catch up, I'll eat Xiang. Around the masses have to eat melon cast a look of disdain to Lu Fan. Lu Fan lost the opportunity, step by step, step by step. Everyone rushed out and drove to follow Lu Hua and Sun Wei to the next stop. 2 seconds later, Lu Fan drank all 6 wine cups. This scene, only Ming Xinyu and Xiaolan see. They are a pair of ghosts. Yes, Lu Fan, let's go. My sports car should catch up. Ming Xinyu slaps Lu Fan hard and pulls him out. Take my car. A bar, Lu Fan face unchanged. Take out the car keys. Not far from a car lights up. Ming Xinyu didn't notice. She ran straight to her car. Maybach said to her back, "Get in the car quickly." Then Lu Fan didn't know when he was gone. Ming Xinyu looks around and finds Lu Fan standing beside a pure white sports car waving to her. Ming Xinyu was stunned. She looked at a sports car and Lu Fan. She was surprised and said, "This is your car?" Lu Fan smiled, said, "This car should be faster. Let's go, Xiao." Xiao Mingxin Moon's silver teeth bite. This guy actually takes advantage of him. Seeing that all the people in the bar had left, the shadows of Lu Hua and Sun Wei had disappeared for a long time. Ming Xinyu was not surprised. She gritted her teeth, picked up half of her skirt, showed her slender, straight legs, and went to Ferrari. Boom. Step on the accelerator. Ming Xinyu carries Lu Fan to rush to the empty road. The second bar, Fute Bar, has a luxurious appearance. Yes, it's a forbidden area for poverty. The second hole has already been prepared in the bar for 3 times. 1/3 portion of coffee liqueur. Slowly pour 1/3 portion of Bailey liqueur into the bar spoon. And finally pour 1/3 portion of vodka into it. And then light the top layer of vodka. Each person must drink 3 cups and need to use a straw. Lu Hua and Sun Wei drive to the Fute Bar. Lu Hua looks back at it. It's empty. Even the first audience can't catch up with them. In front of the gate of Fute Bar, there are a lot of good people. After all, I'm a rookie. I don't know what Sisterly thinks. I'll let an outsider compare with us. Sun Wei walked slowly to the bar. Lu Hua also gave a scornful smile. His face was not red, and he was out of breath. 12 vodkas had no pressure on him. Boom. At this time, a startling roar suddenly sounded. 2 people looked back. A pure white sports car has been horizontal in front of them. Lu Hua and Sun Wei look surprised, have to say. This sports car is too amazing to them. Good guy, Ferrari Lafeur. I begged my father so many times that my father was too expensive. Lu Hua exclaimed. He naturally recognized the car. He didn't expect to see it here today. Sun Wei was also surprised. What kind of background would it be to match the car? Is it a family in Linhai? Thinking of this, he made up his mind to make friends with the car owners. As everyone knows, Lu Hua's idea is the same. And the onlookers were so surprised that they even forgot to fight for a while. Click. The door opened, and a man and a woman came down. How could it be them? Lu Hua and Sun Wei's eyes were in a daze. This scene is really surprising. Lu Fan, who has just been ridiculed by the public, actually comes here in a sports car that Lu Hua can't afford. Lu Hua and Sun Wei still want to make friends with car owners. For a moment, neither of them looked good. Lu Xiao. It is estimated that Ming Xinyu has changed into a new car. As you know, Mings always favor Ming Xinyu. Sun Wei guessed that although he had been following Ming Xinyu for so long and had never heard of such a luxury car in Ming Xinyu, seeing Lu Hua's face getting better, he began to make sure of this speculation. Lu Fan steadily got out of the car and walked up. Seeing the 2 people staring at him, he said with a smile, "You are so polite, but I'm really honored to wait for me. But from this point on, I won't let you." Hiss. Lu Hua laughs. "Boy, do you boast without making a draft? If you don't let us, I'll see how big ways you can turn out." Lu Fan, "I'm waiting for the moment when you get drunk, hee hee." Sun Wei looks at Lu Hua with threatening eyes, then turns around and walks to the bar. Lu Fan said in secret, "Let's wait and see. The bright moon is coming, the snow-white skin between the skirts is looming, and the charm is infinite." Lu Fan, "This sports car drives really well. It's powerful. I'll be your driver tonight, and you must refuel." Lu Fan nodded slightly and walked into the bar. 3 glasses of wine with blue flames were placed in front of Lu Fan's eyes. The flames were flashing in the dim nightclub, and there were straws beside them. Second hole. Divide the world in 3. Start. At one order, the 3 men who arrived at the same time began to work together. The hot sensation of burning down the throat to the stomach is not what ordinary people can bear. Even Lu Hua and Sun Wei did not have the momentum of the first hole, and they still used straws. Lu Xiaonyo, Sun Xiao Wei Wu. Come on, come on. The people behind Lu Hua and Sun Wei act as cheerleaders temporarily and automatically. On the other hand, Lu Fan has Ming Xinyu and Xiaolan. Of course, Ming Xinyu knows that Xiaolan has come to act as Sister Li's eyes. "Lu Fan, are you sucking milk?" Ming Xinyu stares at Lu Fan with a long face and sucks the wine. She wants to kick him away. Lu Fan opened the straw and said, This wine is good, but vodka tastes too strong. Ming Xinyu is almost angry with him. Xiaolan looks at Lu Fan's action with no expression and says to her ear, "Sisterly, this guy is a pig. He takes the game as enjoyment." There was a burst of laughter from the earphone. I really haven't seen such an interesting person. If the person Zhao Yu likes is really so unbearable, I think she has any reason to refuse me again. Xiaolan's eyes twitch. Although she obeys her orders, she really can't accept her preference. Suddenly, there was a scream in the bar. Xiaolan looked around, but saw a scene that made her heart beat faster. Lu Fan actually took out the straw and drank directly into the glass. That's the wine burning with fire. Lu Fan, it's a deadly way to drink. Not only Lu Hua and Sun Wei, but all the people in the bar were staring at the man who raised his neck to drink. They were so surprised that they swallowed. Is his tongue and throat iron? Someone murmured, "Isn't he dying?" Lu Fan's operation is too non-human. People are waiting for the moment when Lu Fan eats his own evil fruit. After a cup, Lu Fan looks like aftertaste. Then he picks up the second cup and drinks it like boiled water. In the blink of an eye, the third cup also began. Come on, Lu Hua and Sun Wei were shocked. They puffed up their mouths and tried their best to speed up. When they drink the second cup, Lu Fan smashes the third cup heavily on the table and asks Ming Xinyu to go out. Ming Xinyu and do happy. Take up Lu Fan's arm. Look proud, sisterly. Lu Fan won the second level. Xiaolan looks at Lu Fan's back in the two people's red faces in front of the table, unable to calm down. 3 minutes later, Ming Xinyu drove to the third bar. The third hole, deep water ball. Lu Fan went straight into it. There were 6 glasses of beer in front of the table, and 6 bullet cups with rum on them. When the first bullet cup was knocked down, it would fall into the beer cup and turn like a dominoes. In this way, the rum-fried beer was like a deep water bomb. Start. Lu Fan started alone, holding up the beer and drinking it from his neck. There was no hesitation, not even a second's pause. After 6 beers, it only took 30 seconds. The bartender in the bar was stunned. He repeatedly checked the glass and suspected that there was something wrong with his wine. Lu Fan, you are too. Mingxin is full of vitality in her eyes. She never thought that if Lu Fan didn't sing, he would have become a blockbuster. Drinking is easier than drinking water. Let's go? Lu Fan took a breath and said. Mingxin looked at his face carefully and saw that Lu Fan's eyes were clear. His face was still, and he didn't look drunk at all. Lu Fan, are you okay? Mingxin looks at him suspiciously. Lu Fan gently blows to Mingxin. The fragrance of wine comes from the shop, and Mingxin's cheeks suddenly blush. Forget to tell you, I'm not drunk. After that, Lu Fan went to Ferrari. Cut brag. Mingxin Yuejiao snorts and follows her. The sports car roared away. A few seconds later, the cars of Sun Wei and Lu Hua arrived. What, he's done again? Lu Hua was shocked and angry. He drank the deep water bomb in a hurry. Sun Wei is also in a hurry. The more he goes back, the easier it is to open up the gap. The fourth hole is like a dream. Vanilla vodka 15 milliliters. Galano 15 milliliters. Kimberly 15 milliliters. Syrup 15 milliliters. The alcohol concentration of this kind of wine can anesthetize nerve endings and even cause slight hallucination. But for Lu Fan, who has taken 1,000 cups of Bizui pills, it's just a good cup of boiled water. Next, Lu Fan's short and direct words came to Mingxin's ears, while Xiaolan just arrived outside the bar. So fast. Xiaolan's strange voice into the headphones. Li Jia, there is silent. The fifth hole, forget Sichuan. White rum 5 milliliters. Vodka 5 milliliters. Gin 5 milliliters. Tequila 5 milliliters. This cup of wine, also known as Mingpa soup, is said to get rid of all worries after drinking. After Lu Fan had drunk, he was shaken for a moment. Some things he had recently experienced came to his mind. However, Lu Fan moved in his heart, and all his troubles disappeared. In the sixth hole, who has no life and death? Vodka, gin and Bacardi are more than 70 degrees. According to a certain mixing method, Lu Fan still drank without hesitation and said with a smile to the stunned bartender, "Your level is average." The bartender of the sixth company is a handsome man in his 30s. He looks very sexy with 2 mustaches. However, he looks at Lu Fan with the look of a monster. At the same time, he is very angry. This is his best wine-making skill, and he is despised. Boy, what's a drink after? There are 5 more. He said fiercely that the alcohol level is so high. At least it has reached the standard of mild alcoholism. No matter how much alcohol Lu Fan drinks, he has to shake his mind. At this time, Lu Fan really seems to show a trace of drunkenness, eyes blurred. The audience in this bar were all in uproar. Many of them came with Lu Fan and just wanted to witness Lu Fan's speed. No, just 1 cup is not enough. My friend, all your bulls are dead. I'm so embarrassed for you. It's also said that people's bartenders are average. But your average drinkers. They were disappointed and thought that Lu Fan was tired and could not go far. Then I'll go on. Lu Fan does not care about the smile. Look up, drink. In the 2nd cup, Lu Fan's body is shaking. I said he couldn't do it. Look, the 3rd cup is sure to fall down. I'll bet on integrity. Someone cried. After the 3rd cup, Lu Fan did not fall down, but his eyes seemed unable to open. Pour, pour, pour. There's a hustle and a countdown. Ming Xinyu also began to worry. Lu Fan will not really fall. Lu Fan's mouth slightly smiled. The 4th cup, and then the 5th cup. After 5 cups, I still didn't pour. Lu Fan shakes his head, and his eyes become clear again. The audience is dumbfounded. Dig a slot. This kid is pretending to be drunk. Nyo, what's the name of this man? I'm totally convinced this time. I don't know, but he always carries a garbage bag. Or is he called Garbage Brother? Haha, that's a good name. Garbage Brother is powerful. Garbage Brother, come on. Garbage Brother, quack. Lu Fan's face turned green when he heard the cry. After drinking the last cup, he angrily said, My name is Lu Fan. My name is Brother Fan. Garbage Brother, thanks they can think of it. Although he loves to pick up garbage, it is for his livelihood. The name of Garbage Brother must not be used. Ming Xinyu can't help laughing when she hears Garbage Brother. After hearing Lu Fan's strong antipathy, he thought that he was drunk and provoked public anger. It's not good to go forward and dissuade him. Who knows the next second, the audience is boiling. Come on, Brother Fan. Brother Fan, take me as an apprentice. Van Gogh, I support you. Ming Xinyu was shocked, and Lu Fan even drank fans. Lu Fan shakes the bangs between his forehead and smiles with satisfaction. His eyes indicate Ming Xinyu and Xiaolan to start the next family trip. Lu Hua Sunwei, who is still in the 5th bar, is in a state of rage. What? It's over again. Try to stop me. Lu Hua put down his cell phone and gave a cold smile. Then continued to drink Forget Sichuan with distorted expression. If it is usual, he dares to ensure that his state is absolutely good. But this time who knows will meet Lu Fan, such a pervert. We need to use some unusual means to deal with unusual people. So at the moment when Lu Fan was about to step out of the bar, the bartender with a group of people hula came up and blocked Lu Fan's way. What do you mean? Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and stared at more than a dozen people in front of him. The bartender twisted his neck and said, It's meaningless. I just want you to have a rest here. It's not good for you to rush too hard. Ming Xin Yueshio's eyebrows stood up and angrily scolded. You are cheating. If you let Sister Lee know, do you know what the consequences are? The bartender's face changed slightly. Sister Lee's name was too intimidating, but Lu Xiao couldn't offend her either. He simply explained, Miss Ming is serious. How dare I offend Sister Lee? It's all for the sake of Mr. Lu's health. Anyone who has drunk without life or death has to rest for 5 minutes to continue. Lu Fan light, EA, a face suddenly realized appearance. Pretended surprised way. So, thank you for your kindness. The bartender's face softened and nodded with a smile. But the next second, Lu Fan suddenly looked at Xiaolan and asked, Do you care about this? Xiaolan frowned and her eyes became cold. Next second, in front of everyone's eyes, a dark shadow flits to the bartender. All they hear is a series of screams. The gang in front of Lu Fan immediately falls down. Before and after less than 10 seconds, a dozen people were all cleaned up by Xiaolan's petite body. The crowd looked at Xiaolan, whose left foot was on the bartender's shoulder. Her tight black leather pants showed her exquisite figure. Her A4 waist made her heart beat faster. The mountain in front of her chest was towering and domineering. Such a little beauty, less than 1.65, has such a strong explosive power. Is this a pretty girl? What a leopard girl lowly. Although Lu Fan had been prepared, he was also surprised by Xiaolan's skill. He murmured and sighed. Sister Xiaolan has good skill, although she is a little worse than me. Xiaolan smells speech. immediately back to give him a look to kill. Xiaolan is powerful. Xiaolan is domineering. What kind of bartender should dare to make trouble under Xiaolan's eyes? Xiaolan, as a subordinate of Sister Li, has long been well known. Today, she shows her skill again and immediately wins a lot of applause. The guys who were fans of Lu Fan just now became fans of Xiaolan, which made Lu Fan feel like he had lost and gained. At this time, the lights of Lu Hua's and Sun Wei's cars and those of a group of followers were on in the distance. Anyway, although the bartender was beaten, he somehow delayed his time. Xiao, what level did Lu Hua and Sun Wei go to before? Lu Fan has a new idea. Ming Xinyu thought for a moment and said, Sun Wei is on the verge of a pass. Lu Hua fell on the last pass last time. He can't go back. According to the rules of the competition, only the contestants can return to the original bar without the help of others. Lu Fan nodded, did not leave, but returned to the bar again. Took out the big bricks, slowly sucked up. Lu Fan, are you stupid? Why don't you go? Mingxin Yuexin is tired. What is he doing? Lu Fan took a look at this beautiful woman, gently spit out a cigarette ring, said with a smile, wait, they're okay, do you want one? Go away, I don't suck. Now Lu Fan's impression in Mingxinyu's heart has become a nouveau riche. The only thing missing is big gold teeth. When Lu Hua and Sun Wei help each other and walk in tremblingly, they see Lu Fan sitting in front of 6 empty wine glasses, puffing clouds and showing 2 rows of teeth to greet them. That second, they suddenly want to jump up and beat this guy? Come on, you two, who has no life or death, enjoy it. Lu Fan blinked and turned the wine cup in front of him, indicating that he had finished drinking. Damn, I want to beat you up, asshole. It's arrogant. Lu Hua clenched his teeth. He didn't notice that he almost fell down. Fortunately, Sun Wei helped him. Lu Xiao, where is that? I remember you didn't give advice when you got to the 9th level last time. Why is this kidney not good? Lu Fan made a mockery of Lu Hua. He took a mouthful of the big brick and threw out a smoke ring at Lu Hua. It looks like a broad bean. This is the shape of a kidney. I don't know who came up with such a sentence. And there was a roar of laughter in the bar. Ming Xinyu and Xiaolan can't help it. Looking at this guy with 2 legs up, he is too angry. This guy is more like a rich second generation. Ming Xinyu said in secret, but still couldn't help laughing. You wait for me. Lu Hua said feebly, climbing the edge of the table and walking to the glass. Drink under Lu Fan's encouraging eyes. They drank 6 glasses of high-concentration mixed wine in one go, and drove to the 7th house under Lu Fan's hospitality. The 7th hole, Byway Life. At this stage, we must drink a large barrel of mixed beer, and the last taste is only bitter, which is the most representative taste of life, so it is called Byway Life. In the face of the half-meter-high barrel, the 3 people's expressions look wonderful, but they have been psychologically prepared. Start. Lu Fan and Lu Hua, Sun Wei cold eyes opposite. The next second 3 people raise the barrel to the mouth ascend. It's flying down 3,000 feet. The smell of wine overflows. And the wine in this barrel is just about the amount of wine. The people nearby were shouting for the 3, and from time to time there were whistles flying up, which made the atmosphere tense. This time, the 3 almost finished at the same time. However, a little comparison shows that Lu Hua Suanwei's upper body has been soaked with wine. His eyes are blurred, and he is still supporting the edge of the table, while Lu Fan is still dry, except for a few hiccups, that is. His stomach is a little bit full. He wiped the corners of his mouth and went straight to Lu Hua and Sun Wei, pulling them out one by one. What? Lu Hua shook his arm vaguely, but he didn't get rid of it. Sun Wei even lost his ability to resist. It's just the 7th hole. How much water was mixed in before? No, it's boring to play like this. I'll take you. Lu Fan kindly led them to the bar. The drivers of the 2 are ready to go, carrying Lu Hua and Sun Wei to the 8th hole. Fierce man. Some people look at Lu Fan's lonely figure in the night wind and marvel. Lu Hua and Sun Wei are disturbed by Lu Fan at the beginning of the rhythm, but this shows Lu Fan's strength. He has a good amount of wine, a clear mind, and can use mind attack devices. Besides, the 2 rich second-generation people are not good at temperament. The 8th hole, the 100-step ladder. 100 vodkas from extremely cold regions of different years need to be drunk after 100 steps. Lu Fan finished in 1 minute. Lu Hua finished in 5 minutes. And Sun Wei stopped in 50 cups. The ninth hole, life without solution. In front of Lu Fan and Lu Hua, there is only one glass of wine each, showing a colorful color. It is said that it is the cocktail with the highest alcohol content in the world, and few of them can stand up after drinking it. Lu Hua seemed to be sober a lot. Facing Lu Fanxiang, he said, Lu Fan, you can really okay. I'll remember you. If you can win me and take the whole game, Lu Hua will be willing to bow down and call you brother. Really, it's not easy for Lu Fan to let the rich man say this with his eyes bright. Lu Hua slapped the table and roared, You dare to doubt me? Quietly like this, obviously drunk. Lu Fan shook his head and said to the people around him, Do you hear me? Be a witness. Yes, Brother Van. Lu Xiao has always said what is what. There's no need to doubt it. Let's start now. Brother Garbage, can you do it? Hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes immediately stare in the past. He dares to call Garbage brother and beat him. The man was stared at by Lu Fan and shrunk back bitterly. The best record of the last level is that the man fell down after 5 seconds. And this is sisterly. How long will Lu Fan persist? 8 pass in the past. Lu Fan seems to have no reaction after drinking. Even the water, almost water poisoning. Really special. Pervert. Is this still human? Face is not red. 1,000 cups of wine is not drunk. But so it is. Lu Xiao and Sun Xiao have been planted this time. They have met strong players. Take a picture quickly. I'll go back and give it up. It's the right Dionysus of our time. At this stage, the audience were numbed by the intense and exciting banquet. Of course, the most important thing was that they were shocked by Lu Fan. The so-called master in the folk, Lu Fan at this time in their eyes is such a master. Ming Sinyu's cheek is also slightly red. The reason why Lu Fan does this today is for himself. Which woman in the heart does not want to have a person to shelter themselves? Such a man is too hard to find. And now Lu Fan has come to this step for himself. Over the years, Ming Sinyu's closed heart finally has a ray of sunshine. Lu Fan, are you okay? She gently asked. Lu Fan grinned. Zai, if I can't, you have to be responsible. Ming Sinyu's face turned red. She snorted and hammered Lu Fan. Hooligan. Next second. Well, I'll do it first, whatever you want. Lu Fan said to Lu Hua, Raise the wine. Look around and drink it. When the wine glass is down, the eyes of the whole bar are fixed on Lu Fan, ready to see the scene of his fall. Lu Hua's eyes almost fell out. He had to watch Lu Fan fall down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lu Fan's eyes closed slowly, affecting everyone's heart. Is it going to fall at last? Lu Hua almost laughs. Now he doesn't care about winning or losing. He just wants to see the second when Lu Fan falls down. However, the corner of Lu Fan's mouth suddenly raised up and opened his eyes. It's your turn. Lu Fan stopped. Hiss. Innumerable pour to absorb cool air sound to ring out one after another. Lu Fan didn't fall down. Even broke the record of sisterly. Dionysus, the new Dionysus. Lu Fan, Lu Fan. Lu Fan, I love you. I want to give you a monkey. It's the kidney of Vajra. The bar is boiling. This second, the mobile phone flash continues to ring. Lu Fan unknowingly become the man of the year of all bars in Linhai City. When Lu Hua saw Lu Fan standing steadily, he finally didn't dare to drink this glass of wine and fell to the ground. Lu Fan took a deep breath, turned around and said with a smile, Let's go. Lu Fan won the golf fight and banquet in the bar. Ming Xinyu takes up Lu Fan's arm in good time. At this moment, people feel that even though Lu Fan is still wearing cheap clothes, it is so compatible with Ming Xinyu. The person that Miss Ming likes is really extraordinary. Someone murmured, Boss, I'll buy everyone's wine here tonight. At this time, Ming Xinyu looks back with a smile, and the bar owner suddenly exclaims, Miss Ming's treat. Drink tonight. The crowd cheered, and Ming Xinyu's move undoubtedly earned a lot of favor for himself and Lu Fan. We have to go back to the Dawn Bar and get something. As soon as Lu Fan got on the bus, he said to Ming Xinyu. Ming Xinyu nodded and did not ask why. Lu Fan paid too much for himself tonight. However, after seeing the so-called things in Lu Fan's mouth, Ming Xinyu feels a little flustered. A big iron box. Yes, that's it, my baby. Lu Fan tried his best to load the bike into the trunk. Got into the car drunk. and finally couldn't make it through, so he fell asleep, even if there are thousands of pills. But in the face of the world's highest alcohol cocktail, Lu Fan just lasted longer than ordinary people. Ming Xinyu holds her forehead and looks at Lu Fan, who yells loudly. She laughs in her heart. I'll say you can really be Superman? So a Ferrari carrying a ragged bicycle drove away from Donbar. Donbar, sisterly. He's a pervert. He can drink so much. Xiaolan said coldly, but her eyes were not clear. Sisterly walked out in the dark. She wore a black suit on her shoulder, and her red lips were raised. She said in a funny way, "How, Xiaolan? Is that the person in your heart?" Xiaolan's ears were red and her eyes were slightly flustered, but she soon settled down and hummed. "It's not." Elder Sisterly walked forward slowly, and a beautiful face appeared. She put her hands around her arm and said, "Ah, my little moon. I'm afraid she will be fascinated by that boy this time. But I helped Lu Fan. She owes me so much. I'll see if she dares to refuse me in the future, Xiaolan. You'll keep a good eye on him in the next few days." Xiaolan Lunglong, he or she. Of course, it's the one you think of. Sisterly joked. Xiaolan felt that her face was hot enough to boil eggs. Ming Xinyu didn't send Lu Fan back to Liming Bar. In fact, it's not necessary. Lu Fan has no sense of where he is going and has no worries. When he woke up, he was already on the top of the pole. The result of the hangover was that his head was heavy, but in Lu Fan's opinion, alcohol didn't seem to have any effect on him. On the contrary, he felt refreshed. Just after waking up, he suddenly felt pain in his abdomen, and a strong impact wanted to gush out. Damn it! Lu Fan quickly turned out of bed and ran to the bathroom. However, at this time, he thought of a question. Where am I? Clean and bright room, spacious and tidy. Velvet quilt soft bed, a bunch of soft light cast in. The room is filled with a touch of fragrance. This taste, how so familiar? Is it the home of Ming Xinyu? Lu Fan clearly remembers the events of yesterday, without a trace of forgetting. He can't help but feel the power of 1,000 cups of Bizui pills. Goo. My stomach is screaming again. It's on the way. Toilet. Where's the toilet? Lu Fan ran around like a fly without a head, looking for the toilet everywhere. Finally, he opened a toilet and saw the toilet. Take off your pants. Everything feels so peaceful. The waste in his stomach is like opening the gate to release water, which solves Lu Fan's urgent need. At this time, Lu Fan's attention shifted from his own needs. Then he saw the black dirt on his body, as if walking out of the coal mine. Reflecting on the opposite mirror, Lu Fan saw a black man. I wipe. Who is this black coal ball? Lu Fan exclaimed, surprised. Then he accepted the fact that it was his own. What's going on? Lu Fan thought about the place he went to yesterday, and then suddenly remembered something. Is it the effect of bodybuilding pills? And is this the so-called washing tendons and cutting marrow? In some shoujo novels, there is such a situation that the protagonist swallows the elixir to improve his own constitution, physical potential, and strength. I felt my biceps, and it was as solid as iron. Then I looked at my abdomen. Shit, 8 abs. Looking at the dirty abdominal muscles, Lu Fan was overjoyed and was absolutely sure that he was lucky. After solving the physiological needs, Lu Fan quickly took a shower, and a perfect male body finally appeared. It's so white and tender. How can my skin be so good? Lu Fan looked at his new body and couldn't put it down. Maybe this image can be created. At this time, the toilet suddenly opened. A woman in pink pajamas came in, rubbed her bleary eyes, went straight to the toilet, and sat down. This scene was clearly seen by Lu Fan, only to feel that his eyes were full of white flowers. Zayu, early. He laughed awkwardly. Ming Xinyu yawned and said, good morning. There seems to be a sudden stagnation in the bathroom for a second. Ming Xinyu suddenly opens her eyes, and her face is totally incredible. Her bright and beautiful neck turns around mechanically and looks at Lu Fan. In the hazy water curtain, a Chilyuo's body came into her eyes. Her pupils are dilating and her mouth is slightly open. Ah! The moment Lu Fan covers his ears, the scream of a soprano finally rings out. Lu Fan suspected that the whole building, and even the whole community, had heard it. Stop! Lu Fan couldn't help walking out of the water curtain, covering her mouth with one hand and her eyes with the other. Mingxin Moon still makes the sound of woo-woo. Shut up. Lu Fan angrily scolds A. This woman still has not finished. Zayu, I'll go out right now. I'll see you off. You consciously close your eyes and nod if you understand. Ming Xinyu calms down and nods. Lu Fan just let go of her mouth, conveniently picked up the clothes, blocked the lower body, and ran out without wiping. Bang! The door slammed shut. Ming Xinyu just opened her eyes, gasped, and her face was still in shock. She secretly scolded in her heart. How could she forget that she had brought a careless guy home last night? Hurry to the toilet, wash your face, and wake up. However, who can tell her why there are always strong muscles innate? Abdominal muscles shaking in front of her eyes. I can't believe this guy has such a good figure. Ming Xinyu couldn't help sighing. Carefully push open the door. Ming Xinyu crept to his room. The corner of his eyes, but inadvertently Piao to Lu Fan's room. Damn, that strong body is making a demon again. Restraining the temptation full of aesthetic feeling, Ming Xinyu ran to her room. At this time, Lu Fan is also immersed in his beautiful body. But after a night, he found that his strength are far stronger than yesterday's state. Even slightly nearsighted eyes seem to have recovered. Sure enough, it's better to hold Dad's thigh. Lu Fan grinned. He was wrapped in a bath towel, but he was worried the next second. His clothes were dirty. Cough. Outside the door came the voice of Ming Xinyu. Lu Fan turned to look, said with a smile, "Last night, thank you." Ming Xinyu saw Lu Fan in the light, handsome and miraculous. She couldn't help flying down her cheeks and said in a small voice, "You're welcome. I should like to thank you for helping me out." The first 2 times I met, Ming Xinyu didn't see Lu Fan's face well. Now I have a close look, and I find that Lu Fan is so handsome. Ming Xinyu feels that her heartbeat is out of control, and Lu Fan looks at the bright moon with water in her hair. She is wearing a white nightgown and shows her slender, straight legs. Waist inging a grip, tied horsetail. At this time, Ming Xinyu looks like a pure neighbor sister. "Well, can you find me something I can wear?" Lu Fan pointed to the dirty clothes on the ground and said with a dry smile. Ming Xinyu looks at the ground with a suspicious look on her face. Last night, her clothes were still so clean, and Lu Fan didn't vomit. How could she get dark? Without thinking about it, she nodded quickly and ran to her room. Looking at his cool t-shirt and shorts, Lu Fan said in his heart that it's too fashionable to match our career. Ming Xinyu looks at Lu Fan's frown and is embarrassed to say, "Is the dress too small? This is my brother's dress. It's hard for me to find this one. It's really a little old. If not, I'll go out and buy you one now." "No, no." Lu Fanlian shook his head and said with a smile, "I think it's too new, too fashionable, and not used to it." He stretched his body for a while. His firm chest muscles bulged, and Ming Xinyu blushed and couldn't help lowering his head. If you let her acquaintances see Ming Xinyu, they will be shocked. How can the first lady of the Tang Ming group be shy? Lu Fan glimpses Ming Xin Yuetao's dizzy cheeks. Last night's domineering female. President's temperament seems to have disappeared. At this time, she is tender and amiable. Do you like yourself? Lu Fan sighs in his heart that people should be realistic. Now he is picking up garbage for a living, and he has no plans to call his girlfriend for the time being. Besides, it is estimated that there will be endless troubles behind Ming Xinyu. It's good to be alone. After a brief silence, "Well, Xiaoyu, I helped you yesterday. You let me have a good night's sleep. Even if we are even, I'll go first if I have something else to do." Lu Fan picked up his old clothes and went out. Well, what? Ming Xinyu is stunned. Isn't the plot right? Under normal circumstances, the next step should not be to be affectionate, and then go out to have a meal, chat, and get to know each other. However, now Lu Fan's hasty departure seems to be escaping something. "Hey, can you stop?" Ming Xinyu calls Lu Fan. Lu Fan turns head impatiently away. "Do not walk, you raise me. I support you," Ming Xin said subconsciously. Lu Fan blinked and shook his head. "Fool, I still like to pick up junk." Then he turned and disappeared at the door. "Son of a bitch, I'm not as ragged as I am." Bah, that's a clear refusal to me. Ming Xinyu clenched her teeth and stamped her feet in anger. Looking at the direction of the door, she made up her mind and said, If you want to make it even? In my dream, the man I see in Ming Xinyu is not beyond my reach." Thinking of this, Ming Xinyu takes out her mobile phone and dials a mysterious number. "Secretary Gao, help me find someone." When Lu Fan went downstairs, he put his clothes in a woven bag. Unfortunately, the things he discarded from his hands did not have any value in the system. Ming Xinyu is located in a residential area. where the buildings are well arranged and luxurious. The layout design of the garden road of the residential area just in front of you is not what you can see in the ordinary residential area. Minglan is a place where rich people gather. Ming Xinyu is really not an ordinary person. Lu Fanong took a look at the upstairs and suddenly thought of his house. It is estimated that he can live in it today. Fully Jiyuan community is a little more advanced than Minglan Buyuan community. And it is also a community that some stars and well-known social figures are keen on. He still remembers that when Bai Xiaoxin proposed to buy a house there. His heart beat violently. He chuckled. It's not good to be bitter about the past. Boom. Ferrari, carrying a ragged bicycle, roars away when the security guard in the community sees the ghost. He drove to the deserted lane, picked up the Ferrari, and rode out on his bicycle. In the afternoon, the sun was warm. It's downtown. There's business everywhere. There is no end to the street. They sell fruits, fried string, books, kitchen utensils, and so on. And the garbage on the ground is produced all the time. With the surging of pedestrians, Lu Fan rides his bicycle and looks around. All of a sudden, he saw a noodle shop on the street, and his brow suddenly brightened. The premise of picking up garbage is to fill your stomach first. Shisha noodle shop. Liang Xiaoqiu sat on the stool, holding her cheeks in both hands, looking out of the window. The noodle shop is bright and clean, but no one comes in when people come and go outside. As one of the chefs and owners of Shisha noodle shop, Liang Xiaoqiu's eyes are full of despair and worry. Sister Xiaoqiu, Master Wang just called to say that he won't come either. At this time, the cashier's sister Lin Xiaoqian ran over with a little cry. Liang Xiaoqiu wilted away. Tree fall. Monkey scattered. Early guess, Xiaoqian. Later you also go. I don't know. Lin Xiaoqian suddenly raised her voice and pouted. Liang Xiaoqiu listlessly stood up, a white chef uniform. Although old, but clean and tidy, set off her petite posture. She looked around the noodle shop, her eyes full of nostalgia and reluctant. It's all her work. At that time, who was not impressed by Shishan noodle shop and its neighbors. But still, alas, she sighed, now there is really no way. Gio. The door of the noodle shop opened and a young man in shorts and t-shirt came in. Before Liang Xiaoqiu could stop him, the young man had already found a place to sit down. A bowl of noodles, boss. It is Lu Fan who shouts. Liang Xiaoqiu walked over and said coldly, Sorry, I'm not doing business today. Please leave. Lu Fan Long murmured, But I'm hungry. Serious and sincere. He has hardly eaten since last night. I'm afraid he would be too hungry to walk. Now if it wasn't for Changshan. Plastic pills. It's not easy to find a noodle shop, but it says it's not doing business? Liang Xiaoqiu was shocked by Lu Fan's words. Hungry, wanna eat, it's very natural. Goo goo. A long sound lasted for 3 seconds, echoing throughout the noodle shop. It lasts for a long time. Lu Fan's stomach is protesting wildly. Looking at Lu Fan's embarrassed look, Liang Xiaoqiu couldn't help being amused. Well, good luck. You're my last guest. Lu Fan blinked, a little confused. Liang Xiaoqiu looks about the same age as him. His long hair is curled up. His beauty is no less beautiful than Ming Xinyu. His waist is thin and his buttocks are curled up. There is a touch of sadness between his eyes and eyebrows, and he is able to walk. Watching her walk into the kitchen, not far away, Lin Xiaoqian looks at Lu Fan lightly, smiles politely, and immediately lowers her head and turns over the pamphlet in her hand. Just then, the phone rings. It's He Xiaojia. Brother Fan, you finally answered the phone. On the other end of the cell phone, her voice was a little short. Xiaojia, what's the matter? Are you in a hurry? Oh, Brother Fan, nothing. I'm sorry, Brother Fan. I left first yesterday. Don't you blame me. He Xiaojia said carefully. Lu Fan chuckles. Silly girl, what do you think? Even if you don't leave, I want you to leave ahead of time. He Xiaojia immediately relaxed. Brother Fan, there is one more thing. Your house has been successfully handled. You can check in today. When do you have time? I'll send the key. Oh, I'll see you at the entrance of Fuli Jiyuan at 3 p.m. The street where Lu Fan is Fu Li Jia Yuan community. Just walk there. After hanging up, I found that He Xiaojia had more than 20 calls. The earliest of which was at 11 o'clock last night. That girl. Lu Fan was inexplicably moved. Here comes the noodles. The hot Shishan sliced noodles are served, and the fragrance is delicious. Shishan sliced noodles are very common in Linhai City. But Lu Fan can guarantee that the bowl of noodles in front of him is several times better than what he has eaten before. Red soup with pale yellow noodles, next to a few pieces of meat and green leaves. Red with green, quite attractive. Lu Fan gobbled up. A portion of the amount is enough to tube full. When the noodles in the bowl reached the bottom, Lu Fan touched his stomach and raised his head, but saw two pairs of eyes staring at him. Is it delicious? Liang Xiaoqiu asked with concern. Lu Fan nodded. Are you full? Lin Xiaoqian then asked, eyebrows raised. Lu Fan nodded again. Then I saw Liang Xiaoqiu and Lin Xiaoqian look at each other and smile. It is the service tenet of Shishan sliced noodles to make customers satisfied. Last time, it's a good ending. Liang Xiaoqiu said to himself, and then said to Lu Fan, let's go after eating. How much is it? No money. Ah. Lu Fan got up, surprised to see Liang Xiaoqiu. This is not good. I don't have the habit of eating overlord meal. Liang Xiaoqiu's face suddenly cools down. This guy doesn't know how to be funny. Do you have to destroy her last perfect memory of the museum? Pa. Liang Xiaoqiu slaps the table hard, and the soup at the bottom of the bowl almost splashes on Lu Fan. Go now, or I'll take you $1 million. When he met such a boss who didn't want money, Lu Fan said, good man, and ran away. Having enough to eat and drink, I pushed my bicycle to downtown. When I went out, I saw a teapot without a mouth. Ding! If the host finds the incomplete teapot, reward 500,000. Liang Xiaoqiu and Lin Xiaoqian in the noodle shop saw the scene of picking up garbage and were stunned. I'm still buying a junk customer? Liang Xiaoqiu and Lin Xiaoqian look at each other again and laugh. When Lu Fan heard the laughter behind him, he immediately shook his head. For the sake of you inviting me a bowl of noodles, I don't care. On the downtown street. Ding! If the host finds a cabbage gang, it will be rewarded 2 yuan. Lu Fan. Damn, did vegetables annoy you? Make complaints about it. Continue. Ding! If the host picks up the discarded charging head, 300,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding! If the host finds a broken flower pot, a reward of 500,000 yuan will be given. Ding! If the host picks up a rotten apple, 5,000 yuan will be awarded. The advantage of picking up junk in the downtown area is that there are so many people. At most, people will take a strange look at Lu Fan, and they will be pushed away by the crowd. In addition, there are many rags like Lu Fan. I'm very envious when I meet my colleagues. Lu Fan will try to avoid it. Wow! A shout suddenly rang out from Lu Fan's side. The pedestrians, including Lu Fan, were startled. Lu Fan, like everyone else, looks at the source of the sound. It turned out to be a bookseller. This is a man in his 40s. He is wearing a white t-shirt, thin body, and his eyes are full of blood. At this time, he is in a very excited state, and his eyes have been staring at the hands of a lottery ticket, jumping in front of the stall like a child eating sugar. What's the matter with this man? Isn't he crazy? Did you win the lottery in your hand? Should I call the Second Municipal People's Hospital? The boss is crazy because he lost all his money. People get together and look like they're watching. When the bookseller heard the words of the people around him, his smile gradually converged. His neck tilted and his face became cold. Go away. It's a big prize, you're crazy. Having enough to eat and drink, I pushed my bicycle to downtown. When I went out, I saw a teapot without a mouth. Ding! If the host finds the incomplete teapot, reward 500,000. Liang Xiaoqiu and Lin Xiaoqian in the noodle shop saw the scene of picking up garbage and were stunned. I'm still buying a junk customer? Liang Xiaoqiu and Lin Xiaoqian look at each other again and laugh. When Lu Fan heard the laughter behind him, he immediately shook his head. For the sake of you inviting me a bowl of noodles, I don't care. On the downtown street. Ding! If the host finds a cabbage gang, it will be rewarded 2 yuan. Lu Fan. Damn, did vegetables annoy you? Make complaints about it. Continue. Ding! If the host picks up the discarded charging head, 300,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding! If the host finds a broken flower pot, a reward of 500,000 yuan will be given. Ding! If the host picks up a rotten apple, 5,000 yuan will be awarded. The advantage of picking up junk in the downtown area is that there are so many people. At most, people will take a strange look at Lu Fan, and they will be pushed away by the crowd. In addition, there are many rags like Lu Fan. I'm very envious when I meet my colleagues. Lu Fan will try to avoid it. Wow! A shout suddenly rang out from Lu Fan's side. The pedestrians, including Lu Fan, were startled. Lu Fan, like everyone else, looks at the source of the sound. It turned out to be a bookseller. This is a man in his 40s. He is wearing a white t-shirt, thin body, and his eyes are full of blood. At this time, he is in a very excited state, and his eyes have been staring at the hands of a lottery ticket, jumping in front of the stall like a child eating sugar. What's the matter with this man? Isn't he crazy? Did you win the lottery in your hand? Should I call the Second Municipal People's Hospital? The boss is crazy because he lost all his money. People get together and look like they're watching. When the bookseller heard the words of the people around him, his smile gradually converged. His neck tilted and his face became cold. Go away. It's a big prize, you're crazy. Reading stall owner's appearance. It seems that really won the prize, but also slowly calmed down. Go for a walk. What are you looking at? The stall is closed. The bookstall owner didn't like the feeling of being the focus of the public and waved away the public. Damn, this is how much money, so arrogant. The customer is God, don't you understand? Boss, I'm here to buy books. Cough. Boss, what's your name? Bookstall owner. Get out of here. The crowd either swearing or thinking away. Lu Fan also joined in the fun to leave. Just then, oh, the rag picker. The bookseller suddenly opened his mouth. Lu Fan turned and pointed to himself. Call me. Yes, that's you. The bookseller nodded, beckoned Lu Fan to come over, looked at a pile of books at his feet, and asked, if you don't want these books, I'll give them to you. Lu Fan stopped his bicycle, first in a daze, then in a suspicious way. Uncle, you are not joking, are you? The bookstall owner immediately turned his lips and said seriously, do you think I look like a joke? He shook his lottery ticket and whispered, see, $1 million. Do you have the money to set up a stall? Oh, $1 million. Lu Fan calmly nodded, a very understanding look. $1 million at ordinary times. Lu Fan must cast envious eyes. But now he bends a few times to be $1 million is really not rare. With the system, Lu Fan's love for money has become a 3-minute heat. Now what he wants to do most is to upgrade the system by picking up garbage and witness more miracles of life. Oh, the bookstall owner is very dissatisfied with Lu Fan's reaction. It's $1 million. Doesn't the boy know how to count? Lu Fan immediately responded, and his eyes were filled with a bright and shining look. Uncle, you are so lucky. You can eat 1 million noodles, drink Coke, sleep where you want, and wear a pair of good shoes. Lu Fan talks a lot, and his eyes are full of yearning. Stop, stop. The bookseller quickly interrupts Lu Fan's words. He glances at Lu Fan with a strange look. His clothes are slightly old, and he has a pair of old football shoes on his feet. Looking at the garbage bag on his shoulder, he immediately sighs that this boy just seems to be used to suffering. And no matter how much money he gives, he won't enjoy it. Oh, it's sad. The bookseller looked at Lu Fan with sympathy and pity. You can pack all these books, I don't want them, said the bookseller. The boss is bright. Lu Fan's eyes immediately glowed, but he asked the system with vigilance. System, are these rubbish? System, count. Simply a word, System Dad has personality. Lu Fan immediately began to sweep up the bookstall. The bookseller patted Lu Fan on the shoulder and said, young man, work hard, sooner or later well. You can still meet such a pleasant person as me. With a smile, he walked out with 8 character steps on his back, without looking at the bookstall. There is a black thread on Lu Fan's forehead, and this uncle is too angry. It's only 1 million. It's like who doesn't have it? Ding! If the host finds a copy of Tianlong Babu, a reward of 1 million yuan will be given. Ding! The host picked up a copy of Shao Li Fei Dao and awarded 900,000 yuan. Ding! The host picked up a copy of 100 Years of Solitude and awarded 600,000 yuan. Ding! The system prompts sound again and again, reaching the level of overlapping prompts. Lu Fan's head is buzzing, and the whole person is almost numb. At the same time, Lu Fan's mobile phone bank card prompt information is also constantly sent. Your tail number is 4,567. The income is 500,000 yuan, and the current balance is 85,638,900.20 yuan. The balance is infinitely close to 100 million yuan. Lu Fan looked at the bookstall owner's back, cannot help but sigh. Rich people still feel great. Also at this time, different system prompts sound. Ding! The host picked up the compendium of materia medica and acquired all the knowledge and experience of traditional Chinese medicine, master level of traditional Chinese medicine. Ding! The host picked up the complete collection of acupuncture and moxibustion and acquired the 12 patterns of Fushi Bagua acupuncture and moxibustion. The next second, Lu Fan had a vast amount of knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine in his mind, including the method of acupuncture and moxibustion. Fushi 8 trigrams acupuncture 12 belonged to the secret of not pass, put now, has been lost. Lu Fan squatted on the ground and held his head for a few minutes before he reluctantly accepted it. Now I'm a miracle doctor in the world. Lu Fan was ecstatic and even imagined that he could be proud to say to others in the future that picking up garbage is our main business. Seeing a doctor to save people or being a bartender is just a hobby. Maybe he can get all his professional experience by picking up rubbish. Half of the books were picked up, and the eyes of the passers-by naturally noticed Lu Fan. However, before they said anything, a few peers came over with bad looks. The leader is a man of the same age as Lu Fan, but compared with Lu Fan, the clothes of others are too suitable for the profession itself. Lu Fan's eyes brightened when he was dressed in gray, clothes with colorful cloth strips to seal the crevasse, black hand-woven cloth shoes on his feet, and shabby bags on his body. Brother, do you know who is the owner of the garbage on this street? Have you asked my brother Lu? The man's chin was raised, his beard was pulled, and his black face showed a rude expression. Lu Fan stood up, took a deep breath, and asked, "What's your name?" "Your name is Jiao." "Surname Jiao?" Lu Fan made a deliberate pause. Jiao rode this just reflected come over, the eye a stare. "Are you scolding me? Dare to call me brother Lu? You are tired of living. Beat me." Several younger brothers behind him make an effort to attack Lu Fan. The next second, Lu Fan took out a stack of banknotes and handed them to Jiao Lu. "Ah." Jiao Lu is confused. "Lu Fan, I bought your clothes." "Ah." Jiao Lu's voice increased by 8 decibels, and even his younger brother was stunned. Lu Fan impatient way. "Ah what? In the end sell, not enough." With that, he took out another pile from the woven bag. "Sell? Oh no, I'll take it off right away." Jiao Lu suddenly happy, the 2 stacks of banknotes estimated to be tens of thousands. He took off the clothes in a hurry, leaving only the flower underpants on his body. He folded the clothes neatly and handed them to Lu Fan with a respectful smile. "Brother, here you are." The 2 younger brothers behind are not willing to lag behind. "We also sell." Lu Fan took the clothes, shook his head, and said, "I'll take this one, you can forget it." The younger brothers were crying in the street. Jiao Lu picked up the bill with one hand, spat on his fingers, and counted it quickly. "Brother Lu, how much is it?" "Brother Lu, let me count for you. Don't be tired." My little brother surrounded me attentively. Jiao Lu immediately stuffed the money into his underpants and said, "Roll away. How can you count the money earned by labor and capital?" Of course, Lu Fan bought such a shabby dress to wear, but the smell is still a little strong. Put it into the woven bag. The system will not absorb it anyway. He plans to pick up garbage all the way to fully Jun community. Just then, Lu Fan obviously felt that the pedestrians around him were in a hurry, and they were all rushing to the direction behind him. Are they here again? This is probably the last time. Oh, I pity the boss. She was cheated by her brother. She's been able to make it up to now, and she's already very strong. Well, I don't think there will be any Shishan noodle shop in the future. There was a lot of discussion among the pedestrians, but they all looked curious and busy. When Lu Fan heard the 4 words Shishan noodle shop, he was surprised. Did something happen to the noodle shop just now? He seems to have guessed something about the female owner of the noodle shop. Noodle shop is difficult. He sighed. Aftertaste the taste of the bowl of noodles. Murmured, "So delicious noodles, how can it be so gone?" Shishan noodle shop. A man in a plaid suit with a big gold chain stood in front of the door, his brown and yellow bangs cocked up. Behind him, more than 20 men with bare arms were dominating the street. Looking for trouble, Liang Xiaoqiu stood alone in front of the door, holding a kitchen knife in his hand and looking coldly across his eyebrows. He faced a group of people alone and did not lose the momentum at all. "Liang Xiaoqiu, it's the last day. Has Qian lived neatly?" The man with the big gold chain stepped on the steps and asked. There was a sneer in his mouth and cold in his eyes. Before, he had learned Liang Xiaoqiu's temper. This woman is more mad than a man. Tian Yuan, I've already said that if you want money, if you want life, try it. She took the sharpened kitchen knife in her hand and scanned more than 20 people under the steps with a cold smile. And me, Lin Xiaoqian, ran over with a pan on her shoulder. She braved herself to breathe deeply and showed her head behind Liang Xiaoqiu. Yo, Sister Xiaoqian is still here. I thought Liang Xiaoqiu was the only one with a dead brain. How can you take a pan to block bullets? Tian Yuan laughs and doesn't take Liang Xiaoqiu and Lin Xiaoqian's resistance seriously. Tian Yuan, I can't do this business anyway. It's a big deal. My godfather left me this shop. Even if you cut me down today, I won't go out of this shop. Liang Xiaoqiu cried out with all her strength, even though her hand holding the knife was still shaking. This scene was seen by the surrounding crowd and immediately shocked them. This Tian Yuan is too overbearing. Why bother to embarrass a little girl? Is this a fight? Why didn't anyone call the police? It doesn't work to call the police. The man's name is Tian Yuan. His brother is the director of the police station. Do you think it works? People are indignant, but in the face of so many people, they still can't help. Tian Yuan's eyes pondered for a moment, disdained to say, as for it, isn't it 500,000? If you hand over the shop, it's nothing? Dream. Liang Xiaoqiu has an impulse to see death as if he were going home. Tian Yuan sighed. Then don't blame me. He turned his back to his subordinates, raised his right hand, and said, give them to me, stand them out. With an order, more than 20 people rushed up to Liang Xiaoqiu. Liang Xiaoqiu was in a hurry. He pointed the knife at the crowd and said angrily, stop, don't come here. I have the kitchen knife in my hand. This is Liang Xiaoqiu's feeling of being forced to die. These 20-odd men were really bluffed by Liang Xiaoqiu. Stand still. Lin Xiaoqian was inspired and the pan was flying around. Damn, you're going up. Tian Yuan clapped his thigh to urge him. Liang Xiaoqiu's kitchen knife is shining silver. I see who dares. The two sides are deadlocked. It's not that the thugs are afraid, but that Liang Xiaoqiu blocked the import alone. With the momentum of one woman in charge, 10,000 people can't open it. Fool, break the door open and tear down the shop for me. I want the land, not the shop. Tian Yuan said fiercely. Liang Xiaoqiu was flustered when he heard the speech. Boss, we're finished, exclaimed Lin Xiaoqian. Bang! One of the thugs suddenly took out an iron bar from his arms and smashed it at the glass door. All of a sudden, the glass door fragments flying. Liang Xiaoqiu bear the brunt, see to be affected. Boss, hiding behind Liang Xiaoqiu, Lin Xiaoqian subconsciously picks up the pan to block her head. And Liang Xiaoqiu stayed where he was. The tragedy is about to happen. Even Tian Yuan didn't expect that his men were so unimportant. The onlookers were stunned. No, in front of everyone's eyes, a dark shadow flashed quickly, even moving a second before the beater hit the glass. A generous figure ran into the 20-odd people and fell on Liang Xiaoqiu. The scene changed too much and too fast. There was no sound in the audience for a moment. Fragments of the glass door finally landed and the door opened, but no thugs broke into it to destroy it. All the people, including Tian Yuan, turned their eyes to the figure on the ground. As a party, Liang Xiaoqiu felt a white shadow in front of her. Then the body fell out of control. The back of her head is tightly protected by this person, and the price is that the whole person is under pressure. Are you all right? A gentle, familiar voice rang out in her ear. Liang Xiaoqiu blinked her big eyes before she saw the man in front of her. Her skin was white. Her eyebrows were starry. Her nose was high, and her mouth was filled with a smile. At this time, a stream of blood slowly flowed down from his forehead. It's you? You're hurt. Naturally, this person is Lu Fan. Liang Xiaoqiu struggles quickly. Unexpectedly, Lu Fan has a pain in the back of his head and turns black in front of his eyes. The whole person immediately lies on Liang Xiaoqiu again. Liang Xiaoqiu jumped from the ground like a frightened rabbit. Lu Fan woke up, covered his head, and slowly got up. He looked at the palm of his hand. It was full of blood. Look at the glass fragments on the ground behind you. The bloody one is the size of a palm. Lu Fan took a deep breath, and his head ached. He couldn't help muttering. Damn. I'm afraid his head would not have been preserved if he hadn't taken the Chanshan plastic pills. I don't know that this scene is more frightening to others. The glass smasher looked at Lu Fan, looked behind him, and finally looked at Lu Fan. His eyes looked like a monster. He almost made the most of his strength, which was enough to disfigure Liang Xiaoqiu. However, in the electric light and flint room, this young man was able to break through more than 20 people to protect Liang Xiaoqiu. Even such a large piece of glass just made him scratch the back of his head. And the body in the t-shirt isn't scathed? Is this special or human? Liang Xiaoqiu stood up and reflected that it was the young man who saved himself. Are you okay? Liang Xiaoqiu looked at the young man, who covered his head and showed his teeth, and asked in a low voice. Lu Fan looked back at her, turned his eyes. No good airway. Can it be okay? It's bleeding. It's very blunt. Liang Xiaoqiu's rare failure to fight back. This is the savior. Xiaoqian, bring the first aid kit quickly. Liang Xiaoqiu shouts in a hurry. Lin Xiaoqian, whose face was covered with ashes from the bottom of the pan, quickly put down the pan and ran to the rear. Liang Xiaoqiu stepped forward to see Lu Fan's injury. Do you have any embroidery needles? Lu Fan suddenly turned and asked. Liang Xiaoqiu was shocked and shook his head. No, this is a noodle shop. Where can there be embroidery needles? Can't noodle shops have embroidery needles? It's all women. Lu Fan sighed. Originally, he wanted to try acupuncture to stop bleeding. Liang Xiaoqiu is embarrassed to smile. The vision deep place flits a sharp edge. He's a lifesaver. He has to endure. She knew that without this person, she would have to go to the hospital. She nearly got hurt for the sake of the shop. She suddenly remembered her dead godfather's words before he died. If the craftsmanship is there, a heart to make noodles is enough to make the world. The reason why Liang Xiaoqiu is not willing to buy this shop is that it is the only legacy left by Godfather. She didn't want to throw it away like this. But now, no matter how strong she is, she has to face the reality. She is sad the next second, but see Lu Fan close 4 fingers, aimed at the neck, elder brother clavicular mastoid muscle interrupt medial. The common carotid artery pressure to the cervical spine. This is the simplest acupoint hemostasis for head and neck bleeding. Outside, a group of thugs staring at Lu Fan in situ dare not act rashly. Tian Yuan was behind them. All he knew was that a man broke in and saved Liang Xiaoqiu. Although he was worried about hurting people when the glass broke, he still had to do something. What's the matter with you? Hurry to get them out. Today, the owner here must be Tian. Tian Yuan pulls these people apart and intends to set an example. Bring it. Tian Yuan grabbed the iron bar and stepped into the shop. At this moment, Liang Xiaoqiu is preparing to do a simple bandage for Lu Fan. Liang Xiaoqiu, if you don't leave today, I will. However, the next second. But listen to Liang Xiaoqiu light said. Don't quarrel, I promised. Noah? Tian Yuan looked down at Liang Xiaoqiu, who was dressing the young man on the stool. He was a little surprised. He stood aside. Liang Xiaoqiu good-looking side face to see clearly. As always focused. It's a pity that a good-looking woman can never compare with her. Vested interests. Oh, it hurts. Lu Fan called out untimely and complained. You're a woman with no weight. I'm a wounded man. Liang Xiaoqiu finally couldn't help it. This guy saved himself. He really did whatever he wanted. Hum. She held the kitchen knife. She felt the kitchen knife in her hand, was hungry and thirsty. Liang Xiaoqiu, since you are enlightened, go out quickly. Where can't you bandage it? Tian Yuan can't see Liang Xiaoqiu's expression. He urges him impatiently again. Hurry up, Grandma. Liang Xiaoqiu suddenly jumped up and put the vegetable knife on Tian Yuan's neck. Tian Yuan exclaimed, Code, escort. Then he fell to the ground. The thugs outside rushed in one after another, and 2 of them quickly tried to grab the knife. Liang Xiaoqiu was so scared that he waved his knife. At this time, a generous hand to hold Liang Xiaoqiu's wrist. Easy to seize the kitchen knife. Then Liang Xiaoqiu saw the 2 men who rushed to him. It's flying. Tian Yuan was scared to the ground by Liang Xiaoqiu's kitchen knife. But he was not a vegetarian either. He quickly asked the people behind him to help. The thugs quickly gathered around, and 2 of them took the knife. The size, give me waste this woman's hand. Tian Yuan was so scared that he became even more angry. Seeing Liang Xiaoqiu's panic, his expression became ferocious. However, the next second, He saw that his two thugs suddenly flew upside down and smashed on the stool beside him. He was stunned, and the thugs were stunned. In the noodle shop, it's quiet. Everyone's eyes turned to the man who shot again. A straight, long leg slowly from the air back. Lu Fan cold looking at the eyes of these people, not angry in way. Under a blow, those two people lung is a long time did not get up. How powerful. Lin Xiaoqian didn't know when to pick up the pan again and exclaimed with her tongue. And Liang Xiaoqiu is also beautiful. She suddenly felt that the figure was so heroic, and the sense of security that she had not seen for a long time followed. Hey, boss, what's the matter? Let's see if I'm bleeding again. Lu Fan turned his head and said. Liang Xiaoqiu wiped his one eye. Just some feeling immediately with the wind and scattered. No, I can deal with it myself if you do it. She snorted. Lu Fan cast a look of disdain. You can only cut a chicken with this big kitchen knife. At this point, Tian Yuan stood up and had to face up to the intruder. He was holding the iron bar in his hand and licked his gums. His eyes were cold, and he said, What do you mean, brother? Do you want to stick it in horizontally? Lu Fan took a chair, sat down, cocked his legs, looked at Tian Yuan and asked, Don't you feel ashamed that so many men bully a weak woman? Weak woman, she? Tian Yuan pointed to Liang Xiaoqiu and burst into laughter. He said, This is a female tiger. She's a weak woman. Don't talk nonsense. She owes 500,000 yuan to her brother for gambling. But she runs away and can't find him. Naturally, I can only find her. It's natural for her brother and sister to pay back the debt. Hearing this, Liang Xiaoqiu spat hard on the ground, held his hand to his waist and scolded. I poo. My godfather is the only relative in my life. They left me in the snow in those days. If it wasn't for my godfather, how could Liang Xiaoqiu be today? Now they ask me for help because of that bastard's debt. Why should I be? With that, Liang Xiaoqiu's eyes were red. That is, why should we ask our boss for money? She has never met her brother from the beginning to the end. It's not fair. Lin Xiaoqian ran behind Liang Xiaoqiu and said angrily. Lu Fan understood, which is also mixed with the plot of moral kidnapping. But in any case, Liang Xiaoqiu, the boss sounds innocent. I see. Ah, did you hear that? You should find the person who is in debt and his parents. But you actually found her. What do you think? Lu Fan's tone seems to teach a disobedient child. Tian Yuan's face was gloomy. Seeing Lu Fan's appearance again, he was so angry that he knocked on the table beside him with a stick and said, Don't force me, boy. Do you know her? What's wrong with her? Lu Fan shook his head lightly. I don't know. Why do you want to die if you don't know? Tanhara is about to explode at any time. Without him, only noodles are delicious. Lu Fan took a deep breath and said, As soon as the words came out, everyone was stunned. Tian Yuan is even more straight. This boy? So special, so arrogant. Liang Xiaoqiu is even more impressed with. Lu Fan. Is this person helping her for her own sake? Is there such a good thing? Bang! Tian Yuan's iron rod knocked again, stepped back 2 steps, and said harshly, Brothers, hit me. The 20-odd people behind him were already eager to try, and the fight was not ambiguous. At first, one person rushed over and punched Lu Fan in the head, while the other person stretched out his left foot and kicked him in the abdomen. But see Lu Fan mouth a hook. Body backward, body chair 2 feet hanging. 1-2 people's attack. After that, he twisted his waist, poured strong strength into his legs, and kicked them in the chest. The two fell back with a whoa. Together, Tian Yuan saw that the boy was hard to deal with, and he wanted to get rid of it quickly. More than 10 people as like as 2 peas came to their feet, and threw out the same iron stick from Tian Yuan's arms as they threw away their clothes. You dare. Liang Xiaoqiu is in a hurry. He can't beat so many people. But the next second, Lu Fan moved first. He flew up, picked up the chair under his feet, and rushed to one of them. The man was stunned. When he reacted, the iron bar in his hand was gone. Lu Fan in his chest a little bit. He immediately in front of a black, fell to the ground. Shit, what are you doing? Come on. Tian Yuan is worthy of being a leader, and immediately commands the attack of all the hitters. The remaining 10 people surrounded Lu Fan in the middle, picked up the iron bar to greet Lu Fan up and down. Lu Fan's eyes are cold, his heart is very calm, and his body is like a phantom. He avoids all the attacks. At the same time, his wrists are dancing and his iron bar is empty. Every time he makes a move, one person will fall to the ground. He seems to have eyes behind him, and the iron bars fall like raindrops, which are easily avoided by him. While the position of his iron bars hit is different on everyone, but they all have the same result. I'm paralyzed. I can't get up. Liang Xiaoqiu was completely shocked. The guy who helped her for a bowl of noodles was not ordinary at all. 1-to-1, he had the upper hand. Boss, we're saved. Lin Xiaoqian looks excited and adores the invincible figure. Tian Yuan himself was too surprised to close his mouth. In a twinkling of an eye, there were few of his men who could stand. The fallen guy didn't say a word, as if he was stunned, and the remaining several people looked at each other, looking at this cold-looking man, who did not dare to come forward. Lu Fan twisted his shoulder and made a clattering sound. He pointed the iron bar in his hand to the crowd and said with a smile, "Do you still want to fight?" The rest of them were so scared that they threw down their iron bars and ran out of the door. I'm XX, what are you afraid of? Tian Yuan scolded, turned around and pretended to chase them, also wanted to escape. Lu Fan at this time in his heart is simply too terrible. Is it a trick to say that two fists are hard to beat four hands? However, a hand suddenly put on Tian Yuan's shoulder. Like a strong shackle, cannot break free. Don't hurry. Don't you want money? Lu Fan's Hun turned Tian Yuanxiang around. Face-to-face eyes. Tian Yuan seemed to see a ghost general reaction. Legs and feet soft, almost kneel down. Master, what money do you want? No, absolutely not. I'm kidding. His life is worth more. The situation is better than the people. Tian Yuan knows that he can't be tough. He doesn't have any burden on him. However, what he didn't expect was that the man released his hand. He took out a slightly bulging garbage bag from his wide trouser pocket, then reached in and took it out. What is this doing? Not only does Tian Yuan wonder, but Liang Xiaoqiu also doubts that he is going to take out the garbage to humiliate Tian Yuan. It's amazing that the garbage bag is so big that it can be folded into the trouser pocket. Next second, a bank card appeared in front of Tian Yuan's eyes. Sir, what does that mean? Take the bank card from the garbage bag. What's the operation? Liang Xiaoqiu chuckles. This guy is really humiliating. Lu Fan frowned and said, this card has 500,000 yuan. If you take the money, don't disturb others. What, 500,000? Tian Yuan Long seems to be hesitating whether the money should be taken. Liang Xiaoqiu is also shocked. Are you kidding? If you say 500,000 yuan, you can take it out. Is there such a good person in the world? Boss, does he like you? Lin Xiaoqian suddenly came up with such a sentence. Liang Xiaoqiu gave her a white look, but there was a little wavering in his heart. There must be some reason for him to help himself. Take it, Lu Fan said again. Tian Yuan took a serious look at Lu Fan and finally determined that Lu Fan was not joking. So I took the card carefully. Then he took it out of his pocket, took out a portable POS machine, swiped the card, and confirmed that the balance of the bank card was true. Master, we'll live together. This matter is even so. If the interest is not enough. Lu Fan stares. Interest? No. 500,000 is enough. Tian Yuan was so scared that he wanted to run. Wait, give me the IOU. Lu Fan stops Tian Yuan again. Tian Yuan's eyes darkened, and then he took out the IOU from his pocket with a smile on his face. Lu Fan looked at Liang Xiaoqiu and asked, is this it? Liang Xiaoqiu went forward to have a close look and nodded. Lu Fan immediately took over and tore the IOU to pieces. Tian Yuan sighed. The store was hopeless. He turned around and walked out of the door. Wait a minute. Lu Fan's voice came again. No matter how good-natured Rao Tian Yuan was, no matter how afraid he was of Lu Fan, he was bored by repeated threats. He turned and was about to break the jar. But Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and aimed at Tian Yuan and said, come on, take a video. What should I say? Remember to smile. Then he knocked on the iron bar in his hand. Tian Yuan had no choice but to leave Lu Fan with video evidence of debt repayment. After shooting the video, Tian Yuan did not move again, waiting for Lu Fan's next instructions. Lu Fan with iron bars to lie down on the ground. A large number of thugs a knock point. Slowly these people recovered action. No, isn't it the legendary acupoint pointing skill? Tian Yuan surprised way. Looking at Lu Fan's eyes suddenly emerged a trace of awe. Boss, look, he's so powerful and handsome. He's also a martial arts expert. You must take him. Lin Xiaoqian shakes Liang Xiaoqiu's arm excitedly. What do you say? They are kind-hearted, but you're right. We've really met a noble man this time. Liang Xiaoqiu tried to restrain the excitement in his heart and looked at the man. But he couldn't get in touch with the figure who picked up the garbage before. Leave now, and come here to make trouble later. Don't blame me for being rude. Lu Fan glares at Tian Yuan and others, who can leave if they are granted amnesty. Tanhara left with his men in ashes. No IOU, plus this video evidence. Even if Tian Yuan's brother is the director of the police station. Also dare not make trouble at will. Lu Fan was relieved, looking at more than a dozen iron bars on the ground. He quickly took out the garbage bag and collected all the iron bars. Ding! If the host finds an iron bar, he will be rewarded 100,000 yuan. Ding! The so-called petty prophet is also a prophet. We can't miss it. Liang Xiaoqiu and Lin Xiaoqian, in the distance, are in a mixed mood. When they see this scene, this junk collection has reached a certain level. Thank you. Liang Xiaoqiu came over and said in a low voice. She has a complex look, moving, relaxed, afraid, and unbearable. But all the emotions come together. But the taste changes to her mouth. You shouldn't give him money. He's a rascal asshole. At the thought of 500,000 easily falling into Tian Yuan's pocket, she felt out of breath. Lu Fan covered the back of his head and grinned with pain. He said, I've given you all the money. It's okay to make peace. Your boss is too stubborn. Who asked you to help me? Liang Xiaoqiu owes Lu Fan such a big favor. Originally wanted to talk well, but this guy has the smell of gunpowder when he opens his mouth. However, Lu Fan did not retort. He felt a little dizzy. Boss, look, it's bleeding again. Lin Xiaoqian suddenly screams and points to the bandage. Dyed red on the back of Lu Fan's head. Xiaoqian, you stay to see the shop. I'll take him to the hospital. Liang Xiaoqiu did not know where the strength came from, so he carried Lu Fan on his back and rushed out. Lu Fan, half unconscious and half awake, whispers in Liang Xiaoqiu's ear. Don't close that shop. Liang Xiaoqiu's heart was shocked, and his pace was faster. The second municipal people's hospital. When Lu Fan woke up, he found that he was lying on the hospital bed. The back of his head spoon had stopped bleeding and was bandaged very well. There are more than 10 beds around, and there are many patients. Most of them are old people. He got up on the edge of the bed. Rub your head. Just remember what happened before. It's strange that there are so many people to deal with when the wound is not treated well. Where am I, sir? Lu Fan asked a kind-hearted old man next to him. Young man, you wake up and have been sleeping for a long time. This is the second municipal hospital. Hospital half a day? Lu Fan quickly took out his mobile phone. He was stunned. It was 8 p.m. There are more than a dozen missed calls. Half of them are from his Xiaojia, and the other half are from his mother. I regret fighting. Drop. Xiaojia, I'm so sorry. Lu Fan immediately admitted his mistake and stood others up, which is not good. Brother Fan, who are you blaming me for leaving early yesterday? On the other end of the phone, he Xiaojia sobbed. Lu Fan had a black line on his forehead and said in an urgent voice, Xiaojia, don't cry. I don't blame you. I'm just… To tell you the truth, I had an accident. Now I'm in the second municipal hospital. What's the matter with you, Brother Fan? I'll find you right away. Doo-doo. Lu Fan put down his mobile phone in a daze. But he thought that this silly girl would not be waiting for herself. In fully home community all the time. I don't think so. He called his mother again. Son, why did it take so long to call back? There was a tension in my mother's voice. Lu Fan heart a sour. Busy back, Mom. I had a day meeting today. Cell phone mute. No matter how busy you are, you should pay attention to rest and body. Don't be too tired. Come back to have a look when you have time. Well, okay, Mom. I'll go back when I can. After a chat, Lu Fan hung up. His heart was still sour. His father died early, and only his mother and sister lived in the countryside. It seemed that he had not been home for a long time. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had promised to pick up his mother to live in the new house. But my mother didn't say anything. She must have thought she was in trouble. Are you awake? At this time, Liang Xiaoqiu came with a lunchbox. I don't know when Liang Xiaoqiu has changed into a white casual dress, but her broad clothes show her delicate figure. Her chest is slightly raised, her long hair is shawled, and her nose is very cocky. Under the LED light, there is a kind of pure beauty. She approached Lu Fan and opened the delicate wooden lunchbox. The hot purple rice porridge gave off an attractive fragrance. Thank you, Lu Fan said. Purple rice porridge can replenish blood and qi. Liang Xiaoqiu has a heart. You're welcome. Drink it. Liang Xiaoqiu changed her overbearing style in the afternoon, and now she became gentle. Lu Fan is suspicious in his heart, but he still sweeps away the purple rice porridge like a whirlwind. Young man, you are a blessed man. If you have such a loving girlfriend, you should cherish it. On the opposite hospital bed, an old woman wearing presbyopic glasses and embroidered insoles said with a warm smile. Ah. Lu Fan blinked and looked at Liang Xiaoqiu. He said with a smile, Grandma, we are not what you think. Liang Xiaoqiu's bright eyes glared back at Lu Fan. Her cheeks flushed and said, Drink your porridge. At this time, her heart was very flustered. This golden and handsome man was still her life-saving benefactor. Even Liang Xiaoqiu could not help but be moved by her multiple identities. But I don't know that this scene is more like stealing from others. By the way, I don't know your name yet. When Liang Xiaoqiu asked this question, she was surprised that she even knew the name of this person up to now. Lu Fan, I know you, Liang Xiaoqiu. Lu Fan said with a gentle smile. Well, thank you, Lu Fan. I'll pay you back that money in the future. Liang Xiaoqiu's face was not calm when he was seen by Lu Fan. It's okay. I said it's for a bowl of noodles. Just open the shop well. But I'm not going to drive anymore. Why? Lu Fan was shocked. You are doing very well. Liang Xiaoqiu's face is hard to see, and his desire for words is not enough. I want to open it, too, but the store has run out of money to buy goods. Moreover, that bastard Tian Yuan smashed the store several times, and the customers dare not come. With that, Liang Xiaoqiu gritted her teeth again and talked about her own experience. She took over the Shishan noodle shop from Godfather, and she has been running it very well, even better than Godfather. However, one day, a couple dressed very poorly entered the noodle shop. They don't order, they just sit in the corner and look around. It's morning sitting. Shishan noodle shop will never rush people, and beggars will sit on a bowl of good noodles to send them away. Liang Xiaoqiu naturally wanted to ask why, but he was grabbed by the two couples. Xiaoqiu, you are Xiaoqiu. We finally found you. Holding Liang Xiaoqiu's wrist tightly, the couple cried and said that there was a mole behind her ear and where she had discarded it. Before Godfather died, he actually told Liang Xiaoqiu all this. After a comparison, Liang Xiaoqiu finally confirmed that the couple surnamed Xiao were their own parents. I hated them for abandoning me, but they were my only family in the world, so I finally forgave them. Liang Xiaoqiu sighed. But later I learned that they always knew that I lived here. The reason why they were willing to recognize me was that their frustrated son owed a lot of money for gambling, so they came to recognize me. Speaking of this, the lunchbox in Liang Xiaoqiu's hand is crunched, which shows the hatred in his heart. Lu Fan felt sympathy for the girl and was abandoned and reused by her own parents. No matter how hot the heart is, it has to be cold. Liang Xiaoqiu's voice is not big, but a group of ants around can hear clearly. What are these parents, girls? I think they want more money for you. People who have no conscience will not let go of their own daughters. If you don't recognize such parents, I have such a bad temper. That brother is not a good man either. Filled with righteous indignation, the old people jointly denounced the immoral parents. Liang Xiaoqiu looked at these warm people and was deeply moved. He was not so sad. However, when she looked at Lu Fan, she found that the latter was looking at herself with a kind of aggressive feeling. What are you doing? Liang Xiaoqiu is a little flustered. What's the look in this guy's eyes? How about I invest in you? Lu Fan said. What? Liang Xiaoqiu Long immediately shook his head. No, I now owe you a lot of favor. You help me again, I feel sorry. After all, she is still a very stubborn person, unwilling to easily owe people. 1 million. I'll be your boss. You can help me manage the head office. Lu Fan takes out a bank card and puts it into Liang Xiaoqiu's hand. He has more than one card. Liang Xiaoqiu hesitated. He gazed at Lu Fan deeply and asked, Are you serious? Lu Fan nodded solemnly. Liang Xiaoqiu took a deep breath and said frankly, That 1 million is not enough, at least 5 million. Looking at Liang Xiaoqiu's big mouth for money, Lu Fan squints. For a moment, he doubts his decision. Want to be my boss? Want to become bigger and stronger? Investment must give awesome, Lu boss. Liang Xiaoqiu said with a smile, but not a smile, and her eyes became crescent moon. Lu Fan gently raised a smile from the corner of his mouth and took out his mobile phone to transfer. For million yuan to Liang Xiaoqiu. No doubt about the use of people. No doubt about the use of people. So believe me? Liang Xiaoqiu gave a sly smile. Lu Fan also laughed. With your bowl of 1 million noodles, I believe you. Liang Xiaoqiu gave him a white look. But she was full of gratitude to Lu Fan. With the money, she would certainly do it. In such a large ward, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. Both Lu Fan and Liang Xiaoqiu look at each other. I saw the old woman embroidering insoles on the opposite side. Her upper body fell under the bed, and she fell into a coma. Call the nurse. There is an old man shouting. Liang Xiaoqiu immediately pressed the side of the pager. Lu Fan quickly got out of bed and ran to the old granny. Before the nurse came, he picked her up, put her flat on the bed, and made her lie on her side. The medical experience of the master of traditional Chinese medicine let him see at a glance that this is a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. At this time, a young nurse came in a hurry, dressed in white nursing clothes, with a sharp face, white skin like cherry snow, and flustered eyes under her close eyes. As soon as she entered the room, she saw what Lu Fan was doing to the old man and screamed, "What are you doing?" She trots a few steps over, frowns, apricot eyes open, glaring at Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan did not pay any attention to it. Instead, he extended his hand to the old man's neckline. "Pa." The little nurse patted off Lu Fan's hand, and her voice was especially loud in the ward. The nurse's arrogance did not stop Lu Fan from continuing. "Xiaoqiu, untie grandma's sleeve. Lu Fan's voice is mechanical and can't be rejected." Liang Xiaoqiu immediately obeys orders. At this time, Lu Fan raised his head and looked at the nurse. He glanced at the number plate on the nurse's chest, frowned and said, "Is Chai Shui right? This old man has a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, hemiplegia and disturbance of consciousness. He needs immediate operation." Chai Shui was so directed by Lu Fan that she had an instinctive aversion. "How do you know? Shut up and see for yourself. Life matters." All of a sudden, Lu Fan said angrily, "It's time." The nurse is still in the mood to argue with herself. Chai Shui was so aroused, lung for a while. Quickly check the old man's condition. As Lu Fan said, the old man lost consciousness and his upper body was stiff. She took a surprised look at Lu Fan and ran out to call a doctor. "Xiao Chai, what's the matter with you?" The front desk staff looked at Chai Shui in a hurry and wondered. Chai Shui snorted and said, "Sister Wang, where is Dr. Ko? Or is there a doctor on duty in neurology or surgery?" Wang Jing realized that something had happened. She checked the list and suddenly changed her face. Dr. Ko has something to go home. The rest of the doctors on duty have just gone out to save people. Chai Jing eyes open. She is very clear what sudden cerebral hemorrhage means. If you can't get first aid in a short time, I'm afraid there will be life-threatening. Why is the doctor on duty absent at this juncture? Now let Wang Jing call Dr. Ko immediately. Half an hour at the latest. Wang Jing took a cool breath. As soon as Chai Shui's face changed, she said, "Call other duty posts. Coordinate the doctor to come here quickly and say that sudden cerebral hemorrhage needs emergency treatment." Then she ran to the ward. "Do your best when you can do something now. What about the doctor?" Lu Fan looked at the emptiness behind her and said in dismay. Chai Shui said with a tight face, "Oh, none of them are here. It will take some time for other doctors to come." She looked at the patient in a coma, and the experience she had learned was not enough to deal with the emergency. Why don't you even have a doctor at such a critical juncture? People are dying, but the doctor is not in. What kind of immoral hospital? If I'm sick, isn't there a doctor? The patients around expressed their dissatisfaction, which made the tense atmosphere more anxious. "No, the doctor will come soon." Chai Shui is about to cry. Just then, "Be quiet." A voice rang through the ward, and everyone was immediately silenced. They all looked at the man beside the hospital bed. He picked up his grandmother's insole, took out the embroidery needle, and said to Chai Shui seriously, "I've studied medicine. Go and find me some alcohol. I want to disinfect the needle." It's an unquestionable voice again. Chai Shui is confused. She suspects that this person is joking with herself. "What are you doing, sterilizing embroidery needles? Do you want acupuncture?" Chai Shui suddenly feels funny, but she can't laugh at this time. Do you know the consequences of her delay? Go. Lu Fan said coldly that up to now, he couldn't find any needles at all, so he had to use an embroidery needle first. For the first time, the 12 forms of acupuncture and moxibustion in Fushi's 8 trigrams were performed by embroidery needles. I don't know what the founders thought. Chai Shui's silver teeth clenched. Looking at Lu Fan's serious face, she could only give it a go. Chai Shui took the embroidery needle and ran out with full of doubts. However, she had a sense of absurdity in her heart. How could she believe that fierce guy's words? Acupuncture? That's bullshit. However, no matter what nonsense it is, she has to hold on to this hope. In the ward, Liang Xiaoqiu holding the old woman. Exaggerated expression asked. Lu Fan, you just are not joking? Lu Fan looks indifferent, asked. Do you think? Liang Xiaoqiu stares at him. She can't imagine that such a person with a lot of money and good skills can even know how to do medicine. How many brains does this person have? The patients around were roared by Lu Fan gang. After a moment's silence, there was a sound again. This kid, how dare you yell at us? You have to go to the hospital if you have a broken head. Can you save people? It's not reliable to see this boy. That's right. Isn't that nonsense? Lu Fan felt helpless and didn't want to quarrel with these people. 1 minute later, Chai Shui came with the sterilized embroidery needle. Here, I'll ask again. Are you sure you can cure it? It's a responsibility. Chai Shui's nervous hands trembled. I'll take the responsibility if something goes wrong. Lu Fan firmly said, immediately took the embroidery needle to the grandmother's forehead thorn. Chai Shui and Liang Xiaoqiu watch anxiously. They see Lu Fan stabbing Granny's temples. Baihui acupoints in the center of eyebrows. His hand moves like flying, but the needle is soft as water. This technique alone is enough to dazzle them. After acupuncturing the 7 acupoints on the head, Lu Fan applied needles to the old woman's abdomen, wrist, heart, etc. Gradually, the movement on his hand turned into a remnant in their eyes. As if it was not acupuncture, but a beautiful art. Chai Shui and Liang Xiaoqiu look at each other and see the shock in each other's eyes. And around the aunts and uncles also crane their necks, looking dumbfounded. Cough. With a cough, the comatose granny woke up and blushed. At this time, Lu Fan took a deep breath, but his face was obviously a little pale. Wake up, Chai Shui surprised way, at the same time shocked to see Lu Fan. This fierce-looking man actually did it. Cough. What are you doing around me? Granny coughed a few times and looked at the crowd in surprise. God, it's really cured. It's too powerful. This is a miracle, doctor. Just one embroidery needle? Not even an operation? Uncle and aunt in the ward were shocked by Lu Fan. That's a cerebral hemorrhage. It's a medical miracle. Lu Fan is grandma so good. This needle is incredible. Liang Xiaoqiu stares at the embroidery needle in Lu Fan's hand, as if looking at some magical treasure. Lu Fan glared at her and said feebly, It's nothing to do with the needle. It's my medical skill, isn't it? At this time, the grandmother finally understood that it was the young man who saved her. Thank you, young man. Thank you so much. Granny's weak hands clenched Lu Fan's hands, tears in her eyes. Lu Fan slowly regained his physical strength, forced to smile, shook his head, and said, Grandma, you're welcome. It's good that you can wake up. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu Fan. Please forgive my rudeness. Chai Shui is ashamed, but also sincerely admires Lu Fan. Lu Fan waved his hand and hesitated. Thank you very much. Do you have any garbage in your hospital? No garbage. Several big question marks pop up on her head. Chai Shui's 2 bright eyes are dull. What kind of wonderful request is this? The ward, which used to be busy because of Grandma's awakening, is now quiet. Shouldn't saving people be asking for some money, fame, or something? No longer is to take nothing, to show their integrity. And now this young man, no, doctor, actually asked for garbage from the hospital? Old man, did I hear you wrong just now? This young man wants garbage. Haha, maybe I heard it wrong. This young man is interesting. Instead of money, he wants rubbish. Ha ha ha, do all young men chat up like this now? The communication in the ward came to Lu Fan's ears one after another. Lu Fan felt helpless and had to admit that this requirement was really wonderful. But the garbage fell into his hands, which doubled the value of Tuachuo. We help the hospital. It's not too much to ask. Lu Fan affirmed his ideas in every way. I'm afraid only Liang Xiaoqiu can barely understand Lu Fan's idea. She secretly wry smile. This lord, but the back of the head is broken. Do not forget to pick up garbage, fierce person. Mr. Lu Fan, what you just asked is not trash. Chai Shui asked carefully again. She felt that her young heart and shallow life experience were greatly impacted. Lu Fan nodded solemnly. That's right. If the garbage that can be disposed of by the hospital is given to me, then I will be satisfied. The garbage in hospitals can be divided into domestic garbage and medical garbage. General medical garbage needs special treatment, and Lu Fan does not dare to touch it. If he touches the source of the disease, the gain is not worth the loss. Chai Shui blinked her eyes. Her mouth was empty, and she was stunned for a while, but finally she nodded. She still knew where the recyclable garbage in the hospital was. Goodwill, I promise you. Lu Fan smiles. That's right. But this smile in Liang Xiaoqiu's view. More heavy Liang Xiaoqiu's curiosity about Lu Fan. He must have a secret. Maybe picking up garbage is just a cover. Lu Fan is hiding something. Of course, Lu Fan didn't know that Liang Xiaoqiu was so curious. He took out the woven bag from his pocket and asked Chai Shui to lead the way. Hiss. Around the ant saw the white bag, immediately took a breath. It turned out that the young man was not playing. In an instant, all the shocked eyes turned into strange curiosity again. Don't go, young man. Grandma must thank you very much. You saved Grandma's life. With tears in her eyes, the old woman grabbed Lu Fan's wrist. Lu Fan can understand her mood very well. The older she is, the more she values her life and health. Grandma, I really don't need to thank you. I'm just raising my hand. Lu Fan comforted him that he always respected the old people, because he was often taken care of by his grandmother when he was young. In the past, he had nothing to do, but now he has the ability to save people, and he will never sit idly by. Young man, you can't leave. When my daughter comes, I must thank you very much. Grandma's life is very precious. The old woman is very stubborn. She grabs Lu Fan like a straw. It's hard to imagine that she was a dying old man with a cerebral hemorrhage a few minutes ago. To tell you the truth, at this moment, the old people around the ward look at Lu Fan's eyes have changed. This is a miracle, doctor. A few needles can cure the sudden disease. If you can cure them. Granny, it's like this. I never want to pay back when I see a doctor. If you have to thank me, do you want this embroidery needle? Lu Fan said helplessly. As soon as the old woman was stiff, she looked at the embroidery needle pinched by Lu Fan's fingers and looked at Lu Fan again. She was puzzled. Young man, don't make fun of Grandma. Grandma, I'm not kidding. I swear to the lamp. Looking at Lu Fan's serious expression, the gratitude in her eyes is stronger. It's very noble and virtuous, young man. You don't want Grandma's money, but you only need a needle. Grandma is really sorry. Lu Fan's face is red. Is he really so kind and noble? But she said, Grandma, I'm flattered to be able to cure you. Next, you just need to have a good rest and don't work hard. What's more, this needle? Here you are, here you are. Grandma doesn't want any more. She can buy her life with a needle. Grandma makes a lot of money. After that, the old woman burst out laughing. Ding! The host picked up an embroidery needle and rewarded a set of Juyang Xian needles. My God, special reward, or what you want. When he touched his pocket, he found a wooden box. System, what's special about Juyang Xianjin? System, Xian needle has 9 needles, which are made of Tianhui meteorite iron. Each of the 9 needles has its own characteristics, which need to be understood by the host. Lu Fan said and did not say the same. The system father really makes me love and hate. But at this time, young man, did you just mean that you can see a doctor if you don't want anything? Next to him, a thin white-haired man called weakly. Lu Fan saw a longing for health and begging for himself in his uncle's eyes. The old man slowly picked up his old radio and handed it to Lu Fan. You see, is this okay? This scene is amazing. Chai Shui and Liang Xiaoqiu look at Lu Fan and suddenly understand something. Lu Fan, why don't you show it to me? Liang Xiaoqiu said tentatively. Lu Fan can, however, smile, straightforward say, Good, I try. He put down the garbage bag, went straight to the old man, and looked at his face carefully. 5 seconds later, Lu Fan had a good idea and asked, Uncle, do you often urinate frequently? Urgency, pain in your navel, and it's easy to get tired? Hearing this speech, The white-haired man suddenly brightened his eyes, held Lu Fan's hand tightly, and said excitedly, "Yes, young man, how do you know?" This shocked the eyes of the people around. They are more sure that Lu Fan has real ability. This is because your kidney qi is insufficient. Your bladder is hot, your qi is not good, and your water channel is blocked. Lu Fan said seriously. S uncle is like as two peas in the air. He saw the strange appearance and nodded his head. The doctor said it was exactly the same. Can you cure me, young man? Lu Fan looks forward to the eyes of uncle. He doubts that if he can't, uncle will pick up the radio and smash it. Yes. When the affirmative answer came out, my uncle was relieved, as if he had been cured. Lu Fan smiles, takes out a wooden box from his pocket, and slowly opens it. 9 silver needles lie quietly. Lu Fan picks them up one by one and observes them carefully. He suddenly understands their beauty. Every silver needle seems to have a kind of essence of vitality and surging. Good needle. Lu Fan is full of praise. Next to him came a head, a man of 60 or so with a slightly crooked face. What's the matter, uncle? Haha, I just have a look, Uncle said with no expression. In fact, his crooked face is equivalent to facial paralysis. Lu Fan suddenly showed a sly smile, picked up a needle to stab uncle's face. What are you doing? The face slants big uncle to roar away, but dodge to be inferior to, pupil opens big. The next second, Lu Fan's hand turned into a remnant shadow, and the latter's Yangbai, Taiyang, Sibai, Yingxiang and other acupoints on his face were all punctured. Don't move. His face is crooked. Uncle only feels pain in his face and wants to struggle, but he is scolded coldly by Lu Fan. At the same time, he is imprisoned by Lu Fan's powerful hands. Lu Fan's sudden move caught people off guard. All the people present were shocked by him. Is this Chinese medicine crazy? I just took a look. As for stabbing me, the face is crooked, the uncle is still, but people are anxious to cry. He felt as if there were countless insects gnawing at his face, itching unbearably. But Lu Fan is looking at him face to face, with a smile in his mouth. Damn, Chiguo's mockery. Uncle, I can't bear it. Boy, what kind of doctor are you? You attacked me secretly. After that, he grabbed the needle on his face. However, Lu Fan took a step faster and saw his hand in front of his uncle's face. All the silver needles instantly returned to the wooden box. Uncle was startled again, and then he reacted and raised his hand to beat someone. Smelly boy, are you tired of living, or? He opened his mouth and swore, but raised his hand in the air and found something wrong. He touched his face, ran back to his bed, took out his mobile phone, and frowned at the camera for a long time. 1 second later, I'm fine, my face is fine. The voice of surprise resounded in the ward. The disease of crooked face was cured by Lu Fan in a short time, and it looks very relaxed. Miracle doctor, little brother, you are really a miracle doctor. Can you show it to me? No, show me first. I'm very sick. I have something I don't want here, doctor. Little brother, can diabetes be cured? Young man, cough, 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 cough. At this moment, the ward all boiling, with convenient legs and feet. The elders and mothers all came down and surrounded Lu Fan. They couldn't get out of bed and waved the baby in their hands to greet Lu Fan. Lu Fan has become a treasure in the eyes of everyone. 9 silver needles lie quietly. Lu Fan picks them up one by one and observes them carefully. He suddenly understands their beauty. Every silver needle seems to have a kind of essence of vitality and surging. Good needle. Lu Fan is full of praise. Next to him came a head, a man of 60 or so with a slightly crooked face. What's the matter, uncle? Haha, I just have a look, Uncle said with no expression. In fact, his crooked face is equivalent to facial paralysis. Lu Fan suddenly showed a sly smile, picked up a needle to stab uncle's face. What are you doing? The face slants big uncle to roar away, but dodge to be inferior to, pupil opens big. The next second, Lu Fan's hand turned into a remnant shadow, and the latter's Yangbai, Taiyang, Sibai, Xiang and other acupoints on his face were all punctured. Don't move. His face is crooked. Uncle only feels pain in his face and wants to struggle, but he is scolded coldly by Lu Fan. At the same time, he is imprisoned by Lu Fan's powerful hands. Lu Fan's sudden move caught people off guard. All the people present were shocked by him. Is this Chinese medicine crazy? I just took a look. As for stabbing me, the face is crooked, the uncle is still, but people are anxious to cry. He felt as if there were countless insects gnawing at his face, itching unbearably. But Lu Fan is looking at him face to face, with a smile in his mouth. Damn, Chiguoguo's mockery. Uncle, I can't bear it. Boy, what kind of doctor are you? You attacked me secretly. After that, he grabbed the needle on his face. However, Lu Fan took a step faster and saw his hand in front of his uncle's face. All the silver needles instantly returned to the wooden box. Uncle was startled again, and then he reacted and raised his hand to beat someone. Smelly boy, are you tired of living, or? He opened his mouth and swore, but raised his hand in the air and found something wrong. He touched his face, ran back to his bed, took out his mobile phone, and frowned at the camera for a long time. 1 second later, I'm fine, my face is fine. The voice of surprise resounded in the ward. The disease of crooked face was cured by Lu Fan in a short time, and it looks very relaxed. Miracle doctor, little brother, you are really a miracle doctor. Can you show it to me? No, show me first. I'm very sick. I have something I don't want here, doctor. Little brother, can diabetes be cured? Young man, cough, 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 cough. At this moment, the ward all boiling, with convenient legs and feet. The elders and mothers all came down and surrounded Lu Fan. They couldn't get out of bed and waved the baby in their hands to greet Lu Fan. Lu Fan has become a treasure in the eyes of everyone. Just now, the old man with white hair was so worried that he called out, "You old guys, I mentioned it first." This time, the radio in my master's hand really has the impulse to smash out at any time. When Chai Shui and Liang Xiaoqiu see this amazing turning point, they stare at Lu Fan, who is at a loss. Originally thought that Lu Fan took embroidery needle to cure grandma is amazing move. Did not expect the next moment. A few suddenly cured the doctor's headache of facial paralysis. Chai Shui is deeply puzzled. Is TCM really so powerful? While Liang Xiaoqiu's eyes are full of strange light, Lu Fan's image in her mind is bigger and more mysterious. Auntie and 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 auntie. You. Lu Fan says aloud. He feels his brain spoon seems to ache again. Lu Fan took a deep breath and looked at the people's colorful eyes. He was afraid that he could not stick to his physical strength. By the way, pills. He suddenly thought of the rest of the bodybuilding pills, touched his pocket, took out a snow-white sugar ball, and swallowed it directly. This time, he felt a warm current from his throat into the viscera, and he was full of energy. Aunt, do you often have a headache? Chills, heavy body pain, pale yellow complexion, and chest tightness? No problem. It can be cured. Uncle, you kidneying deficiency. Acupuncture alone can't. I'll give you some medicine, yes. Use this pen. Don't get angry, old man. It's strange that you can sleep well. Looking at Lu Fan's busy figure and rapid treatment efficiency, as well as the patient's obviously improved health, Chai Shui suddenly had a bad premonition. If Lu Fan is allowed to go on like this, is the hospital still open? Lu Fan, holding a box of 9 Yangxian needles, uses Fushi's 8 trigrams acupuncture and moxibustion. With the enthusiasm of the old people, he gradually becomes handy. Of course, this set of needling is not omnipotent. For example, an old man asked if he could recover his leg after 20 years of disability, and an old woman asked if she could relive the beauty of that year. In this regard, Lu Fan did not speak with a smile and quietly pushed back all the precious bracelets and rings they handed back. In fact, it's not surprising that patients put forward such wonderful demands. After all, Lu Fan's medical skills are almost divine. There are 8 patients in this ward. At least 6 of them are cured by Lu Fan. The pain is obviously alleviated, and several of them are cured directly. Mr. Lu, may I take a video? Your acupuncture is really amazing. Chai Shui Incarnation Small Fan Younger Sister. Ray's mobile phone excited way. Lu Fan frowned slightly. He didn't want to be famous, but when he saw Chai Shui's adoring eyes, his heart suddenly drifted, and then he said, "Yes, but don't photograph my face. My face is very precious." Would Snow smell speech of face happy, repeatedly nod. Under the camera, a pair of magic hands are bringing good news to patients. During this period, Liang Xiaoqiu also acted as Lu Fan's temporary assistant. 10 minutes after Grandma's cerebral hemorrhage was cured, the door suddenly came the sound of disorderly and fast footsteps. And then the door of the ward was rushed open. "Where are the people? Come on, push on." A male doctor with a mask roared, and several nurses behind him rushed in with an operation cart. That momentum, that tense state of mind, as if a hurricane swept. Next second, the bustling ward suddenly quieted down. All the people in the ward turned and looked at the intruders. People cast surprise, doubt, helplessness, disgust, and other eyes. And it's more about complaining. Then everyone began to continue the state of just now. The male doctor, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, sweeps everyone's eyes one by one. Finally, his eyes fall on Chai Shui, who is taking photos. At this time, the smile on Chai Shui's face has not yet converged. Although he is confused, he is still calm. "Nurse Chai, what are you doing? What about the patients?" The male doctor asked quietly, but there was a kind of anger brewing in his voice. Chai Shui saw him, quickly put away his mobile phone, trotted over, and said with a smile, "Dr. Ko, the patient has been cured." Dr. Ko looked suspicious and surprised. "Do you mean the patient has been cured? Which patient? Who cure?" "I remember," the phone said, "but sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Just a few minutes is not enough for an operation." Chai Shui pointed to the old woman who had fallen asleep on one side and said seriously, "This patient had cerebral hemorrhage, but he was cured by Mr. Lu Fan." Then she pointed to Lu Fan, who was the last one to see a doctor. All of a sudden, Dr. Ko and the nurses were confused. The old woman slept peacefully, even had a slight snore, which was like a patient with cerebral hemorrhage, while Chai Shui pointed out that the healer was a young man with a bandage on the back of her head. "Haha, Nurse Chai, do you feel bored at night?" Dr. Ko took off his mask and showed a face of about 30 years old. He looked gentle, but now he was full of anger and anger in his eyes. Chai nursed out, "Not clear so. Why don't you make it up like a little bit? It's just because I killed you at noon that you teased me. So much for such a lame reason." Dr. Ko suddenly roared and scared Nurse Chai to shrink up. Chai Shui faltered and said, "Dr. Ko, what you are saying is true. I don't believe you asked them." She pointed to the person behind her. The roar of Dr. Ko was naturally heard by others. For a moment, people in the ward looked at him with strange eyes. However, Dr. Ko, who is angry, has decided that Chai Shui is cheating herself and doesn't look at it at all. At this time, Lu Fan couldn't be distracted because he focused on acupuncture. Well, Nurse Chai, you're still quibbling." Dr. Ko was so angry that he laughed and looked at Chai Shui colder and colder. And the nurses behind him were furious. "Chai Shui, look what time it is. Dr. Ko has been working overtime for 3 days in a row. It's not easy to have a rest, but you do it because of personal grievances. It's so mean. No, you're a disgrace to the nurse." "It's Chai Shui. How can you do that?" The nurses complained one after another, and the look in Chai Shui's eyes was full of bitterness. Chai Shui was reprimanded by these people for no reason. Her eyes turned red, and all kinds of Wei Chu came to her heart. "Dr. Ko, how can you say that about me? I really didn't lie." Her voice was already weeping. "You still cry? You think it's okay to cry? You are wasting hospital resources in vain by doing so. Do you know that you can bear the responsibility?" "You." Ko looks cold and stern, at this time to see Chai Shui more disgusted. Said, "I see you don't use to work tomorrow. Then I will turn around and leave." Chai Shui was stunned, and her tears were streaming down. She finally entered the second Municipal People's Hospital. Dr. Ko's words almost denied her future. I said, "This doctor surnamed Ko is too much." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, and Dr. Ko's steps suddenly stopped. He slowly looked back. His eyes passed through Chai Shui, and he was stunned. It was Chai Shui who referred to the young man just now. "Who are you?" Dr. Ko glanced at Lu Fan casually. His eyes were arrogant, as if he were looking at a little man. Lu Fan sneered and took a look at Dr. Ko's work number plate. Lu Fan, Ko Iching, Dr. Ko. "I can testify for Nurse Chai. What she said is true," Lu Fan said quietly. Chai Shui looks at Lu Fan gratefully. Ko Iching raised his eyebrows and said with a strange smile, "Do you testify? Do you want to tell me that sudden cerebral hemorrhage is true and you cured it?" Yes, Lu Fan frowned. He looked at the disgusting face in front of him and felt an impulse to beat him. Ko Iching looked at Lu Fan carefully and suddenly saw the wooden box in his hand. The box had not been closed, and the 9 silver needles were very obvious. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "Are you cured with acupuncture?" "That's right." Lu Fan nodded his head seriously again and looked at Ko Iching coldly. "Ha ha ha." Ko Iching suddenly laughed, as if he had heard some funny jokes. Several other nurses laughed as well. "Acupuncture for cerebral hemorrhage. Are you stupid? Ha ha ha. It's nonsense, Chai Shui. Is this the trust you're looking for? It's so funny." Lu Fan and Chai Shui look at each other. The former is helpless, but the latter is very helpless. Lu Fan, speechless, shakes his head and sighs. Why didn't anyone believe it? I can't blame others for this. I blame myself for being too strong. The world can't appreciate his height. Alas. Xiao Ko. All of a sudden, a voice with a little sense of the vicissitudes came into Ko Iching's ears. Ko Iching let out a sound and looked over. This time, it was the cerebral hemorrhage patient just now. Ko Iching showed great respect for the old man in the ward and immediately ran to hold the old man's hand. "Old man, you wake up, you know, just now someone said you had cerebral hemorrhage." The old woman glared and asked seriously, "Xiaoko, are you worried about lard?" Ko Iching's smile froze on his face. "What?" he asked subconsciously, feeling that there was something wrong with Grandma's eyes. The old woman took a deep breath. Just as she was about to vent, Lu Fan stepped forward and patted the old man on the back. "Grandma, don't get excited." After hearing Lu Fan's admonition, Granny's full of anger immediately dispelled a lot. Holding Lu Fan's wrist, she said to Ko Iching one word at a time. "Xiao Ko, they can't prove it. I can't prove it. Just now I did have cerebral hemorrhage and I was in a coma. But when I woke up, I only saw Xiao Lu. He was the one who cured me. He was a miracle doctor." The old woman said and got excited again. Ko Iching was stunned. If Lu Fan and Chai Shui said it was false, the patient would not follow suit. "And me, my facial paralysis is also cured by Lu Shun. And my headache. Dr. Lu pricked a few needles, all cured. So is my kidney." Ko Iching turned around, and all the 7 or 8 patients around him were staring at him coldly and speaking enthusiastically. Just now those nurses were blinded. "What's the matter? It's your medical style to blame others at will before you know what's going on." Nurse Chai was the first to find out that the old man was ill. She did everything that the nurse could do. "But you came only 10 minutes later. If it wasn't for my boss, I'm afraid the old man would be very lucky." Liang Xiaoqiu, who has been silent all of a sudden, says that he calls Lu Fan boss with righteous words, which makes Lu Fan look at him differently. "That's to say, your hospital's medical expenses are very expensive, but there is no one at the critical moment. How can we continue to believe in the hospital?" Lao Zhantu is right. In a short period of time, Dr. Xiao Lu made us recover almost without any money. In order to give us face, he only took some unimportant things. This is to serve the people with integrity. I'll be out of the hospital tomorrow. I can't stay here. If the voices of the masses and complaints gather together, the energy is unimaginable. At this time, Ko Iching turned pale and realized that he really did something wrong and said something wrong. The whole ward was on the side of this young man named Lu Fan. Even if he didn't see Lu Fan's medical skills, he had to believe that Lu Fan really had such skills. In addition, in this era, the contradiction between doctors and patients is the most prominent. Leaders often emphasize that this kind of thing should be avoided in meetings. Ko Iching can't afford the consequence of provoking public anger. Now, he has to do something to stabilize the situation. "Old man, ladies and gentlemen, It's all my fault. It's my preconceived idea. I'd like to say sorry to you." The old woman suddenly smashed a pillow and said angrily, "I'm sorry. Who do you want to apologize to?" "What you should apologize for is Nurse Chai and Dr. Liu." Ko-iching, with a bitter face, nodded and looked at Chai Shui. He said with a bitter smile, "I'm sorry, Nurse Chai. It's my fault. I shouldn't say that to you." He looked at Lu Fan again, although he still didn't believe in Lu Fan's medical skills. Due to the situation, he could only nod his head gently. "I'm sorry." Lu Fan light smile, heart no waves, no sincerity apology. "And you have been criticizing Nurse Chai all the time. Why is it silent now?" Liang Xiaoqiu looked at the nurses at the door again and had a kind of attitude towards life. These nurses immediately silent. Each looked unnatural. The mouth said sorry, but the voice as thin as a mosquito. "Well, I don't need you to thank me. Just don't trouble Nurse Chai afterwards." Lu Fan hummed coldly, put away the wooden box, turned around, picked up the woven bag, and went out. Woven bags are actually old things that are not rare to the old people. Ko-iching didn't dare to stop him when he saw it, so he let Lu Fan go out. "Dr. Lu, don't worry. Nurse Chai, I'll watch. If they dare to let Nurse Chai be wronged again, I'll see how noisy I am." The old woman who woke up patted her chest and assured. Lu Fan nodded and looked at Chai Shui, but the latter turned tears into laughter. Ko-iching and the nurses all looked ugly. "Nurse Chai, you can't forget what you said. Let's go." Lu Fan pointed to his woven bag and said with a smile. Chai Shui chuckled and nodded. "I know." Liang Xiaoqiu also sighed, but she really convinced Lu Fan. Is garbage really that important to him? Environmental ambassadors don't pay as much attention to garbage as they do. Lu Fan bid farewell to several old people and walked out of the ward under the hot eyes. Lu Fan's injury on the back of his head has basically recovered with the help of Xiangshenjingu pills, and the stitches will be removed in a few days. The three went to a corner of the hospital downstairs. Black plastic bags are full of domestic waste, which can be collected. Don't touch the rest. Chai Shui told me. Lu Fan made an okay gesture. Gloves, masks, all wear. Immediately began to pick up waste. That professional posture. The head does not return to the accurate head. Skilled do not want. Ding, if the host finds a piece of watermelon skin, 10,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding, if the host finds a dead cockroach, 50,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding, if the host finds a piece of toilet paper stained with saliva, 1,000 yuan will be awarded. Ding, just in the blink of an eye. The 1-meter-high black plastic bag dustbin was half empty. Chai Shui and Liang Xiaoqiu were stunned and even a little bit sour. They found that they could not respond to the speed of Lu Fan's identity change. How can a miracle doctor be interested in picking up rubbish? What's more, can it really be an interest? Two people look at each other, don't know what to say. Finally, very tacit understanding in the side dry looking. Liang Xiaoqiu said in secret that he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse for such a boss. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan emptied all valuable things and stood up contentedly. He twisted his wrists and carried the woven bag over his shoulder, as if he were exerting himself. Liang Xiaoqiu and Chai Shui are worried that Lu Fan's small shoulder will be crushed. However, how can they know that there is space in the woven bag and there is little weight? "Thank you. I'll go first then," Lu Fan said to Chai Shui with a smile. May I leave your contact information, Dr. Lu?" Chai Shui said with courage. Lu Fan has such magical medical skills. If the one at home knows it, he will not be happy. So she thought about it and asked. "No problem." Lu Fan readily agreed. 157. Liang Xiaoqiu also quickly took out his mobile phone and remarked, "The big boss of garbage collection." Unexpectedly, he was swept by Lu Fan. He seriously explained, "I'm not picking up garbage. It's my interest. You should understand." "Yes, boss, you pick up rubbish to cultivate your sentiment, don't you?" Liang Xiaoqiu said, and Chai Shui covered his mouth and said with a smile. After saying goodbye to Chai Shui, Lu Fan and Liang Xiaoqiu walk out of the Second Municipal People's Hospital. It's already more than 10 p.m. "Have you seen my bike?" Lu Fan was taken to the hospital by Liang Xiaoqiu after dizziness, and the bicycle should still be near Shishan Noodle Shop. "Boss, do you mean the junk bike? Let's take a taxi to get it back." Every time Liang Xiaoqiu talks about picking up garbage, he is holding a smile. Lu Fan has no choice but to take Ferrari out of the woven bag face to face. Hiss. A taxi stops. The door opens and a girl in a work uniform walks out. Brother Fan. It was He Xiaojia who came. Xiaojia, you're really here. Lu Fan looked at He Xiaojia worried, some surprised. He Xiaojia looked at Lu Fan's head carefully and asked, Brother Fan, how are you? Are you serious? Lu Fan shook his head and said, It's okay. It's just a knock. It'll be fine in a few days. He Xiaojia let go and took out a bunch of keys from the bag and handed them to Lu Fan. Brother Fan, here is the key to your house. 1110. Unit 3, Building 6. Fully GUN Community. Mr. Yu has bought all the furniture for you and can live in directly. He Xiaojia said with a smile. Does you have a front? Lu Fan murmured that Yu Qian was very interesting. He helped him at the beginning, but he did it easily. How could he go to let the other party repay him? Thank you, Xiaojia. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Lu Fan sincerely thanks Wei. See He Xiaojia a face-tired appearance. Must have waited for him for a long time. He Xiaojia took a look at Liang Xiaoqiu behind Lu Fan, then nodded and said, Brother Fan. Then I'm looking forward to it. Shortly after He Xiaojia left, Lu Fan and Liang Xiaoqiu also took a bus to Shishan Noodle Shop. Boss, our noodle shop also has a lot of rubbish. Would you like to join us? Before leaving, Liang Xiaoqiu asked, full of banter. Lu Fan straddled the bicycle with a dazed look. He was overjoyed and said, Yes, of course. Keep them for me. I'll pick them up tomorrow. Liang Xiaoqiu, speechless, looked at the back of the street. That disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. His heart was full of melancholy. Back to the original residence, Lu Fan was so tired that he fell asleep. All night long. The next day, he woke up from his dream and simply packed up. I'm moving today. What? Lu Fan, you really want to move? How can you move? The landlord, Hu Jiaojiao, was reluctant to part with her. Lu Fan was not angry and pulled her unruly hand off her shoulder. She looked disgusted and said, Do you still need your consent to move? Hu Jiaojiao said, I mean, I didn't drive you away. You don't have to go so fast. And you have lived in this place for several years. Don't you have any feelings? Since she saw Lu Fan's diamond card, she always wanted to find a chance to get close to Lu Fan. But this guy was away all day long. Now Lu Fan wants to leave. She is a little unwilling. Half of the body is close to Lu Fan, heart. The meaning of my mother is so obvious. See, you still don't buy it? Well, I'm a little reluctant to say that. With a sigh, Lu Fan stepped back to avoid Hu Jiaojiao, but her face was happy. The next moment, the words suddenly turn. For the sake of years of love, I don't want that deposit. Then he went out with big and small bags. Hu Jiaojiao scolded behind. Deposit and fart deposit. All pay water and electricity fee for you. Lu Fan didn't seem to hear him. He stepped on his bicycle and ran away. Lu Fan pedal bicycle. It is lightning with sparks all the way. 10 miles to the distance of 10 minutes. Standing in front of the fully GUN community. Looking at the buildings, my heart was filled with pride. Labor and capital have finally come up with a flat. What kind of bullshit housing loan can't taint the youth of labor and capital? He pushed his bicycle to the gate of the community. Before we got close, 5 or 6 security guards in the community saw Lu Fan from a distance. The front bar, the back seat, and the garbage can are hung on both sides. At first glance, it's a gorgeous garbage collector. Stop, you can't go in. The security guard in black uniform stopped Lu Fan's way like an iron tower. Lu Fan looked at him. He was a stocky-looking and strong-chested brother. He was staring at him. I'm the owner here. Let me in. Lu Fan pointed to the front and explained. Before the little brother said anything, the middle-aged security guards in the back were happy first. Did you hear that? The boy said he was the owner here. Ha ha ha. Boy, this bike is very chic. Did you get it from the countryside? Brother Xian, don't make trouble. The country doesn't carry this pot. This boy has come across it. Ha ha ha. Several security guards laugh so that their front chest is close to their back. The little security guard brother in front of them makes his face muscles tremble. But Lung is to hold back. At first glance, he is a person with strong expression management ability. Lu Fan sighed secretly. He really didn't want to pretend to be forced. But why did he always provoke him? How about pretending to be very tired? He decided to continue with patience. I'm really the owner here. I'm new here. You see, I still have the key. He took out the key and shook it. However, my little brother couldn't turn his eyes. Let's go. It's a high-end community. The average standard configuration is famous cars. It's clean, and there's no garbage to pick up. In a word, the security brother vetoed Lu Fan's dress. Brother, you'd better go. I don't want to hit people. What can't you pick up? You have to pick up your fist. Get out of here. Lu Fan's face is gloomy. These security guards don't even give themselves the chance to prove it. It's too deceiving. But at this time, a whistle suddenly sounded. Lu Fan looked around, but it was a C-Class Mercedes-Benz. The window rolled down. He was a young man with curly yellow hair, wearing sunglasses, and he didn't know what to chew. Who is this man? He asked indifferently. When the security guards around him saw him, they immediately became respectful, except the little brother who stopped Lu Fan. Oh, it's Brother Shaoan. It's nothing. It's just a garbage collector who has to come into our community and says he's the owner here. One of the guards said with a smile. The yellow-haired man glanced at Lu Fan curiously, then sneered. Picking up garbage? Garbage collectors also want to come in, haha. Lu Fan stopped his bike and asked seriously, please tell me what kind of people are qualified to go in. See, the yellow-haired man pointed to his car and said proudly, more than 500,000 cars are small things here. If you were to pick up garbage, you would have to pick it up for more than 10 years. Poor man, the life of a superior society is beyond your imagination. That's right, Brother Shaoan is right. Garbage collectors don't deserve to be here. Go, go, go. They point at Lu Fan and urge him to leave. Get out of here. At first, Lu Fan's brother obviously didn't deal with these people around him, but he advised Lu Fan to leave quickly. Lu Fan sighed slightly, and the yellow-haired man and the crowd in front of him said, remember what you just said, if it's a man, just wait for me here for 5 minutes. 5 minutes? The security guard and the man with yellow hair all burst out laughing. Boy, let me wait for you for 5 minutes? Who do you think you are? Do you know how precious my time is as a popular star? The yellow-haired man sneered and said he was going to lift the window and leave. Lu Fan stepped forward and asked, what's your name? You haven't heard of me? You tell him. The yellow-haired man's bossy eyes indicate security. Boy, this is the famous dragon Shaoan. Brother Shaoan, known as Little White Dragon in entertainment circle, is our brother Shaoan. One of the security guards is making an introduction. Long Shaoan Chin Hai, very cooperate with the throw bang. Oh, Lu Fan has a long voice. Long Shaoan raised his mouth and shrugged his ears, expecting a tramp's praise. Never heard of it. Lu Fan continued, looking strange. Long Shaoan's face suddenly darkened, and he scolded. Roll, 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 roll. Roll, 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 roll. Roll, 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 roll. Lu Fan looked at each other pitifully, parked his bicycle directly in front of the Mercedes-Benz, and said, wait here, I'll be back in a moment. After that, regardless of the surprised eyes of Long Shaoan and the security guards, they turned and walked to another street. I have never seen such a horizontal. A garbage collector with a broken bicycle dare to stop my car. Long Shaoan's anger was suddenly ignited. He got out of the car and kicked the bicycle out of touch with the times. Bang! Long Shaoan suddenly screamed and felt as if he had kicked an iron plate. As a result, he fell to the ground, covering the soles of his feet and crying out for pain. He looked up in surprise. The black bike was so strong that it seemed to laugh at him in silence. This special is a broken car. Move it for me. Long Shaoan can't believe that he can't even kick a bicycle. Next to several security mouth repeatedly should and. But in the heart is in the belly Fei. Also Big Star, the whole week chicken. During the conversation, one of the guards tried to push the bike away. However, this push did not push. Why this car? He was puzzled in his heart, but he didn't move again. Lao Qin, what's the matter with you? The security guard next to him wondered, isn't it just a bicycle? All day long acting? The security guard surnamed Qin grinned bitterly. This car, it's not right. The rest of the guards sneered. What's so strange about bicycles? They all gathered around, moving or pushing bicycles one by one, and they were all shocked. The bicycle seems to have taken root. No one can move it. Weird. This car is weird. The security guards were in a state of uncertainty. This car is not normal. What's the matter with you? Can't you move a broken car? Long Shaoan had been back in the car for a long time. After watching the security guard move the car for a long time, he finally couldn't help shouting. Just then, a whistle sounded in the rear. At first, The security guard who stopped Lu Fan immediately ran over. This is a Ferrari. Although it's very strange, it can't be offended. Slowly pulled down the window. Hello, sir. Security brother is about to explain what happened in front of the door, but suddenly stunned. How does this smiling face look so familiar? You know you, it's you. Security brother's face changed again and again. He didn't expect a garbage collector to drive a Ferrari. This is not a trick. He gave a wry smile. The gap of this person's identity change is too big. He is a normal person and can't react. He tried to adjust his breath and finally showed his respect. Lu Fan looked at him seriously, took out the car key, shook it, and asked, "Can I go in now?" "Sorry, sir. I have eyes and don't know Taishan. Please forgive me," the security brother said with apology. With a sneer, Lu Fan jumped out of the car door and walked forward. "I wipe, you bunch of rubbish." "No, not even rubbish." Long Xiaoan is furious in the car, but he has a little leisure time. Several security guards looked at each other, and no one would feel comfortable if they scolded each other like this. "Get out of the way, I don't believe it." Long Xiaoan let the security guard get out of the way, and then started the car to retreat, intending to drive down the roadblock. Bang! When his car suddenly hit something, Long Xiaoan reacted and quickly turned off the engine. He looked through the rear mirror and found that there was a pure, white sports car behind his car. Ferrari. Long Xiao's face changed when he settled down, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart. "I don't think it's scratched." Ding, ding, ding. There was a knock on the window. He turned his head slowly and saw a cold face staring at him. Frown or wrinkly, disgust away. "Die to pick up rubbish of. How is you again? Quickly move your rotten car." Lu Fan took a deep breath and said slowly, "You hit my car." "Bah." Long Xiaoan spat out and scolded bitterly. "Did you hit your broken car? You don't want to see how expensive my car is. I tell you, boy, if my car has a little scratch, you can't afford to pick up garbage all your life." Several security guards nearby looked on coldly, with a look of watching. Only just that little brother of the security guard side. He seemed to have seen someone being beaten in the face. "Not this one. I'm talking about that one." Lu Fan pointed to Ferrari with a smile on his face and said word by word, "According to you, should you also compensate me?" Long Xiaoan was confused. His head suddenly leaned out of the window and looked to the rear. Then he looked at Lu Fan and repeated it twice. "You mean that car is yours? Are you kidding, a garbage collector?" Long Xiaoan doesn't believe Lu Fan at all. Lu Fan sighed, pretending to be forced, and pressed the car key in his hand. "Didi." The sound of the car flute strongly confirms Lu Fan's words. "What?" When Long Xiaoan saw this scene, he was struck by lightning. Several security guards in front of Mercedes-Benz were even more shocked. One of them stepped on the front bar of the bicycle and pulled back his leg carefully. At this moment, people's normal cognition was shattered. "Didi." Lu Fan deliberately pressed a few times, as if slapped on his face one by one in the eyes of the public. Loud. "You, aren't you a garbage collector?" Long Xiaoan Gulu swallowed his saliva and came out of the car. In the face of Lu Fan, his arrogance dissipated completely. "Picking up trash? Who told you I was a garbage collector? Did I say that?" Lu Fan glared and said, "I'm sitting on 10 billion yuan. I'm proud of my life. Can I pick up a piece of garbage and cultivate my sentiment? I'm too lazy to talk to you. If I hit my car, I'll pay 2 million for it." Two million. Why don't you grab it?" Long Xiaoan was so surprised that he broke back with a face of doubt. After a careful look, the front cover of Ferrari was sunken. But to be honest, the damage is not great. The other security guards also look stiff. This person's mouth is 2 million. Okay, cruel. How many years do they have to work to earn? 2 million is too much? Lu Fan sneered. You don't see how valuable my car is. Long Xiaoan is so familiar with this. Isn't that what he just said? Found it. The security brother who has been watching the play suddenly yells, takes out his mobile phone, and looks at Long Xiaoan in shock. Long Xiaoan looks a little flustered, but still took the phone. Ferrari Lafeur, price. Long Xiaoan took a breath and faltered. More than 20 million. All his wealth is only a few million. In fact, Long Xiaoan is just a third-tier star. How about 2 million? Lu Fan smile. As if to see the lamb's wolf, white teeth show. Long Xiaoan heart only feel pull cool. It's up to the public to decide for themselves. But I think it will be more if it's up to the public. Besides, there's surveillance. Don't try to cheat. Besides, aren't you a star? If you want to go on the hot search, I don't mind helping you. Lu Fan is determined to eat Long Xiaoan. When Long Xiaoan heard the speech, his face was as gray as dust. Lu Fan's words made all his fluke disappear. It's normal to lose 2 million for a Ferrari crash. And it's a normal Ferrari. But this is the most expensive Ferrari in the world. Here, password 22. Shaking hands to take out a card. Long Xiaoan heart dripping blood. 2 million for him is not a small number. It doesn't matter. I'll just take a few more announcements. He comforted himself silently in his heart, but his mind was still hard to calm. After confirming the balance, Lu Fan gave a satisfied smile, patted Long Xiaoan on the shoulder, and said, Comrade Xiaoan is very cheerful. In the future, we will be a community, that is, neighbors. We must be friendly. Long Xiaoan's face was trembling. He was angry, but he said with a dry smile, Okay, then we'll make peace with Chi. Lu Fan smiles, then looks at the other security guards, and his face pulls down. Go, get out of the way. I don't respect my car at all. Several security guards scattered like mice meeting cats. This is mainly a chameleon. Its face changes too fast. What's more than 20 million cars can afford to drive, which shows its wealth. What surprised them even more was that Lu Fan went to the strange bicycle and picked it up easily. Well, is the car still owned? I don't know if it's the end of the world. I feel cool behind. It's weird. The security guards looked at Lu Fan as if they were looking at God and man. When Ferrari's rear compartment opened, Lu Fan's car was humped by Ferrari. Big star, still don't go, still want to hit again? Lu Fan called at the back. Long Xiaoan was so scared that he quickly got into the car and drove into the community. So, under the gaze of all the security guards, a proud Ferrari carries a strange bicycle to the community. Facing the bicycle, the handlebar was crooked and rushed to the security guards. I said, the security guard surnamed Chin said, Do you feel that the car seems to be looking at us? Go away. I'm scared to death. Lu Fan's new home can be said to be extremely gorgeous. Complete furniture and facilities. There is a new classical style. From simple to complex, from the whole to the part. Exquisite, inlaid gold is impressive. Through the window, the view is broad. In a word, Lu Fan is very satisfied. Sitting on the soft sofa, Lu Fan turned on his mobile phone and looked at the balance. It was already 99.93 million yuan. It can be said that if he just picked up a gadget now, it would be over 100 million yuan. It's not a dream. I'm going to be a billionaire. Lu Fanla laughed at himself. Bayu. WeChat has new people to add friends. Lu Fan has a look. Is a person called Snow Sleep. Looking at the verification message, the great doctor worshipper. Lu Fan grinned as if he knew who it was. After agreeing, the other party sent a message in less than 1 second. Shuesu. Dr. Lu, guess who I am? Cute cat's expression. Snail takes me for a walk. Chime in hears dog barking. And comes home on a snowy night. Wang Sai's expression. Snail takes me for a walk is Lu Fan's internet nickname. At the beginning, as a code farmer, what he wanted most was ease. Shuesu. The great doctor has a good literary talent. My name comes from this poem. Cat's eyes are wide open, mouth is open. Snail takes me for a walk. Ordinary, panda people smile. Shuesu. Great doctor. Thank you so much last night. You don't know, you are a celebrity of our second hospital now. Cat looks up and worships. Snail takes me for a walk. Black question mark face. Shuesu. 5 old people in that ward have gone through the discharge procedures this morning, and the doctor has checked them, and they don't need to be hospitalized at all. All this can be attributed to the divine doctor. Snail takes me for a walk. Thank you. Thank you. Department of Neurology, 2nd Municipal Hospital. Warm sunshine through the glass. Poured on the tired angel in white, although busy all morning. But at this time she is still very excited. Because of the relationship between Lu Fan and the old people he cared for, Dr. Ko and other nurses had a good attitude towards him. Just now, he took the first step and made friends with the young doctor. She is more curious about Lu Fan. It's hard to imagine that. Lu Fan is not much bigger than herself and has such superb medical skills. Looking at Lu Fan's circle of friends, it's all about the sharing of CSDN forum. All kinds of professional knowledge makes her resist instinctively. Is Lu Fan still a programmer? Suddenly, Chai Shue's eyes were dark. Guess who I am? The witty voice sounded in Chai Shue's ear. Chai Shue broke away and covered her eyes with her hands. She didn't turn her head back and said with a smile, "Xiaoyu, don't make trouble." She slowly turned to see. What came into her eyes was a girl with a nurse's hat, a little fat but white face. With a smile, two pair vortices appeared. Wang Yu turned her lips and hummed, "It's boring." Chai Shue shakes her head in an old-fashioned way, but her fingers inadvertently want to close WeChat. But Wang Yu's eyes are sharp, and suddenly grabs her mobile phone. "What are you looking at, Sneaky? As your best friend, I doubt you have a situation," Wang Yu said with a meaningful smile and glanced at the WeChat page. "Snail takes me for a walk, who is that? It's such a name." Wang Yu made complaints about it. At this time, someone in Fuli Jiyuan community sneezed for no reason. "Oh, here it is," Chai Shue said impatiently. Wang Yu held up her mobile phone and hummed, "Tell me who it is, little girl, and dare to hide it from me. If you don't tell me, I'll send him a message immediately, saying you like him." Chai Shue was speechless, but said, Well, he is." "What?" Wang Yu's voice is so high that Chai Shue stares at her. "My God, you mean is he the miracle doctor who let the devil sweep his face and cure the sudden cerebral hemorrhage?" Wang Yu's eyes are full of little stars. Chai Shue nodded in a complicated mood, as if she had seen her original self. "Such a powerful god. Why didn't I be here yesterday?" Wang Yu feels very regretful, and then stares at Chai Shue and says, "Xiao Shue, tell me about you. Why didn't you record a video of such a big thing?" Chai Shue looked innocent and faltered. "Who said I didn't record it?" Wang Yu's eyes suddenly looked like, "Did you really record it? Come on, pass it to me." Chai Shue opens her mouth and wants to refuse. But seeing Wang Yu's real eyes, she swallows her words again. She sent out the video almost half-forced. "I only give you one person. Dr. Liu doesn't want his face to be seen by others. Otherwise, I will suffer." Chai Shue told me. "No problem." Wang Yu perfunctorily played an okay posture, then held the mobile phone to rush away. Chai Shue has no confidence in Wang Yu's assurance. What is the nickname of her best friend? Wang de Trumpet. If you put her in a small village, you basically don't need a radio station. 5 minutes later, just as Chai Shue was going to the ward, a group message popped up on WeChat. Chai Shue has a bad feeling in her heart. After buffering the vortex, a 50-second video appears. In the video, only a pair of white and slender hands holding a slender silver needle are used on the patient, and the technique is elusive. The faces of the patient and the acupuncturist were deliberately cut off, and more than one patient was given the needle. At last, a line was added. "All the people who were given the needle have recovered. The event is true." The person who uploaded the video is a person called Sweet Corn, which is Wang Yu's nickname. Chai Shue was stunned at first, and then slightly annoyed. Xiaoyu is really unreliable. Fortunately, Wang Yu didn't expose Lu Fan's appearance. "Snow, come here." Anxious voice in the call. Chai Shue also too late to think. Put down the mobile phone to busy. The effects of video are just beginning. Heart lazy. Is this true or false? The wind kisses me. Is that the miracle doctor last night? Big face sister with long hair. This acupuncture moxibustion method hiss. I don't understand. 5-package hot strip. But the old people in 620 ward are all discharged ahead of time. This can't be fake. The neurology group of the 2nd Municipal Hospital began a heated discussion on this issue. Sweet Corn, is it true or false? Just ask the person concerned. Lazy heart at Shuesu. Lazy heart at Dr. Ko. The crowd fell into silence. 2 minutes later, Dr. Ko at Lazy heart at Sweet Corn, you come to my office. Wang Yu and a nurse stealing snacks were stunned. Heart lazy. Dr. Ko. I'm wrong, panic face. Sweet Corn, why is it 2 minutes? Can't be withdrawn, crying face and bad face. Other people have no voice. If you are targeted by the Demon King, you can only hope for your own happiness. Ko Iching looks at the videos and news in the group, and his face is gradually gloomy. Why did it remind him of the guy who made him look bad last night? He didn't believe in the medical skills Lu Fan showed. As a returnee, he believes that Western medicine is more universal than traditional Chinese medicine. In his opinion, those patients last night were probably bewitched by Lu Fan. It's just a liar. Can you cheat others? Can you cheat me? Ko Iching sneers. Suddenly, he opens his microblog and uploads his little video. Title: Liar or Doctor? This title is very instructive. As a microblog Big V, Koiching's video soon got a lot of attention and discussion. Little fool, big fool. Finally hope to water greatly updated. What's in the video, acupuncture? Ching Shui replied. Guess for yourself? Weird smile. Cabbage has no heart, but does not know love. Damn. Acupuncture cures cerebral hemorrhage. The world is crazy. The slut came back. Why didn't you take a picture of your face? It's against medical common sense. Lame swimming. Top up. It must be a liar. Clear water, bad intentions. It's true that my father was cured by him. And the miracle doctor in the video cured 6 or 7 patients in one night. Only using acupuncture and moxibustion, he said. Zyojimbian people are also a microblog Big V. More influence and credibility. Immediately attracted more topics. If the video is true, then the person in the video can really be called a miracle doctor. From around 10 a.m., this video has been wildly spread, with hundreds of millions of views in just 2 hours, ranking first in microblog hot list. But the person in the video is dreaming in his new home and knows nothing about the outside world. Lu Fan's new home has brought him a full feeling. This night, he had many beautiful dreams about life, family, and future. It was not until 12 noon that Lu Fan woke up. When I fell asleep, I was stunned again. He got dirty again. Needless to say, it is also the effect of body strengthening and body shaping pills. This also shows that there are many impurities in his body. After washing and gargling, the whole person is refreshed and full of essence. Today, I'm going to be a billionaire. Are you angry? Lu Fan smiles at himself in the mirror, and then puts on a simple white t-shirt, black short, and a pair of slightly gray shoes to prepare for a new day's struggle. He transferred 500,000 yuan to his mother's account. I'm afraid that his mother might be suspicious. Maybe he thought he robbed the bank. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, my mother's call came. Hello, son. Did you just transfer money to me? My mother's voice was a little rapid. Lu Fan said with a smile, Mom, it's me. I've made millions recently. You spend it first to improve the quality of life for Xiaodai. Xiaodai is her own sister. She just finished the college entrance examination recently. Son, what kind of business do you do? You can make money like this. Don't you do anything illegal? At the end, my mother's voice was trembling. When Lu Fan was speechless, he knew that his mother was suspicious of being seriously ill. Don't worry, Ma. The money is just in time. I'm buying a house now. Look, when will Xiaodai and I move here? He wanted to make his mother happy. Really, son? My son is really promising. But my mother lives very well in the countryside and doesn't want to move. Let's see Xiaodai. She applied for Linhai University. If she gets in, my mother will go to my son with your sister. Mother happily said, tone is all proud. Brother, I miss you so much. When will I come back? There comes a clear voice from the mobile phone. It's Xiaodai. Lu Fan's mouth turned upward and said with a smile, Little butterfly, I'll go back in a few days. Did I listen to my mother's words at home? And how did I do in the exam? Xiaodai snorted. Of course, I told you. I played well in the college entrance examination. Linhai University did not run. Well, in order to reward you, say what you want, I'll buy it for you. Lu Fanchong said. Really? I want a lot of snacks and clothes. The conversation lasted half an hour. Lu Fan picked up the woven bag and walked out the door. Just then, the door of the opposite neighbor opened. Wearing a white coat with a little purple, the next dress is a long lavender skirt. Skirt swaying, vaguely visible white, slender legs. Black hair hanging at the waist. Slightly pursed thin lips like cherry blossom. White with pink crystal earrings, so elegant and quiet. Looking at the woven bag of Lu Fan suddenly stunned. This girl, how so familiar. But opposite that girl sees Lu Fan. The Mao Sun also exudes the extraordinary color. Two people opposite, but look. Mo Xiaobai. Lu Fan took the lead in calling out her name. The girl was stunned and seemed to think. Of Lu Fan. She said with a smile. Was the wine good that night? It's delicious. My name is Lu Fan. Lu Fan subconsciously said, and suddenly felt a bit impolite. You say you are Lu Fan? Mo Xiaobai was stunned, then blinked his big eyes and asked, Bacchus, Lu Fan? Dionysus? Lu Fan repeated in a low voice and immediately said with a smile. They are all nicknames. I just have a little research on wine. Bartender. Mo Xiaobai's eyes showed a look of interest and the corners of his mouth chuckled. Lu Fan took a deep breath and nodded. Let's go down together, Mo Xiaobai said to Lu Fan with a few bags of garbage.